Special guest, someone who just known for the past 4 years, but it's someone who I feel as though I've known him my entire life. Dana Jones. Dana Jones is a director and he runs our shelter operation in Bloomington. He runs all of our operations in Bloomington, Indiana. And you may not know that we're in Bloomington, Indiana as well, and we're getting ready to come up on our 10th anniversary in Bloomington, Indiana. So I just wanted to make sure we welcome Dana to the bench. And Dana, we're so happy that you drove up. Dana drove up. He drove up here to be here, sit here on the bench with me downtown Indianapolis on an October night just to talk to you guys. So Dana, welcome.
Well, thank you, Perry, for having me up here tonight. And I wouldn't miss it for the world to be on the bench with you at 8:20 at night.
A very comfy, hard, kind of hard, right? I apologize. I've been apologizing to people when they first come here, but we've got a great story for the bench, right? It's made by the men in our pallet shop who in our program, and we asked them to make something for us for a very special occasion for conversations on the bench. So it's got a little story, a little history to it.
A little foundation of what we do, right?
Exactly.
As a real mission, restoring lives and equipping guys with the skill set necessary to be successful. Right? So,
Dana, tell us about our operations in Bloomington. Sure. Tell us a little bit about yourself and how you came to be a wheeler.
All right. Well, it's been quite a journey. I started out. Believe it or not, this is my 25th year.
Oh wow!
In helping those experiencing homelessness. Wow. 25th year, and my 10th year with Wheeler, Michigan.
Okay.
So it's been a blast. Yeah. And so I was with what was called the old Backstreet Mission in Bloomington, Indiana. And at that time, the leadership was aging out.
Okay.
And Wheeler Mission came alongside and said, "Hey, what can we do to help?" And so grateful at that point. And it was just providence.
Yeah.
The providence of God came down in. And because it was a little 20-bed shelter, and we never envisioned what was coming our way at that time, Perry.
Yeah. The changes in society. 10 years ago, there was no COVID, right?
Right. No COVID. The unsheltered population was nowhere near as high as it is now.
It's skyrocketing down in Bloomington.
Exactly. And there's a big concern today with unsheltered homelessness. We did a survey in May of this year showing we had 116 unsheltered homeless in Bloomington, and the size of Bloomington, that's a significant population, right?
Tell them what, just a technical thing. What unsheltered, what's the definition of unsheltered? What does it mean?
Yeah. So when you see our statistics back from the IHCDA, and we do our PIC count every year, and we'll look at who's sheltered, experiencing homelessness that's sheltered. So those are folks staying in our shelters, Wheeler Mission, then unsheltered is that population living in some place that's uninhabitable, the streets, their car, and in some area like that. So we have the sheltered and unsheltered population. Unfortunately, we've seen that unsheltered population explode in the last 5 years, and which is sad to watch. And never would have thought I'd seen it in 25 years of ministry. But unfortunately, we're at this place today. And many of those are struggling with severe mental illness. Many of them are service resistant. They don't receive services. Many of them don't want services. And it's really tough. Mix that all together with a very tight housing market. And we've got a long-term chronic problem. A lot of people experiencing homelessness for 12 months and more. So it's a sad thing to see. So I would have never guessed that. Rolled the clock back 25 years ago, we would be where we are today. It's unfortunate to see. So, but Wheeler comes to Bloomington in 2015, October 1st.
October 1st is 10 years,
10
right?
years. Yeah. And brought the resources and things necessary, because at that time, we began to see over the next 5 years, homelessness increased by about 400% in Bloomington due to the opioid epidemic that we saw come up across the state. A lot of those struggling with rural poverty, their entire families were destabilized by this drug, and we began to see mom and dad and grandpa and grandma and all their children and siblings running homeless, and it was just hard to see that entire families destabilized, and so we began to see that in greater and greater levels until it came from a little 20-bed shelter in 2015 to 2016. We saw about 30 to 40, and then 2019 we're sheltering 130 plus men. Very sad. And then, of course, in 2020, we all know what we saw then with the pandemic.
And it skyrocketed even more.
Yeah, and so we grew a mile wide and an inch deep in Bloomington, right? And just trying to meet the need. The city called, we responded. The city called, we responded, and try to just meet the need as Wheeler Mission. And you know, we do a phenomenal job, I think, as I want to toot our horn for a minute. You know, we do a phenomenal job, right, of trying to meet the needs of those. And we have a lot of compassionate people that serve at Wheeler. And we just continue to try to meet those needs. But at some point, you have to say, hey, wait a minute. We have reached far and wide, and really, we need to focus. We need to, what's the next steps here? And so with your leadership in 22, 23?
22.
We sat down and did a strategic plan, right? And
what came out of that strategic plan? I'm asking a leading question because, folks, I know exactly what came out of that plan.
Well, thanks for asking, Perry. So what the strategic plan, of course, was 4-phased, 5-year strategic plan. And the first phase was to do what we do currently better. Better, right? To deepen program opportunities, to round out our facilities where they're more conducive to what we're trying to accomplish there in Bloomington. And so, of course, that kicked off with a $4 million campaign to make that happen.
Yeah.
And I want to say this before we go any further. It's a $4 million campaign. We start off in Bloomington. We're like, oh, okay, we're going to start this big campaign in Bloomington. Let's do it. Let's pray. And we got to praying about it. And today I want everybody to know that we're at nearly 3.6 million of that 4 million campaign, which we've raised the bar a little bit to 4.25, right? And so good things happening there. That's with great. That. Yeah, it's been phenomenal. And the community's really got behind us because, you know, I think we all want to see more than outputs. We want to see more than just meals served and beds provided and day room services available. We want to see more. We want to see our strength is transform lives, right? We want to see people become better and well and back into our communities and thriving, right? Not just static and making it, but we want them to see them thrive. And so the campaign that we're in currently is to provide the services and programs or deepen our long-term programs so that we can help people, not just the old adage, give a man a fish, but teach him to fish, you know, he'll be able to care for himself. And so, but we want to do more than just provide. We want to see outcomes. We want to see those transformed lives where we're producing successful citizens in Christ in our communities, right?
So how many people did we serve last night? I mean, down in Bloomington, how many meals? I know you have that, just to get the folks the numbers and kind of the scope of what you do every night.
Yeah. So in Bloomington, much smaller community than Indianapolis, right? And so in Bloomington, last night we sheltered, I believe it was 76, 78. Okay. 82. Sorry, 82, and mid 80s. Now that number will increase here shortly.
As soon as it starts to get cold.
As soon as the cold snap comes,
we'll see pretty much about 100 folks a night.
Right, we'll see 100 plus per night throughout the winter months, and we work very collaboratively with our community to try to address those winter contingency moments. We actually will be doing our winter contingency training here pretty soon.
Okay.
Coming up mid-October. Getting all our teams ready for what's coming.
Oh, that's great. Mm-hmm. You do a great work down in Bloomington, and we appreciate it.
Yeah.
Dana's really assembled a great team down there. We have about 11, 12 employees down there who really do a phenomenal job, but we could use more. And that's part of what the capital campaign is all about. And so, Dana, tell me a little bit about your family. Mm-hmm. You know, I don't want to be nosy, but I do. You know, tell me a little bit about your family and you know, how you came to really, before us, work for Backstreet.
Yeah, sure. So it's you know, I'll just say this: it was a God thing, Perry. I'm not you know, it's I would have never suspected 25 years ago I would be here today.
Yeah.
Rescue missions and that type of ministry was not on the radar for me. Right. I actually was a church planner.
Okay.
And I was approached by the founder of Backstreet Missions, and they came to my church, sat in the back row, said, "Hey, we want you to come see what we're doing." And I come up and I was just amazed by the project. You know, they're feeding people, they're providing clothing, shelter, all the temporal things that a person would need. But not only that, but they're doing it in the name of Jesus, right? To see the lives changed, right? And I was really excited about that. But I was in the church plant 6 months in, and so I said no initially, and he continued to call me for over a week until I acquiesced. I prayed about it, finally gave up, and went on, gave the board. I told the board at that point, I'll give you all year, and that year turned into 25.
Oh,
so,
my gosh.
yeah, right. So I'm still here today.
And he's still here, folks. He's still here. And we want him here for many, many more years because we have so much more work to do in Bloomington. The work is not done down there by any stretch of the imagination. And so, Dana, the point of this is authentic, transparent conversations on the bench, right?
Yeah.
So tell me about some of the struggles, not just the good stuff.
Yeah.
I want to know some of the struggles you've seen, at least in the last 10 years with Wheeler, but maybe in the last, say, since you've been the sole executive down the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Tell me about some of those struggles that you've seen and what's happened.
And as we look, it's a weird...
And by the way, I need a good story. I need a good story of transformation.
Yep,
So
got it both.
you got them. Okay,
I got it all.
Good. I want both of them.
It's one of the things about serving in rescue missions is we really get the nitty gritty, right? We see the before and after, and that's one of the things I felt. That's one of the reasons why I fell in love with this, because we can actually see Christ work day by day in the life of a person, right? That's amazing.
Yeah.
And but then you also see the hard times,
the other stuff.
You see the hard things, the underbelly of what we do, right? And that not everyone, not every story is as successful as we'd like to hear, right? For example, we had a gentleman stay with us here just a little over a year ago. He'd been with us actually almost 3 years.
Wow. Yeah.
In and out of the shelter, and older gentleman, couldn't get a place of his own, had obviously some type of undiagnosed.
Guy has some physical disability, some mental disability.
Yeah, a lot of that taking place in his life, and we never could get him. We start getting him plugged into services, and then he'd fall away and be gone for a minute and come back. And it was just tug of war of trying to get him stabilized. And then one afternoon he came in for a meal, and halfway through his meal, he just fell over. And my case manager at that time was walking by him, and she caught him.
Oh, okay. He didn't hit the floor.
He didn't hit the floor. She caught him and eased him to the floor, and Perry passed away in a matter of seconds.
So your case manager was there
when
he expired.
Right. And she was also the one who had shared Christ with him previously to that. And so we see that type of situation. But my joy goes to this. We go, oh my, but my joy goes to this. That man was given an opportunity by Christ to have people that cared for him and loved for him there at his worst moment, right? His toughest moment. And Nicole, our case manager, had been praying for him and telling him about Christ and what Christ had for him. And at the end, she was there to hold him in her arms as he passed into eternity.
What I find so cool about this story is that he returned. He was there. Yeah. He was there before, went away and eating dinner. Yeah. It was dinner, right? Not lunch, dinner. But he returned to the place, probably where he probably heard the gospel for the first time.
And people cared for him. I mean, this gentleman was hard to get to know, and very, very untrusting, and it took us a while to develop trust. So he came back to that place of family.
Yeah. I hear that so often. It is all about family. Right. It's all about relationships, which is why we're here on a bench.
Right.
People, ask me why a bench, right?
Yeah.
Because a bench is such a simple tool and a symbol, right? It's simple.
Yeah.
It's an ordinary thing, but when two people or a group of people get on it and talk and develop relationships, it can become something extraordinary.
Absolutely.
And besides, I don't think me being at night for 24 hours in downtown Indianapolis is, anything unusual, because the people that we see every night, people that you see every night, this is heaven.
Right.
compared to what they go through.
Absolutely.
The traumas and
Mhm.
all the challenges and barriers that they face each and every day. But what I love about a bench is we're sitting here talking. After all, our mentor Jesus talked to people in so many different places.
Oh,
On a hill, many hills,
Mhm.
on the road,
Right.
at a well.
Mhm.
You know, he went to people's homes.
Yeah.
He went to wherever, in very ordinary, simple. How much more simple can it get than back in that day? A well, right? But he had extraordinary conversations with people everywhere, and so that's what we're trying to replicate a little bit here,
Mhm.
and just nodding to
Mhm.
how important something ordinary can
Mhm.
become something extraordinary.
And not only conversation, but life transforming
Absolutely.
conversations, right? And that's our Christ. And you know, I just sat down today and was having one of those conversations with one of our guests at the
Yeah.
shelter. He's in our foundations program,
Yeah.
and we were talking about his relationship with Jesus and where he came from. And he was sharing. We wanted to first of all talk to me and say, I want to be great. I just want to express how grateful I am for this opportunity. And I said, well, give me a little bit of your history. And he said, well, I just recently got released from jail. He's been with us 4 months. Joined our foundations program after the bit in prison, and has had in 2024. He said was one of his worst
Yeah.
years in his life
Yeah.
because he was arrested. He had a broken relationship. He had lost his child, and after being released from prison, he didn't know what to do. And so he came to us. He joined the program because of an experience he had with Christ as a young man.
Wow.
Because
Wow.
Jesus had touched his life as a young man, and he came back. And this is a theme we see quite often, right? Where their life has been touched at some point. God is called, right? And
He
then
never stops pursuing us. Dana.
No,
we
ever.
know that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we take hope in that, right?
Oh my goodness, yes. You know, if I didn't have that kind of hope, I don't
Right.
know what I would do.
Amen. And
Because
so
I'm a sinner. We're all the sinners, and I fail all the time.
and there is the grace that God affords, right? There is the grace that our Christ gives unto us. Even yet we're sinners, Christ died for us, right? There's the grace of God in action in our lives. This gentleman came to us, God's grace captivated him, right? And today he's in church. He's looking for employment. The
Okay.
list of felonies is preventing
I'm
him
sure as long as your arm.
is preventing his employment.
Yeah.
But he's looking for those opportunities, and he's being reunited with his child, right?
Like, family reunification. That's great.
And all that taking place because God provided through Wheeler Mission a place of respite, a place of care, a place of transformation, right? Where that man can take the time to focus on his life with Christ and be restored in a way that would have been impossible otherwise.
You know what that's called, Dana? It's called second chances.
Amen.
We are a ministry of second chances.
Always.
Jesus is a Jesus of second chances.
That's
so
right.
we're all about that.
Exactly.
So one of the things that you asked, when we were setting this up,
Yes.
one of the things that you asked, kind of the question of, Perry, where are we going? Where's Wheeler Mission going? What's the vision that I have for Wheeler Mission? After all, I took over for a gentleman who had been here for 33 years, and you knew Rick very well.
I did.
Who's going to be on here later, right? He's going to be in Dallas, and he's going to be zooming in at I think 10:30 is what the schedule
10:30.
says.
10:30.
So
Stay tuned.
I love technology until I don't love technology. Technology doesn't always work, but hopefully we'll get Rick on here at 10:30. But getting back to my question, my point.
What's my question?
Is your question? I'm going to answer. You're wanting to know the vision.
Yes.
Kind of what's the vision of Wheeler?
I think it's
Go ahead,
important. Yeah.
illuminate
So
it for me.
as we move forward, we're in Bloomington. There was a vision there to reach out in Bloomington to help. In Bloomington and in Indianapolis, we've expanded to help, right? And in your tenure, as you're looking towards the future, Perry, what is you believe the Lord's leading us to in the next 5 to 10 years? What's the hope? What's the vision? What's the dream?
Yeah. Well, one of the things, unfortunately, Dana, what we see a lot when I came in, any new CEO is going to come in, analyze the situation, and say, what can I do to help make it better?
Yes.
I mean, not necessarily new stuff. You don't have to always,
Mm.
better is not always, new is not always better.
Mhm.
But one of the things that we wanted to do was recognize the realities of the situation.
Yes.
The landscape has changed, from Rick's
Absolutely.
33 years, to my 2.5 years, going on 3 years as CEO. Things have changed. We need to recognize those realities and rise to the occasion. And Dana, it's our sacred obligation to really be people of the moment, to understand what we need to do to help the ministry.
Mhm.
And so one of the things that we recognized is, there's a balance between what we call emergency shelter servicing, which is food, clothing, and shelter,
Right.
which is probably what Wheeler is most known for.
Right.
And what people readily associate with Wheeler
Mhm.
after 132 years here.
Right.
But we're so much more than that. We're also the programmatic side. We're job readiness training programs. We're drug and alcohol addiction counseling programs. We help with mental
Right.
challenges and mental illnesses, and we have such a
Right.
great group of partners in
Mhm.
Bloomington as well as here in Indianapolis that
Right.
help us with all of
Right.
these things,
Mhm.
right? But people don't really know a lot about that. But one of the things that has really, I found that was disturbing to me
Mhm.
is that some people can come into our various shelters, and stay for 3, 6, 9, 12 months.
Right.
You just talked about 3 years, right?
Right.
We've been seeing somebody for 3 years.
Years.
That's a bit long, but 3 years. I mean, you can come in, and we will do that. We'll work with you to stabilize.
Right.
And our vision to see every man, woman, and child we see become productive citizens and enjoy lasting success through Jesus Christ. The key phrases there are equipped to become productive citizens, right?
Right.
And so what we were seeing, and we typically were seeing, is after we had done our work,
Mhm.
and they would go out into the community,
Mhm.
they were failing.
Right.
They were coming
Mhm.
back to
Mhm.
us at the front door.
Recidivism.
Wheeler, I need your help again. And we're there for that. That's all well and good. But one of the things we realized is, we have for so long been associated with the front door of homelessness.
Right.
We need to be
Right.
focusing some attention. And what we're going to, part of the vision is to look at the back door,
How exciting.
for that total life transformation, and
How
help
exciting.
people get absolutely, totally self-sufficient, right?
Right.
Self-sustaining. And we think we can only do that through, affordable housing, sober, affordable housing, and different
Great.
people have different definitions for those words.
Mhm.
What we're talking about is making sure that people are able to move to stable housing and have supported with our services.
Mhm.
They've just been in our four walls for a period of time, clustered,
Right.
and just putting them in an apartment or a home or some other environment outside of four walls.
Mhm.
That usually is only worked for a period of time. So
Mhm.
what we found is that we need to come alongside them for another period of time. And that period of time could be months or several years, where we still provide services and help them get totally stable and totally self-sufficient.
Wonderful.
So that's where we're going.
Wonderful.
And we've had some pilots in the last 2 or 3 years.
Right.
We've been very successful.
Right.
And our board just expressed confidence in us this summer
Wonderful.
and gave me more money.
Mhm.
By the way, board, thank you very much. I love you. And I'm going to need more support in the future. Got it? If any of you are watching, and I hope you are. But that's where we're going. They found support. So don't you love the city?
Oh yeah.
Don't you love it? I mean, this is not
Alive
the first
now.
time. There it is.
I pray for those folks.
Yeah, whoever's in there,
Yeah,
or wherever
amen.
they're going. Yeah,
Very
but Dana, our people we serve each and every night.
Mhm.
That's nothing.
Right.
That's the backdrop. That's
Exactly.
every night occurrence for them.
Right.
But where we're going is not only still being strong on the emergency shelter servicing side on the front
Mhm.
door, but also being there for them as a resource and helping them on the
Mhm.
back door, so that we can really, really help them experience true life transformation.
So the key to that in the housing piece, right, Perry, is continued providing those wraparound services when they leave, right? And building those relationships. How often do we find in our unhoused survey in Bloomington, we found over 22% of those unsheltered in the street were there because of broken relationships, right? Needing restoration of healthy relationships. So this is going to provide those opportunities to rebuild those relationships in community, reduce recidivism, and give them the skills to be successful, right?
Yeah, we're not exactly sure how to do it. We've got some pilots out there.
Mhm.
We're also partnering with other organizations who have much better experience, like Inglewood Development Corporation and Joe Bowen and those wonderful folks over
Mhm.
there. You know, they
Great
got
job,
a new,
guys.
yeah, great job. It's called Bridges, and
job.
they've got approximately 40 units, and they're allowing us to come in, you know, and work with at least 10 of those units. When I say units, there are really 4 people in each unit, so about 40 or 50 people to provide those wraparound services
Awesome.
for those
That's great to hear.
residents of those 10 units. So we've got that kind of thing going on. We're recently doing some supportive care where we're taking people who are in our buildings
Yep.
and our programs,
Mhm.
taking them out of the clustered environment, you know, that we have in our 4 walls,
Mhm.
and taking them outside the 4 walls and supporting them with wraparound services, but also seeing how they're going to do there too. And so we're doing that for both men and women. We're not quite there on families yet, you know, but for men, single men and single women, we are there. And so I think that's where we're going.
I think it's an exciting addition to what we do now, don't you?
You don't have any choice but to think it's exciting. You work for me.
Right?
He doesn't have any
It really
choice
is.
but to think it's exciting. I'm just kidding. Dana knows I'm kidding.
I do. But it is exciting to me. It's something that we've looked at for a long time, right? And it's the piece that it's just a natural to go to, right? If not, we would have to partner with others to make it happen. So this is great.
You know, we got to learn though. We've been at this other thing for 132 years, right?
Right.
And we are only been at this other thing for last 2 or 3 years,
Right.
you know. But still got to learn, and I think we will get there. So, you know, in the next 5 to 10 years, that's where we're going, Dana. I hope that answers your question.
Well, yeah, it does. And the one thing that I do admire about, you know, it's in my having been with Wheeler for 10 years, I think, and some of our folks, I hope, listen to this as well, is that one of the things that impressed me with Wheeler Mission when coming aboard 10 years ago was the longevity.
Yeah.
Has God's providence involved in this ministry, because it is now 132 years old. 132
Next Tuesday
Next
is our
Tuesday.
birthday. 132 years.
132 years old. How many ministries do we know that are that old? And
Very
how many
few.
of those in Indiana are that old, right? And so that is God's providence at work and providing a service to those that are experiencing homelessness for a long period of time. And it also shows that Wheeler is a grounded ministry that takes seriously what it's doing, right? And that's the thing that impresses me about Wheeler, as just not only just as employee, but as just a minister looking at Wheeler as a whole, and just the longevity and the soundness of it, right? And what a better organization to try a pilot like that, to try something like that, because we know it's going to be done thoroughly.
Yeah.
And I know some of the folks involved with it, and they're going to be with you tonight, Colleen and Terrence, right? Colleen and Terrence will be here with us tonight. They're behind some of this. And crafting a lot of these things for next stages. And so very smart, very wise people that are really going to move this thing forward. But I want to, if it's okay, if I toot the horn about Bloomington a little bit before we go.
Absolutely. We got a couple more minutes.
Yep, just a couple. And so we're in a campaign right now in Bloomington to build out our facilities, improve our facilities.
What's the campaign called?
Transferring Lives, Building Hope. So look for us on Facebook. Go to our Facebook page at Wheeler Mission Bloomington and check us out. And there's a lot of areas we want to check us out, but look there first. And but I want to shout out to our steering committee in Bloomington.
Yeah.
I want to say, let me say their names. We got some wonderful chairs down there. Thank you, guys in Bloomington. Yes. And I want to thank you to DG and Jenny Elmore, our chairs there. Wonderful couple. Their son Gant, his wife Meredith, our co-chairs. Our honorary chair, Peggy Welch. Thank you, Peggy. And then also want to lift up Andy Allard, one of our board members at Wheeler. Jenny's our board member as well. And he's on the committee. Jeff Houston's on our committee. Paul and Carol Gillard. Thank you, folks. Also want to shout out to Sean Chambers and Nate Peterman for their help with us on the steering committee as well. Great team. Those are new ones. Our new ones, yeah. Okay. So I want to thank you guys for helping so much. I think I mentioned Jeff Houston and Jeff Houston. Thank you guys for being a part of that. It is hard work, but but through God and the help of so many loyal donors, and we're really moving that ball forward. 3.6 out of 4.25 million. So excited about the next steps.
Not quite there yet.
Not quite there.
So Dana's a more courageous guy than he's brave. Well, I do not try to list names of people because I forget so much. So you did a great job, Dana. Thank you. So now that you listed all the names,
Yep.
Gave all the shouts out.
Yep.
One last thing.
Mm-hmm.
But number one, not only do I want to thank you for your heart, thank you for your personal friendship, because I didn't know you, before I came to Wheeler.
Right.
In this last year or so,
Yep.
You've been reporting directly to me,
I have.
and I've really enjoyed really enjoyed doing that.
That's a blessing.
So, but one last thing before we go, tell people how they can help Bloomington, help the campaign.
Mm-hmm.
And why don't you do a little preview? I'm putting you on the spot here. I'm putting him on the spot. Do a little preview for the public thing that we're going to be doing next spring. And tell people how they can help and contribute.
Okay. So right now, we're preparing several things. First of all, in our event-wise, we have the Drumstick in Indianapolis, but in Bloomington we have what's called the Dash for Shelter. It's a 5K. It'll be December 6th. 10 a.m. December 6th, Cars Farm Park. Join us there, please.
And it's going to be cold. It's always cold.
But Santa will be there. Come
Santa's
join us.
there.
Santa will be there. And so come join us December 6th at Cars Farm Park, Bloomington, Monroe County. Also, we're going to have a huge gala / anniversary, 10th anniversary shindig in Bloomington. Stay tuned for more details for that.
Sometime in the spring of 2026.
Late winter, early spring, 26. We want as many people to join us there. Stay tuned. We'll be doing more promotions of that really soon. And of course, if you want to help us with the campaign, we would like for you to go to Transforming Lives, Building Hope. You can Google it out. Go to the webpage and give online, or you can call us or email me.
Are you still giving tours?
And we're still giving tour. Lunch and Learns every Thursday at 12:30, Fridays at 11:30. Come join us. We'd love to share with you what we're doing down there in Bloomington.
Well, Dana, thank you so much. Before we go,
why
don't you give a shout out? You shouted out to everybody else. Why don't you give a shout out to your family who I know are up watching in Bloomington?
Well, let me, first of all, my dear wife, Joy, who has been with me for 37 years this year. We just celebrated our 37th, September 10th. And couldn't do any of this without you, sweetheart. So grateful for your support and just your counsel throughout the years. It's been invaluable. It's truly been from the Lord. And then I have 3 special children. My beautiful oldest daughter, Caitlin. Thank you, Caitlin, for being a part of my life. And my son, Ethan. And then my youngest daughter, Hannah, who's just doing wonderful. So thank you guys. And thanks for all your support.
Okay, great. And that's it. That's Dana Jones. Dana is a director of operations and all things in Bloomington for us for the past year or two. And he's doing a fantastic job. So Dana, thank you so much for driving up. But I tell you what, on the new 69, it makes it a zip. I mean, it used to take me from Carmel like an hour and a half to get down there. I can make it down to Bloomington now in under an hour. So Dana, you're going to see a whole lot more of me. You probably don't want to do that.
You're welcome anytime. Welcome anytime, Perry.
Anyway.
And so thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, my brother. Thank you
love you so much.
I appreciate it. Okay?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Now get up and go. Okay?
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Dana. I probably still got a few more minutes on this feed, and but I just want to say, that was I have really come
Wheeler
to
Mission
respect
Bloomington
and admire the work that Dana
exists
does
today
in
because of
very
a great
difficult market
need within
down
our
in
community.
Bloomington.
Like every
It's just
other
hard
community in
down
our
there
nation today,
because
we are
of
suffering with the long-term
homelessness
effects
on
of
such a rise.
homelessness and generational
Okay,
poverty.
that's it.
Today
That's
at
all I
Wheeler
gotta
Mission
say.
Bloomington, we offer a low barrier emergency sheltering. So for those who need a place to stay overnight, whether you're suffering with addictions, whether you're suffering with aging, whether you're suffering with a developmental disability, or whatever their need is for tonight, they can find a bed and they can find hope. We offer Christ-centered programs that address the spiritual element in a person, those experiencing not only poverty, but also spiritual poverty. And so that we can introduce them to Christ, giving not only hope for today and the things needed for today, but also hope beyond this.
So we've been connected with Wheeler Mission for about 25 years as a church, and we see them as partners in this community. As a church, we want to come alongside of people in our community that are doing good things that Jesus would be doing. And I think that he would be right there serving alongside of Dana and the crew at Wheeler Mission because they're doing such a great job of making an impact with the homeless population here in Bloomington. We've been financial supporters of Wheeler. We have sent volunteers there to serve and to help. And we've actually learned a lot from them too along the way of how we can come alongside of people who are just at risk and hurting and looking for Jesus. And so the partnership, I feel like, has gone both ways. We hopefully have been able to serve them, but in a lot of ways, I think that they have also made us a better church.
You know, we all go about our days and we see people who don't have the privilege and opportunity that we have. And it should demoralize our whole community and our country that we allow this. And so we have loved Wheeler for opening their hearts, because that's the work that is done here. And to let people know that we care. There's people out here who care. And Wheeler also provides an opportunity for the community to step in and be a part of that too. So there's more understanding and just a value add across the board for the community, for people who have lost so much, and for community partners and citizens that want to contribute in a meaningful way.
Yeah, I think that one of the differences that is in Indy, when we live there, they're certainly homeless. And you go downtown Indianapolis or whatever, you see homeless. But it's much different in a community like Bloomington. Like I said, we moved down here 7 years ago. And here it's because it's a smaller city, it's like, wow, this is really in your face. You just really feel like these are real people with real needs, and they're everywhere.
The effects of homelessness impacts us all. It leads to greater health risks, including disease and behavioral or mental health challenges. Housing provides a safe environment, reduces stress, and better access to health care. At IU Health, we are honored to support Wheeler Mission and other community organizations that are dedicated to helping our unhoused and vulnerable populations. Together, we can provide a healthier and more compassionate community.
I think the urgency in addressing homelessness is that it's very easy for us not to see it and not to take action. When I was growing up, one of the things that my parents used to tell us, if you do nothing, it grows, right? You don't do your yard, it grows. You don't, cultivate the weeds out of your yard, it's going to grow. And so I think when we think about homelessness, if we really want to see a decline in homelessness, we need to address homelessness where it is. It doesn't mean that we're going to have a society that's completely homeless-free. I think that we set high expectations, but the reality is some people may not be ready. But for those that are, I think that it's important for us to take every step and every means possible to help them get to a place where they feel whole again, where they are stable, where they feel as though they can contribute back to society.
Through this capital campaign, we'll focus on 4 programs to better serve our guest and community. The Safety and Security Program, Meal Service Program, Community Services and Crisis Support Program, and the Restoring Lives Program to provide resources for lasting change. But the work's not done. We need your help. By providing a 3-year financial pledge, you'll not only help make this vision of a better Bloomington come to life now, but for years to come.
Welcome back, folks. We're still here at Conversations on a Bench, and it's now about 9 o'clock. We've been out here since 3, and I got a whole lot more hours to go. But I'm glad you're watching, and I'm glad my family's watching. But I'm honored to have the gentleman sitting next to me, here sitting on the bench with me tonight at 9 o'clock in downtown Indianapolis, in the middle of October. And it's supposed to get cold tonight. But Chazelle Moore, and he's a cowboy. You can tell he's a cowboy. Look at the hat. But he is a case manager at our shelter for men, and he stays here and he lives upstairs at the MRC, which is our men's residential center. He's been with the Wheeler for a little bit, but he's got a compelling life transformation story, and I think you're going to be blessed with him just as much as I am. And so, Chazelle, welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks
So
for having
you
me.
like the heat? It's not too hot for you, is it?
No, that's fine. I'm from South Carolina. I'm used to
South
the heat.
Carolina.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's nice and warm down there.
Always.
Not like Indiana.
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at
Okay.
all.
Well, why don't you talk to me a little bit and tell me about Chazelle? How did Chazelle get to where he is, sitting on a bench with Perry? And how did you get here? And how did God lead you here?
Had a whole lot of ups and downs.
Like everybody.
Yeah, yes, like everyone else. Did not take heed to things that God was telling me and showing me in life, and wind up ruining my life, ruining a marriage, ruining 2 marriages for a fact. Disobeying God, wind up being homeless, sleeping in my van, losing my house, lost my job, and I had a deacon at my church wind up coming through Wheeler Mission years prior.
He had come here before.
Deacon Calloway.
Okay.
Yes.
And he told you about us.
He told me about Wheeler Mission. I was very hesitant to come, and eventually came down here, stayed over at SFM. Came here when Tammy told me about some of the programs. Gave a testimony here. I was on a cane for 3 years. Prayed for someone, and they told me that God told me he would heal me. And not only did he heal me physically, he healed me mentally.
No, just stop right there. Stop right there. Hold your horses. You're on a cane?
Yes.
Okay. And you're not walking with a cane now.
Well, I had to have a knee surgery, a hernia surgery.
Okay.
I had sciatica, and the doctors wanted me
Wow.
to put 4 bolts in my back,
Oh,
file
my.
my spine down,
Oh, my.
because they told me the curve in it was too big. But again, like I said, I prayed with a gentleman when I got here, and he told me God said he would heal you. And it's been over a year,
Oh, wow.
almost 2 years since I've been without a cane.
Oh, my goodness.
And so God definitely,
Hallelujah.
he healed my body, healed my mind, and Wheeler Mission has been a life-changing place for me. I went to one of the programs at Camp in Bloomington, Camp Hunt.
Okay.
Stayed there for 36 weeks. Came back here and at MRC started working over at SFM as GSC. Was promoted to case manager, and in the midst of that, I just stayed with my home church. My children and I have reconnected. It's still
good. Oh,
still a whole lot of kind of ups and downs, but they know
there was a lot of broken relationships.
a whole
I'm
lot of
sure.
brokenness, a whole lot of heartache, pain that I caused being in and out of their lives.
Mm.
And the trust issue, they weren't sure that I had changed. And they told me, you just want to get back in our life just so you can tell us what to do. And we're not sure that you're going to change and that you're a different person. And it's been some time, but they see that I am a different person. And the relationships are slowly mending.
Good for you. Good
Spend
for
time
you.
with my daughters,
Good
my
for you.
granddaughter, my sons. And so it's been God has been a real major bridge in my life in helping rebuild the brokenness, the emptiness, the torn heartache and pain. He's even rebuilt my relationships with my ex-wife.
Oh, really?
All of the pain I've caused her.
Good for
Now,
you. Good for you.
when I talk to her now, she tells me that she's proud of me. And I tell her it's nothing about me, it's all about God. But she always tells me, Chazelle, you had a part in it as well. And you surrendered to God and you gave it all over to him. And so it's always very touching when I see how proud of me she is now, because
Gosh,
what I took her through, what I put her
that's
through.
true life transformation, right?
Yes, it
And
is.
How long did it take all of this to happen, Chazelle? 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, or what
It's-
period of time?
It's been a 20-year process from my first divorce up until now. It's just all in this last year where God has really begun to mend everything and put it together. Because again, I was in and out of church and I had not yet surrendered to God. And so they saw the brokenness, they saw the continuation of the lies, and they saw he hasn't changed, but since going to camp and just really giving God this foundation and
Yeah.
Wheel of Mission. Wheel of Mission is definitely a godsend. What Wheel of Mission has done in my life, it would have taken me a lifetime on my own to try to redo or rebuild. But
So this is the last year you came to Wheel of Mission.
in the last
You've
year,
done
I came
all
to
of
Wheel of
this
Mission.
with the last part of that story. You've done all that in a year?
God did all of this in a year.
Oh my
I
goodness.
just walked where He told me to walk.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, a lot of people, it's a cliche, trust in the Lord with all thy heart, lean not to thine own understanding, and all your ways acknowledge Him, and He shall direct your path. I went from sleeping in my van, sleeping in a hotel. God led me to Wheel of Mission when I didn't want to come and when I knew it was my last hope. And again, Tammy with the programs, she brought me over here. I was here for 7 days, so it was a complete just 8 days. And I tell people all the time, 8 is a number of renewal. God renewed creation with Noah and 8 people on the ark, and so in those 8 days, he got me here.
And then we sent
got
you
me
down
out
to
to
camp.
And I surrendered. It was a complete surrender. I told God, wherever you want to send me, you go before me, you go with me, and you go after me. And God's plan was camp.
So tell me, you kind of told me about what you do here, as a case manager, right? How many
Yes.
men do you have, by the way, over at SFM?
From any given time, we have anywhere between 150 to 200 men.
Okay.
And
How many do you, as a case manager, have responsibility for? Probably a dozen or so? Is it more than that?
I have at least, I would say, close to 20 guys
Oh,
on
wow.
my caseload.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Your caseload is about 20 men. Okay.
Yes.
So those 20 men are very fortunate to have you. And I'm sure when they hear your story, that just like them, you were just where they are
Yes.
just a little more than a year or two ago, right?
Yes.
And I'm sure the barriers come down, the walls start evaporating, and then that leads to vulnerability. And then you can do your work.
Yes. And most people, when I tell them who I used to be as opposed to who I am now,
They can't believe it.
they can't believe it. And it's like, we definitely don't see that. A former drug dealer, a former womanizer, a former manipulator, liar. It's like, there's no way. And then I tell them about how good God is. And again, Wheel of Mission in the programs.
Yeah.
And when you open yourself up to God, what God can and will do in your life.
He'll open the doors.
Yes, He will. Yes, He will.
So let me ask you a question. And this is about authentic, transparent conversations. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some of your struggles or your obstacles. What were some of your biggest obstacles or struggles to getting to where you are right now?
Where I am right now, I mean, I did smoke marijuana, smoke cigarettes, drink alcohol. My biggest problem was lust of the flesh, pornography, and just sexual addiction. And that's caused all of my problems, most of my problems throughout my life. Just being able to be friends with a woman without expecting anything and nothing in return, just being someone's friend. And now I'm able. And I have to be mindful because I have to look at my daughters, I have to look at my granddaughter, and I don't want them to endure the pain that I've caused to their mothers, the pain I've caused to other women. And so I often think how the women that God have been sending in my life all the way up to this point, how they were broken, they were damaged, they had gone through their own heartaches. And instead of me giving them the word of God, it was just all about what can I get? And now I see that pain, I see that heartache, and I had to end that cycle, and I had to give it all over to God in order for Him to help me end that cycle. And so to be able to teach my daughters about that wolf in sheep clothing called a man.
Like you were,
like
right?
I was, exactly like I was.
Yeah. Are they listening, Joselle?
They're starting to listen. Yes, they're starting to listen.
That's good. So those are some of the struggles leading up to Wheeler. Then you went to our camp in the program. What were some obstacles while at camp? Now you're down in Bloomington at Camp Hunt, which is a facility we have down there for drug and alcohol addiction recovery for men, and it's a pretty clustered environment. You're in the middle of nowhere, right? And it is a pretty intense program, and it's very structured, and it's something that we're pretty proud of. But it's not for everybody.
No, it's
not. But it is a program that if you work it and you stick with it, and you trust God, I can't guarantee you're gonna turn out like Chazelle, but you're gonna be better going through our program than when you came in. So while at camp in the program, tell me, what I want to do is listen. As a CEO, one of my jobs is to listen, to try to make the organization better, and I have the resources to do that. So tell me some of the struggles and obstacles you encountered while at the program, while at camp. And this has been totally honest and authentic and transparent. Hey, and you're not tattletaling on anybody.
No, just for me, I knew my purpose for being there. I was broken. I was at my lowest. Some of the other guys struggling with smoking, drinking, and some of the same addictions. Uh, when I got to SFM, I smoked my last 3 cigarettes. I had already told God I was done.
Yeah.
I was done. And so once I got to camp, I mean, the seclusion.
Yeah.
For me, I
It
tell
helps.
people all the time, God wasn't lost, but I found him there. And the little work detail,
Yep.
God, work detail, God. I played a whole lot of pool. I'd have the rec
Did
area.
you?
I shot a whole lot of pool, and there was a lot of great guys there.
There's some basketball down there. Oh,
My knees were still, so I really couldn't shoot too much basketball. But I spent a whole lot of time
And
on
the
the
lake,
pool
isn't the
table.
lake
And the
great?
lake, the lake is wonderful,
Isn't it
man.
calming and peaceful?
It's nice and soothing, that tranquility. I mean, it's nice and relaxing. I mean, you see a few little snakes here and there, and
yeah.
just other little wildlife. But for me, it was the pool table. It was just another
Really?
addiction.
Really.
In time, I knew I should have been reading my Bible.
Yeah.
I was on the pool
You're
table.
playing pool.
I was playing pool, and we have our on Monday nights. It was kind of like not quiet time, but I forgot exactly what it was called. But we were supposed to just reflect on everything on Mondays.
Yeah.
And there's been a few times I was just so tuned in on the pool table. I found myself on times when I wasn't supposed to be shooting pool down there in the pool hall, and a few of the SLTs, the servant leaders in training, had to come in and remind me, Chazelle, you're not supposed to be in here. And it's like, oh man, I forgot. And one of the hardest things, I was just rebuilding my relationships with my children.
Yeah.
And just getting back in their lives, and then having to leave again for 36 weeks, 9 months,
hard.
whatever you want to call it.
I'm sure it was hard.
Yes, it was hard. And writing letters to my family members, trying to remember phone numbers and addresses when I haven't spoken to people in months at a time, because I used to avoid my family members. I used to avoid my church family members, and because I didn't want anybody to know what all I was doing, just still living in the world. So just still being manipulative, deceitful, and lying, just flat out lying. So I tried to hide a lot, and then I found myself longing for those conversations with the same people I've been hiding from. My daughters, my parents back in South Carolina, my siblings in South Carolina, my church family, and one of the instructors there, he allowed me to reach out on Facebook, and my dad called.
Yeah.
And
take your time. Take your time. Here. So folks, you can't get more authentic than this, right? This is called, Conversations on a Bench, authentic, transparent relationships. We're going to give him a little moment here, but he's emotional, and I appreciate that. That means what he's saying is really personal, and it's what's touching his heart. So just give him a moment.
oh, Jesus. Yes, my dad called, and they allowed me to speak with him even when I shouldn't have, and I thank them so much. They know who they are. Dennis Abrams, Chris Thomas, Mr. Rowland.
Those are real employees down there.
Yes.
We're so fortunate to have Chazelle here, right? And if that can't touch you, I don't know what will. It's all about relationships. Jesus was all about relationships. People often have asked me, about the bench. What does the bench mean? If something ordinary like a bench, you can't get too much more ordinary than a bench, can be a vehicle, can be a mechanism to have extraordinary moments. This is an extraordinary moment. 9 o'clock, 9:10 down here in downtown Indianapolis. We're out in the elements, and we're having this kind of reaction and this kind of transparency. If that doesn't touch you, folks, I honestly don't know what will. He has experienced true life transformation. You want to know why I do what I do? Why my 200 plus employees do what they do? Right there. That's it. Okay. So now look at you. You got me all emotional. I promised myself I was not going to get too emotional here.
Expecting this.
Okay.
Yes, when I was able to speak to my dad, he was able to tell my siblings and my mom where I was. And it was a relief because my family knew where I was and I was able to stay in touch with them. And
that was a very important phone call for you.
Yes, it was very important.
What he was basically giving you his blessing.
Yes.
And don't we all want blessings from our fathers?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
so
we do.
important. It's so important.
Very important.
Not to say blessings from mom is not important, but there's something special,
Yes. it
very
is.
special, about a blessing from a father. And that's what Giselle experienced. Giselle, I'm gonna let you go, right? Okay, you're like, thank you, Perry, thank you for letting me go. All right. So now you've got to go about 100 feet right
Yes.
up to the fourth floor
Yes.
of our men's residential center, which is right across the parking lot.
Yes.
But I can't thank you enough and tell you how much this meant to me, and I know how much it's meant to the people who are watching on Facebook Live and on YouTube. So thank you so much. Thank you for being a case manager.
Yes, sir.
And I think those 20 men are pretty darn lucky to have you.
Amen.
Okay?
Amen.
Thank you.
Amen.
No, this deserves a hug. Okay? Thank you so much. Okay? That's my cowboy. Giselle Moore.
So the Wheeler Mission Program is a 9-month program that gets guys away from negative environments that they may be in with addiction. It gives them a chance to kind of get away from their past and kind of be in the present with nature and kind of start with their head and go to their heart and then go to their hands. So a typical day here at the Hebron program, their day is structured throughout the day with activities, classes, with group therapy, individual therapy, and then work therapy. On the weekends and the evenings, the guys have time. We have a weight room, we have a gymnasium they can play basketball and volleyball in. Along with the 285 acres, we have hiking trails and we have a lake. We have 9 months of a free program. So we just kind of greet them as they are, accept them for who they are, and we just work with them. So one of the benefits of being director is you get a front row seat to seeing lives transformed. You have families that have been restored. Husband and wives are getting back together. The kids are finally talking to their parents. And so you see that, not only the physical transformation, but you see guys coming from jail. And they not only get freedom from the jail cell, but they find freedom in Christ. They also find friends that they may never have had. And you just see this burden lifted off of them. It's incredible.
Since coming to the Hebron program, my life has been completely transformed, and I went from really a hopeless drug addict, not thinking that I would live past 30, to having a very successful life in Christ. It teaches men who have struggled to hold down a job, who don't have much work ethic, who don't have a lot of skills, learn some skills that they can take with them to be successful in the workplace when they leave.
I've been given an opportunity to work a job where I'm doing the exact same thing that was done for me when I first came to Hebron. If you're on the fence about the Wheeler Addiction Recovery Program in Hebron, I would encourage you to reach out for help. Nothing changes if nothing changes. There are things beyond anything you can imagine on the other side of addiction. Don't wait.
Higher Ground is our 6 to 8 month addiction recovery program that's specifically for women who are struggling with life-dominating addictions. anything from drugs to alcohol, just something that is completely controlling their life. The curriculum that we use in Higher Ground really delves into all of the aspects of addiction. So we look at how it affects our physical, emotional, mental, relational, financial, all of these elements. Using this evidence-based curriculum, we get the opportunity to dive deep to start planning a new way of living, a new way of being. Some reasons that people might be afraid to join the program is fear of the cost or fear that they're going to be sitting in a room just reading a book. We are a 100% free program that has so much life happening. So the ladies are involved in life skills classes and counseling groups. They have the opportunity to work out in the gym. We see so much where they get the opportunity just to walk out what it looks like in a practical day-to-day way to live in recovery. Maybe for a long time it's felt like other people have made choices for them, but when they come here to Wheeler, they're able to decide and to choose, is this the life that they want to live? And they can start making choices that are good for their family and good for themselves.
Wheeler Mission has changed me completely. I was struggling with an addiction that caused me several relationships, my peace, my joy. Wheeler's given me a place that I call home. It's definitely love here, and I love coming here every single day. We believe that relationships are what restores someone back to right standing with God and with others. So working on positive relationships with themselves and each other. Restore Creations is a part of our program that allows our guests to practice transferable job skill training. So they have a resume that they establish and can build while just working in Restore Creations. We also write a reference letter for them. So we are hoping that they will use these skills to take out into the community and get the employment that they desire. We're not just pushing them out the door because their time is up. We're saying, hey, what would you like to do? And how can we help you get there? If you are someone that's struggling with addiction or you are a family member of someone struggling, please give us a call and reach out. We would love to help you transform your life.
Hey folks, we're back at Conversations on the Bench, and we're going into probably the hour number 6, going on 7. Conversations on the Bench, a 24-hour live stream that were part of a national effort across all missions around the United States. And so I am so fortunate to have the newest member of our executive team. You know, her name is Arvetta, and Arvetta Jajamwa. Whoa, why? I always ask her, you know, and so Arvetta has been with us since April, and she is our Chief Development Officer. And I just want to introduce you to her and some of the good things that she's doing as our Chief Development Officer, and let her tell you a little bit about her background. She's a PK. She's a preacher's kid. So, you know, we know about preacher's kids, right? But we're so fortunate to have Arvetta. And so, Arvetta, thank you for coming and sitting on the bench.
Yes, I'm happy to be here, Perry.
Okay.
It's such an exciting time.
Okay, and you left a husband and a teenager back home.
That's right. Yeah.
On a school night.
Yep. I have 2 boys. My oldest is at Ohio State. He's 20. The Ohio State University.
Okay. I'm surprised you didn't say the.
Yeah,
you always say
the Ohio State University. And then my youngest son, he's 14, Jacob, he's at home in 8th grade with my husband. So, yeah.
Okay, well,
just
thanks
hanging out
here.
tonight. Yeah.
Thanks for being here. So tell us a little bit about why you're less than 6 months here at Wheeler, right?
Yep.
How did you get to Wheeler? You know, I know, there's a job and everything like that, but there's more that brought you here than just a job. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah. I mean, I've been in philanthropy for over 25 years now.
25 years?
Yes.
You're young.
Yes.
You look so young to have some work 25 years.
I'm not going to say how old I am.
Whatever.
But since I was 22,
okay.
I've been working in philanthropy and nonprofits. And honestly, being advanced in my career, at this point, I was really looking for an organization that, just made a great impact in our community. And Wheeler really does that. Quite honestly, I was looking for just a way to continue to be my authentic self as well, and continue to grow and develop, as well as bring my skills to the organization.
So that's what brought you here to Wheeler.
And of course the Christ-centered background and our mission and our focus as well.
So tell me a little bit about the team you lead. It's one of our most important teams here at Wheeler. all the teams are important, but tell us about, the development team, which is essentially, for folks who really don't understand what development is, it's fundraising.
Yeah.
That's basically what it is. So tell us a little bit about that.
Sure. So my team, we raise the funds for the organization. One thing that's great about Wheeler is 90% of the money we raise, as you know, it comes from individual contributions. So individuals like yourself support the organization, and that contributes to our pretty significant budget as an organization. So my team, works with individuals, kind of determines what their churches, what their values are, and tries to find alignment in what we're doing as an organization. And when those interests and missions align, we raise funds in support of that. So we're raising pretty significant funds for the organization. It's important. It's great as an organization that most of our funds do come from individuals. So we're not reliant on a lot of grants like many other organizations, which we're thankful for that.
Yeah. So right now there is a lot of turmoil. Not only in society, but also particularly in public policies and with a lot of funding out there. So how do you anticipate or think that's gonna? I think I know the answer to the question, but how do you think that's gonna affect Wheeler?
Honestly, what's great about, where we sit as an organization, like I said, I'm thankful that most of our contributions do come from individuals. Yep. So, at Wheeler,
as opposed to government funds.
Wheeler has no government funding, which is amazing, right? That we don't receive any government funds. So that enables us to really do the things that we can do best and best serve our guests. So I love the fact that we are not reliant on the federal funds. So oftentimes, I teach at the School of Philanthropy, as you know,
That's right.
And I get asked about it often. How is the funding affecting Wheeler? What are you all doing? And fortunately, we are still continuing along the path, steady, right? We are still continuing to do what we do, raise funds for the organization, and right now we're ahead of budget. I won't say how much because I am a fundraiser. We still need donations.
Need donations.
Always WheelerMission.org for donations. But thankfully, we have not been impacted at all.
Yeah. I mean, we have been impacted in that our brothers and sister organizations are impacted,
right?
And that affects us too in a tangential way, in kind of an indirect way. And so, we are impacted, but in a very discreet, indirect way. Tell me a little bit about your vision and kind of, fundraising is such a mystery for a lot of people, and you've done it successfully in different organizations. What do you think the keys are to successful fundraising for the nonprofit organization?
Yeah, that's a great question, Perry. I think the key is really understanding your donors, understanding, what makes them tick, what makes them want to give, their values, ensuring that, what you do as an organization is aligned with that. That's probably one of the key things that I've seen just throughout my career, because I've had an opportunity to work at, various different organizations, higher education, of course, public health, as well as hospitals. And, really what remains constant in all of that, and I see it at Wheeler, is really understanding your donors. Why do they give? What speaks to them within your organization, and really continuing to convey that. And myself, as well as our donor relations officers, we really focus in on that.
Yep.
That is so key to the work that we do on a daily basis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, and this is authentic conversations on a bench, right?
Yeah.
Transparent conversation.
Yep.
If you could wave a magic wand and you had all the resources at your fingertips, and I've been asking several people the same question, what would you do?
Oh, from a development perspective, there are a lot of opportunities here at Wheeler just to continue to grow the work that we do, grow staff, grow capacity. as an organization, as we've talked about, there are opportunities for us to grow and get into the housing world, right? And do more.
What do you mean by that? Tell me what you mean by that. I've been teasing a little
You've
bit
been
talking
teasing.
about it. Why don't you explore it a little bit more?
Yeah, I can explore that. So, right now, as we are offering a form of what we would call transitional housing that's directly related to programs. So I think continuing to really expand upon that, because what we have learned at Wheeler is that people want to be in community. In many cases, in talking with our programs team, they always share that homelessness is not.
And we've got programs folks coming up next.
We
I
do.
think
We do.
Yeah.
We have Colleen and
Yeah.
Terrence,
Yeah.
and they'll allude to this as well. What we find is that oftentimes homelessness, people end up in their circumstances not because of maybe, financial or some other direct reasons, but it might be because of a loss in relationships. So when we talk about housing, our housing strategy is really around people living in community.
It's not just about a place to live.
It's not
right?
just about a place to live, and it's about the wraparound services that these individuals give to put them on a trajectory to life transformation, which is really ultimately our goal as an organization. And that's, that is, I would say certainly that's our mission, right? But my team is responsible for conveying that to our donors and to the community. And it's a full circle thing. So when you talk about vision, my vision does relate, absolutely back to that. Is how can we continue to tell the stories that are around life transformation? Because that's what resonates with donors. They want to see the full scope of what we do, the full continuum.
And everybody loves stories. A story is the best way to convey, a point. Jesus was probably the master storyteller, right?
Oh, yeah.
He loved parables. He loved telling stories. And he loved using ordinary things, everyday things, to talk about something extraordinary. Kind of like a bench. Kind of like this bench, which has a great story. The folks, the guys that are down at our facility in Bloomington, at our pallet shop, made this, right?
That's right, yeah.
And when I say guys, it's really men who are currently in our programs for drug and alcohol addiction recovery programs, in our long-term recovery program down in Bloomington, just on the outskirts of Bloomington. So this bench has a story. Stories
Special
are
meaning.
extremely important. And we, from our standpoint, this ordinary thing like a bench becomes something extraordinary. And when people tell their stories, like your story.
Yeah.
Let me probe a little bit more on your story, right?
He's going there. I'm a preacher's kid.
I'm going there. You're a preacher's kid.
Yep.
So tell us a little bit about, your Southern Indiana roots.
Yeah, so I'm originally from Evansville, Indiana. My dad, he actually was a minister in the Christian Methodist Episcopal Church for 30 years. CME.
I grew up AME.
Okay,
Yeah.
All right. I don't think I knew that. Yeah. So I think CME was a branch off of AME.
They're all branches of the Methodist Church, right?
But he was a pastor for over 30 years, and he pastored a lot of churches in Western Kentucky, actually where you're from. So as a child, CME ministers, they often travel from church to church.
They do,
so
always.
I grew up, as a preacher's kid, and I always felt like, every year or two, I was almost like reinventing myself in a way, getting used to the new church environment. But I loved it, right? Because in a lot of ways, it was it was a great development for me as a child. And
you
really
learn to be adaptable, and flexible,
adaptable,
for sure.
Flexible. And I think it really has aided in the reason why I started to go into philanthropy and do passionate work. Just because of, being in that environment. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. Yeah. And my grandmother also was just a great influence on me as well when it comes to that. I mean, she was a social worker in Evansville. She worked for the Community Action Place of Evansville.
Okay.
So
Is it still around? It still exists today?
Cape. It still exists today. Of course, she is deceased, but she was a strong advocate for her community. And, in combination with, obviously, from my dad being a pastor, her influence, that's kind of what, I would say, what directed me to go into philanthropy and nonprofit work. You know, I've spent my whole career in it, so I just enjoy it.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
And I've asked a couple people this. When you first heard about what we're doing with Conversations on the Bench, tell me honestly, what did you think? You know, did you understand it? Do you think it was the weirdest thing in the world? You know, I've had my son say, Dad, why a bench? Why can't they just come to your office? You know, and I'm like, no. I want to be outside. I want to be where people can see me. People can walk up, and they've already walked up. Several walk-ups already, and I love that, you know, besides the ones that we have scheduled. But tell me what you thought about, you know, honestly, when you first heard about the idea or concept of Conversations on the Bench. And I'll tell you, when I first heard about it, I'm like, well, what are y'all talking about?
Yeah, it was the same case for me. I think we both heard it at the same place at the City Gate National Conference in Phoenix, Arizona, back in May. So this is, of course, it's nationwide. We're all sitting on benches. And at first, honestly, I was like, I don't know if Perry's going to do this or not.
I kind of had to be talked
I was a
into
month
it.
in, so I couldn't really tell you, my new boss, that I was like, I don't know about this, if he's going to actually lay on the bench or not.
I had to pray about it. Trust me, I had to pray about this.
But Brian and I were like, I think we can convince him to do this. So yeah.
Y'all did.
And we
I'm
did,
here.
and now we're here.
So y'all get to go home to warm beds, you know, and wake up to a nice breakfast, you know, tomorrow. And I'm here through breakfast, through lunch, until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So, but yeah, I'm here. But you know what? I've been blessed already. And I'm sure throughout the evening, I'm going to be even more blessed. And so it's just been a blessing talking to all the folks. And so I get to talk to you guys every day. Yeah. But I love putting you guys on the spot. I really do. In front of the camera.
Me on the spot.
Putting on the spot and right in front of the camera. I love doing that. But it's been a pleasure. And so I really thank you for thank your husband Val and your son for lending me, you know, lending you to me, you know, after hours and after work. And so thank you so much.
Happy to be here.
Okay. And you're gonna be in the office tomorrow?
I will be.
Okay. I'll be right
actually,
down
I'll
here.
probably be here in the morning, right?
Okay. Well, thank you, Arvette. I appreciate it. Okay. And so I think that's it for us, you know, in terms of this segment. And, you know, and I know we're going to do something nationally, you know, and go to a national feed. But what that will allow me to do is like give me a little rest, get up and walk around a little bit from sitting on this hard bench. But that would be a respite for me. And I think I want to get another cup of coffee because I got a long night ahead. A long night. And so that's what I think I'm going to do. And so I'm going to sign off. And I don't know if they're going to do the stuff that they have to do in the back, but they're telling me that it's a national feed. And usually with the national feed, it's like a pretty hard stop and a hard cut. So if they cut me off in mid-sentence, you'll know why. It's not that I don't love you. It's because they're cutting me off, okay? So, and that's about all I got to say for that. Okay.
Oh.
And it looks like we're going to play a video next. And so, but we'll get a break here.
Every woman's journey is different, but at Wheeler Mission, hope begins with a safe place to heal, grow, and dream again. Our women's residential services provide more than just shelter. They offer stability, care, and a path forward, no matter what challenges you're facing. Many women first arrive through our emergency shelter, exhausted, uncertain, and ready for a new chapter. From there, we offer a bridge to something deeper, the opportunity for lasting transformation. For women unable to pursue traditional employment due to physical or mental health challenges, our wellness program offers a place to stabilize and rebuild. Our work readiness program empowers women seeking employment and independence. Over 6 to 9 months, women gain job readiness training, financial literacy, and career support, all in a Christ-centered, trauma-informed community. For women overcoming addiction, Higher Ground offers a long-term, faith-based residential recovery program. With a focus on spiritual growth, accountability, and transformation, guests walk in grace toward lasting freedom. At Wheeler Mission, our goal is not to just meet short-term needs, but to walk with women through life transformation. Step by step, we help them rediscover identity, build confidence, and embrace a hopeful future. Because with the right support, a woman doesn't just survive, she thrives. Wheeler Mission. Help, Hope, Healing.
Awareness raising around issues of homelessness and mental health and addiction recovery. And it's my privilege to be able to talk with my good friend, Walter Kim, who's the president of the National Association of Evangelicals, and an important group in the life of faith and the journey that we have as Christ followers in the United States. And Walter, just really appreciate your leadership and what you bring to the conversation of how Christians engage in the public square and in conversations both locally and at a federal level with regard to government, and how we especially are able to live out our faith. Thanks for being with us.
Tom, thanks for the invitation. I love what you're doing. I love the chance to collaborate, and specifically the idea of conversations on a bench. I think it's fantastic.
Cool. So when we think about the National Association of Evangelicals, or we think about evangelicals in general, I think it's an often misunderstood group, and we think of it sometimes as a voting bloc, or we could think about it as people of faith who have a very deep faith and desire to follow Christ in what they do. I mean, as you think about evangelicals today, what would you hope their influence would be in our country?
Yeah, Tom, thanks for the question. Certainly is a contended term and has a contended place in our society at this particular moment, highly politicized. But I want to get back to what it means to be an evangelical. I mean, the term evangelical is based on the Greek word euangelion, the good news. So to be an evangelical, it is to be a good news person. Mm-hmm. And over the course of history, the last few centuries, the term evangelical would be used in church history to describe moments in which God's Spirit seemed to be especially at work, whether it was during the Reformation and early reformers were called evangelicals, or during the 17 and 1800s where people of the first and second Great Awakening were called evangelicals, or even in the post-World War II moment in the 1950s, the term evangelical came back again in order to describe this phenomenon of this moment of recovery and renewal of the good news of Jesus that is both in proclamation, but also in demonstration. And I think holding those two things together for the fullness of what it means to be gospel people, I think is essential. And I think we can unpack this in our conversation. And in many ways, a Citygate represents this marriage of the good news, both in word and in deed, in proclamation and in demonstration. And this really would be my hope, that there would be a renewal of God's Spirit among his people, that we would show forth this good news of Jesus in word and deed, and have a very compelling and transformational witness.
Yeah, absolutely, Walter. I think there's a piece of gospel that really lives itself out in compassion for neighbor. And I think we look in James sometimes and we talk about faith without works or faith without deeds. And we understand gospel as sharing the good news, that how will they hear without a preacher? And yet then the living out of our faith as well. How might you kind of bring some definition to the proclamation piece of the gospel, and then what that looks like as demonstration of the gospel?
Yeah, I mean, clearly at the heart of this is Jesus, right? Jesus, as he introduced himself in Luke chapter 4, opened up the scroll of Isaiah and read it out and said, you know, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me to proclaim good news to the poor. And upon me, there's this recognition that Jesus was the fulfillment of all the Old Testament storyline. He was prophet, priest, and king. He was God's son, the revelation, achieving the things for the people of God that the people of God failed to do, but in God's great wisdom and plan brought Jesus, the suffering servant, the Lamb of God, the Alpha and Omega. You name it, the forgiveness of our sins. But just to leave it at the forgiveness of our personal sins is like going to this beautiful mansion, and the entryway, we get into the foyer and we stop there. It's like, okay, this is good. What forgiveness of sins gets us into the mansion, into the kingdom of God. But we don't want to stop there. We want to explore the richness of the kingdom of God. That's why throughout the scriptures, in the Old Testament and the New Testament, that proclamation of salvation and deliverance in Christ or in Yahweh in the Old Testament was coupled with this demonstration. So the people of God freed from slavery in Egypt, the great deliverance of the people of God, that became the basis of a certain kind of logic of demonstration. God wanted his people to know, I, your Savior, have delivered you from bondage. So you too, because you were delivered, remember that you were slaves. You too need to care for those who are the widow, the orphan, the stranger among you, the poor. And in the New Testament, Jesus comes along and he has that same logic all along. Yes, it is the proclamation of our forgiveness of sins, but it is the demonstration of that toward the poor, toward the prisoner, toward the blind, toward those who are out of favor to discover the Lord's favor. I love the fact that the Apostle Paul in Galatians chapter 2, when his apostolic mission of proclamation to the Gentiles was being brought into question, he goes back to Jerusalem and he recounts how he got the approval from the elders in Jerusalem, the kind of head honcho apostles, and they admonish him not only to proclaim salvation to the Gentiles, but to remember the poor.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And Paul says, this very thing I have been eager to do. So there's always been this marriage between the proclamation of salvation in Christ and the demonstration of what that salvation means, particularly for the vulnerable.
Yeah. And so we certainly see what faith looks like as a theological concept or construct, and what it means then ultimately, and bringing us into relationship with God through Jesus Christ. But then there's this living out of that faith. I think too of Jesus in the Sermon on the Mount in Matthew 5, when he talked about being salt and light, that there's some kind of tangible result that comes from being people of faith. How do you see that living itself out in our world today, Walter?
Yeah, this was the powerful witness of the early church. Their transformed lives in the kind of cacophony of paganism with all these religions being proclaimed, and then on top of it all, the imperial cult of Caesar. It was the lives of Christians that made a difference. How they cared for those on the margin of society was completely countercultural to the Roman vision of power. It was absolutely transformational in urban settings where this is the time before sanitation. This was the time before even chimneys were invented. And so people cooking in their homes, I mean, it actually was a pretty brutish existence. And yet Christians came with mercy. And that mercy, it's like this virtuous cycle of the kingdom. Personal transformation of Christians led to the demonstration of the faith. That demonstration of faith made not just plausible that Jesus was the Savior, but it made it compelling. And so mercy ended up being a witness to the mission of proclamation. And it's just kind of this virtuous cycle. And I actually think that what happens at City Gate in our society, and maybe even more so, that we're coming to a post-Christian society with a pre-Christian opportunity. The same powerful witness in the pre-Christian pagan days that the early church had in its proclamation of Jesus, Lamb of God, Savior of the world, in the demonstration of what that looks like in the transformed lives of that community, led to this powerful witness. And in our society, the work in shelters, what would drive these people to care for those in need? For people who might not seem to have any political or material benefit, wouldn't advance our cause. What would drive people to such expressions of compassion, grace, and mercy, goodwill? What would drive people to spend their time, not only professionally, but the myriads of volunteers in the various shelters of City Gate? This is attention grabbing. And we may be at a time where the claims of Jesus
are being contested, where people are like, I don't want to hear about my need to be forgiven. But the demonstration of Jesus is undeniably powerful. What would get these groups of people to spend their lives in this way, caring for those without homes, providing shelter, providing food, providing the wraparound services of friendship to those who are friendless? Okay, there's something there that's worth pursuing. So I think of what you are doing in your networks as making not just plausible the claims of Jesus, but making absolutely compelling the claims of Jesus.
Yeah. Appreciate that, Walter, very much. And I know all of our leaders around the country as well. I think of, as you bring that historical perspective into it, and even our roots in the last century, where a lot of the famous evangelists, people like Dwight L. Moody and Billy Sunday, where they would have these revival crusades, they would come in, and the last crusade, they would challenge the people there to put their faith into action by starting a rescue mission in their community or a shelter in their community to be able to bring help and healing and love in the name of Jesus. And those evangelistic crusades, which were very much focused on proclamation, would end with ultimately this demonstration or challenge for demonstrating the love of Christ. And many of our missions, their stories are rooted to those revivals where they were actually started out of a holistic gospel vision, ultimately that came from those evangelists. So we would often think would be only proclamation, very much were challenging toward a demonstration of the gospel as well.
Yeah, what a compelling thing. And that it is so like the Spirit of God to do that.
Yes.
To marry those things together.
Yeah. Yeah. So as we look at the challenges in our world, and certainly we see these things around us and around injustice and poverty. And in the last 2 years, 2 years ago, there was a 12% rise in homelessness. And this past year was an 18% increase in those experiencing homelessness. If you were to bring more of a prophetic word to how Christians should be challenged to engage in issues of injustice and poverty, polarization, racism, homelessness, addiction recovery, what would that word of challenge be?
I would say there are three things.
Yeah.
One, don't let ideology prevent you from getting involved. So I think in our ideologically contentious moment, debating on, is this systemic? Is this personal? How should the government be involved or not involved? Or, all the debates that are unfolding right now, ideological debates, can freeze us and prevent us from involvement. So don't let ideology prevent your involvement. Just step in. You're not going to have perfect understanding of all the issues. Just step in. The second thing is we need to be personal. We need to make this not a political issue, but a personal issue. Get to know someone's story. Now, I know that those who are in City Gates, you are making this personal. You are living in proximity and living life with people, and you know their stories. They have names. They have a history. They have heartbreak. They have hope. But invite others into that. Don't worry if the statistics won't land. Don't worry if the angle and strategic vision won't land. Just invite fellow Christians into the experience of humanizing those who are living without homes, shelter, those who need rescuing. And lastly, remember that you're in it for the long game. Do not despair. Your labor is not in vain. And I think in this moment, we need all those three. Don't let ideology prevent you from your involvement. Don't let the political prevent you from being personal. Get to know the stories and invite others into that personal proximity. And lastly, do not give up.
Mhm. Appreciate that, Walter. I think that often we can let ideology get in the way of a willingness to jump in and actually get involved, and oftentimes too that it's the perseverance piece of continuing to just give of ourselves. And be able to live out faith not in the short term, but over a long-term commitment, as we recognize that faith is not just a temporal concept, but it really is an eternal concept, and that we continue to live that out day by day, moment by moment, in the many situations that we are. As you kind of take those things a little bit, maybe as we kind of wrap up, what word of encouragement would you give to maybe our leaders that are actually engaged on the front lines of ministry, or maybe some of those that are kind of tuning into these live streams and maybe haven't had the exposure, and they've kind of looked at issues of homelessness and mental health and addiction recovery, and they would maybe be more described as being on the sidelines, and they need to kind of jump in and get in the game in some way. What kind of encouragement could you offer those two different groups?
Yeah. To the first group, picking up on this from 1 Corinthians 15:58, your labor is not in vain.
Yeah.
Be immovable, be steadfast, knowing that your labor in the Lord is not in vain. Whether in this lifetime or in the lifetime to come, you will be richly rewarded, and not in a crass materialistic way, but the rewards of knowing that you can hear your Savior say, "Well done, good and faithful servant." Secondly, to those who are on the sidelines, if you ever want to be inspired to actually discover how transformational Jesus can be, if you want to have something more than a suburban Jesus or a Jesus that has been generationally taught to you, you want to see a renewal in your own life, yes, pray, yes, read the scriptures, get prayer. But I would say one of the most powerful ways that you could be renewed in your faith is to jump into the work of the Spirit of renewal. And that will take place in being a volunteer in some of these places where you will absolutely have all the evidence you need that Jesus can change lives, and you get to be a part of it. And I would have to say, having seen the stories of changed lives, it is a compelling witness. And let me just conclude with this then. I was at an event at an Ivy League school about the place of faith institutions. So this is a secular school, and I was invited to be a faith representative of what faith organizations actually do in the space of caring for the most vulnerable. And there was a moment in which the conversation became quite hostile to the place of evangelicals in society. And then another panelist stopped this. This is a person who is a social scientist, not a Christian, a social scientist, who said, wait a second, before we criticize the evangelicals, I want to let you know that the data is leading me to conclude that evangelicals, at least evangelicals that he's studying, they are some of the most influential forces for good in society. They are in the front lines of caring for those who have the deepest needs. They create spaces of hospitality and welcome. I mean, he's like proclaiming the gospel, right?
That's great. Yeah.
And if we as a country are ever going to get out of the mess that we're in, we're going to need the evangelicals. I think if a social scientist, non-Christian researcher can conclude that whatever the gospel is, whatever those good news people are, we actually need them in our moment.
That's just a great reinforcement and affirmation, I think, of what we're trying to do as we try to live out our faith. And just to say thanks, Walter, for this conversation and your willingness to provide leadership for this movement that really says what, as Christ followers, as people with the good news. How do we make that good in the lives of the people around us? And I'm just grateful to be able to be on this journey together, to be partners in the gospel, as Paul talks about in Philippians, knowing that, yes, our labor is not in vain, that it does make a difference in the lives of people. And at Citygate Network, we have thousands of stories of life transformation that come through the gospel, ultimately to bring help and hope and healing as people get closer in their own faith journey and in their relationship with Jesus Christ.
Thank you, Tom, for the gift of friendship and friendship in Christ and friendship on this mission.
Great. Blessings. We appreciate it. And we'll continue to have these conversations. And I know this brings a lot of value as we raise awareness about people experiencing homelessness in the United States, and those that are trying to overcome and experience freedom that we know comes through Jesus Christ. Thanks, Walter.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we are?
I'm going to turn my phone off, make sure. Okay.
Great to be able to continue with conversations on a bench and to have this conversation now with my good friend, Gabe Salguro. And Gabe is the
And it's still this camera right here, the non-blinking one.
Got it.
The other one is for Zoom and stuff like that. Hi guys, we're back at Conversations on a Bench, and so I've got two folks here that I'm so happy that they're here, flanking me on either side. Right, I got Terrence over here, and I got Colleen over here. And Terrence Harper is our Chief Program Officer for Men's, and Colleen Gore is our Chief Program Officer for Women. And so I asked them here. This is my first twofer, right, on the bench tonight, and it's going to be fun. And so we got a few minutes here with you. And we just want to talk a little bit about Wheeler's programs, what happens in our shelters, really just kind of our general philosophy. And I'm going to put them on the spot with a question or two. I'm not going to tell them what the question is, but put them on the spot a little bit. And so I have some authenticity. The whole thing is unscripted. We'll have an authentic conversation here on Conversations on a Bench. And so thank you guys for coming.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it, both of you.
Yeah.
You are? Okay.
I'm thinking like,
good.
what?
Good. So I talk to them every day, sometimes multiple times a day, but this is a chance to get them out of the element, and put them in the elements, get them outside the elements of the boardroom or the conference room that we're meeting in, and just have a candid dialogue about what we do at Wheeler, our general philosophies. Then I would love to know some good stories, because everybody loves a good story. And so I guess we'll start with Terrence.
Okay.
Right? Let's start with Terrence. Terrence,
Okay.
tell us a little bit about yourself, how you got here. Why is your butt sitting on the bench with me tonight?
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you for having me on the bench here. And I really appreciate the opportunity. Oftentimes, Perry, you've heard me say this, that I don't have to work for Wheeler. I get to work for Wheeler. And so that's kind of my thing there. That is just, I'm so thankful for having this opportunity just to be here. I've been here for going into my 5th year now.
Okay.
My background is in mental health and substance abuse. So I ran an entire continuum from partial hospitalization to intensive outpatient program and aftercare programs. And also during my career, I actually worked with young fathers, helping them to reconnect to their children with GED, life skills, and things of that nature. And so I'm a licensed mental health counselor and a licensed clinical addictions counselor as well. So in terms of what brought me here to Wheeler,
you're a pastor too, right?
Ordained minister and have
minister,
have pastor. Have pastored for a number of years as well. So one of the things that brought me here to Wheeler was that I was at a point in my life where I knew that there needed to be a change, just in terms of career-wise, because I knew what I was doing. It wasn't that I was so much stuck, as much as I just knew that it was time for something else different. And so it was during the COVID era that I just began looking and seeing what was out there, and happened to come across the opening for the Chief Program Officer here at Wheeler. And so applied for it, and I knew immediately that I was home.
It was one of those things, right?
Yeah, immediately I was at home. So, from there, just the opportunity and seeing what God has been doing in these last 5 years has been tremendous.
You started about a month or two before I did.
Yes,
right?
you sure did. Yeah.
So how's the journey been so far for you? And don't lie, this is authentic.
Right. It is authentic. It's been like any other journey,
Twists and turns.
Absolutely. Ups and downs and all those kind of things. But through it all, I've seen God's grace, and I've seen, God just continue to pour in wisdom, just leading me and guiding me. Because oftentimes I'll tell people that I'm actually a better follower than I am a leader.
Okay.
And so in order to be a leader, though, you have to learn how to be a follower.
That's humility right
and
there.
So that's where that's the standpoint that I come from.
Yeah.
And so it is an honor. I am humbled to be able to serve here, with you and with Colleen as well, and just the rest of the leadership here. We've got some top-notch leaders here at Wheeler Mission.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah,
we do. Thank you so much for leading on the men's side. What about you, Colleen?
I don't prefer to follow that.
Hey,
That was good. Next question. You're such a blessing sincerely to the ministry. So I have worked in social work, one form or another. I'm a social worker by trade for a few decades now. And
You're not going to tell us?
I don't think that's necessary.
Please. Tell us the years. He said it, but go ahead. Okay, we'll let her slide.
35 maybe.
Okay, good for you.
So
Okay.
a bit.
That's very courageous of you.
Worked in, it's very God of me. God just, this is who you are and this is what you do. So I started off in child welfare, so working with families even then.
Yeah.
And just a real passion to help people heal and remove the barriers that they have in front of them. And then what God did, because he's so fantastic, is about 18 years ago, he brought me to what was the Center for Women and Children. Before the Center for Women and Children was the Center for Women and Children. And so he brought me there to do a Bible study, which is something else that I love.
For
I
real?
love pouring into
Have I heard? Have I heard
you may
this?
not have heard this
I don't
story.
think I've heard
Right.
this.
So I was there with one of my very best lifelong friends, and we were doing a Bible study. And when we left, I said to her in the parking lot, you know what, when I'm done with graduate school, this would be like the perfect place to work because it would combine the things that I'm most passionate about, right? Jesus and all the best practice places. And we went on and didn't think another thing about it. And then a little over a year later, I ended up interviewing for what was at that point the director position at the CWC. And I didn't know they were the same place until the second interview because they were in a different location with a different name. And so I'm sitting in that second interview going, no way, look what God did, right? And it was kind of like your point of saying you knew you were home when you got there. I knew that I was there. One of the things that I love about Wheeler facilities is that you can feel the Holy Spirit when you walk in. I mean, it is just true. The guests, the volunteers, the staff all talk about it all the time. I felt that. I was drawn to that. And God has let me serve here now for 16 years in a couple of different roles. So that's how he got me here.
We're very, very happy to have you.
Thank you.
So I don't think I need the microphone. Usually I've got these things here that you can hear me. So they just need the microphone for you.
Got it.
So, but I one of the things that I like to do and talk to folks when they're sitting here on the bench with me is just be transparent and authentic and talk to me a little bit about some challenges that you've encountered, not only at Wheeler, but from the homeless standpoint here in Indianapolis. So we have a pretty unique landscape here in Indianapolis, right? And I think we have a great group of people, group of organizations, and we collaborate very well. But we got some pretty unique challenges in Indianapolis. For one, we're the largest metropolitan area without a quote city shelter, and that makes Wheeler somewhat unique among some of the other shelters across the country. And so tell me about some of the things that you've encountered over the years that have been challenges. I mean not necessarily problems or obstacles, but challenges that we've had to overcome, and we've obviously risen to the occasion as a community. I'm putting you on the spot.
You are, and actually, though, my first thought on that was a little bit of a spin. So I'm not from Indianapolis. I am an adopted Hoosier, right? I moved here in the late 80s, and but it is now home. But I'm very proud of our city because we do have, and I love this city.
Me too.
We have a lot of challenges. All major cities do, but the connection within service providers, including philanthropy from donors, volunteers, just all the way that the community comes together to attempt to solve problems. I genuinely think that's fantastic. And I am probably outside of how I get to serve and who we get to serve, that's probably one of the things I'm the most grateful for, is just the collaboration that happens in the community and the decision making that comes. I think that we have seen many of the same challenges that other major cities have. We've had different types of addiction crises roll through our community. We have major issues with housing. We have major issues with support for families. They're just vulnerable on so many levels, and that the number, just looking at homelessness itself, families experiencing homelessness has grown at a rate that is significantly outpacing the single homelessness. And you mentioned earlier in your 24 hours on a bench.
Not 24 hours yet, but it will be.
But you mentioned about the fact that it grew 7% just in the point in time count in the last year, right? But families are even more so. And so there are some things that are pretty unique to Indianapolis that do make it more difficult. We top some not great lists in the country as it pertains to eviction law. And so that impacts families more. That particularly the family most likely to be evicted is a mom of color with 2 or more kids, right? So there's some other issues that are represented by that too. So there are some things that we're working on, but I really do believe that we have a special city that cares about the people who live here and come together to try to solve those problems.
You know that housing piece is so important. I mean, and we're here in Wheeler, with the help of executives like Colleen and Terrence and several sit at the table and advise me. We're really starting to work to address some of those concerns with affordable housing and, just the next step, in terms of the journey of life transformation. Not only the front end, we're often seen as the front door to homelessness, and but what we have seen in our 132 years of operating here in Indianapolis is that it's just as important to look at and consider the back door as well. And so, and that means sober, affordable, self-sufficient housing that our folks can be self-sufficient in, but they need us. They need for us to come alongside them and help them, not only in the first couple of months, but probably a little bit further than that, further beyond. Terrence, I mean, one of the things that Colleen has, just physical location. She has a campus over there. She has everybody and everything. She's got emergency shelter servicing. She's got programs over there. She's got
I'm jealous.
Are you? I mean,
You
I
should
would
be.
too.
I mean, it's fair.
So Colleen's got all in one place.
Right.
You are all over the city, not only this city, but down in Bloomington. Talk to me about some of the challenges of leading that, managing that, and trying to put them all together in something that we call one wheeler. And that's an initiative that we have here. We're trying to blend and melt all of our disparate parts of our organization together. But you have a particularly unique challenge. And tell me a little bit about that.
Well, excellent question, first of all, because immediately what comes to mind for me are my directors and my program managers. So when it comes to those kind of things in the solidifying of making us still walk together in unison, I depend a lot on the directors and the program managers, and of course the case managers as well, all the way down to GSCs and program assistants and things like that. So for me, it is a juggling act, but it's all about, like we say here at Wheeler, it's about relationships, and it's about building the relationships and being able to trust those people that God has placed in those, and not, it's overused, micromanaging and things like that. So it's really about putting trust in them and making sure that communication is always there, and, always being there at the different locations when I need to be with the staff meetings and, meeting with the directors individually and things like that. So that's one of the most powerful, components, that I can see.
Both of you had your challenges and obstacles, and Colleen, you had a new building over there. We had some challenges with the new building. I remember when I first started, almost every week there was an issue, some kind of thing with this brand spanking new multi-million-dollar building, and I know that had to be a challenge as well.
That was a challenge. We had water features we didn't know we had. So they were pretty persistent.
But not only water, but just a multitude of challenges. And so, but no, they in the last year or so, they seem to has subsided. And I think it's just us getting into the building aging a little bit, getting a little age wear and tear under its belt, and so we're comfortably in that new building, new facility. It's a beautiful facility.
It's an incredible facility, and watching, I know this has been a couple years now, but watching when the guests first came into that new building and seeing reacting to all the intentionality of how we designed it, how we put it together, the dignity that we want that to represent, and seeing them kind of internalize that, that's been such a fantastic piece, right? That they know that they're worthy of all the good things that God would have for them, and that includes a place to live that represents that dignity. So yeah, I'm grateful for it, water features and all.
And Terrence, you're not as fortunate. Your building's a little older, you're right. This one over here,
I like seasoned.
Okay, whatever. Whatever, 1929 or whatever it was. I mean, that's a building, right? And that's just one building that you have, right? So, for both of you, we've talked a little bit about kind of work and kind of what you do here, and I want to know a little bit about the families, where how you grew up, where you come from, and not only what you do at Wheeler, but how did you get here? I mean, you talked a little bit about your background, and both from resume standpoint. I don't really care about that. I'm sorry, I just don't care.
It's great from our boss.
I don't care about that. I don't care about the resume stuff. Right. It's about people. It's about people's experiences and the perspective and the context in which you are making decisions, because that's what I depend on you guys for. I depend on you for wise, godly counsel in everything that we do, and so it's so important to know kind of what you've been through and where you come from. And so, who wants to start and answer that kind of question for you?
Holy moly!
Okay.
All right.
Okay, Terrence.
So I was raised with aunts and uncles. I'm from up north, South Bend,
Are you?
Indiana
Okay, I didn't know
area.
that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
So born and raised there, and raised by my grandmother.
Okay.
And so I always like to say, as far as my grandmother was concerned, that she preached education, but she lived salvation.
Okay.
And so it was that she planted the seeds in me early as far as
so good.
wanting to have a relationship with Jesus Christ. But of course, grandmother can only do so much, especially as I began to grow, into my teenage years and became rebellious and things like that, because my father was never in the picture. And so that was my affinity as far as wanting to work with young fathers, because there was that hole. And I always tell people all the time that no matter how old a man gets, if he doesn't have that connection, that relationship with his father, there's always something missing piece. But
something special about
it's something.
isn't it?
It is. There's something special about it. And so, knowing very well that my heavenly Father filled in those voids that my biological father, didn't fill in. And so, as time went on, and I began to walk out the things that she had instilled in me. But after veering off to the side and getting involved in alcohol and drugs, and I'd already had in my mind that, I'm moving out to California. I'm going to live the good life, and I'm going to do what I want to do.
From South Bend, Indiana.
Yeah, from South Bend, Indiana. I was going to do it. And so all of a sudden, what happened was that I began to think about those times that I had the most peace in my life.
Really?
Because at that point, my life was in turmoil. And so I'd gotten involved with the wrong crowds. And like I said, the alcohol and drug scene and everything that came along with that. And it was just turmoil. And so I began to think about, when was the last time that I had peace in my life? And I remember when I was sitting in church and I was listening to the word of God. And so all of a sudden, God began to move me back on a journey, towards him. And it was there that I accepted Christ, rededicated my life to Christ.
Nice.
And then I was off to the races, again, as far as
How
from a
old were you at
spiritual
that point,
standpoint.
Terrence?
I was around 21, 20, 21
Fairly
years
young,
old.
fairly young.
And so friends didn't believe that I really changed my life. They said, it's just a phase that he's going through. I've been going through this phase for decades now.
Yeah. At this point.
At this point. And so it was just knowing it to my grandmother and what she'd instilled in me. The Bible talks about how, train up a child in the way that he should go or she should go. And when they're old, they won't depart from him. So I didn't depart from him. So I just thank God, for that. And so finally, fast forwarding up, meeting my wife, we've been married, for over 30 plus years. I have two sons, 36 and 35 years old as well. And so they're doing quite well. And so it was very important for me to be a father, to be a good father, not to be a missing in action father, because there are a lot of fathers sometimes that are in the house, but that's all. They're just in the house physically.
Sure.
So it doesn't matter to me all the accolades in my career success that I had. At the end of the day, what I want to be able to say, or my sons to be able to say, you're a good dad. you're a good father. And for my wife to be able to say, you're a good husband. Because it's what you do behind the scenes that really empowers me to be able to be successful and to lead in the way that I lead here at Wheeler Mission.
That's great. That's great. Now it's your turn to follow that again.
Enough with this. Enough with this.
My
Enough with
goodness.
this. I know. I need to speak up quicker.
You had your chance.
I did. It's my fault. So I had kind of the flip-flop story. So I was raised with a little bit of a silver spoon in all ways. I was raised with a family who knew faith always. I was raised, we never missed church on Sunday. That was just who we were. For generations, that's who my family was. And I was a daddy's girl, had a wonderful dad. My mom was, all of those things, right? I was the youngest of three. My siblings are 10 and 9 years older. So I was the gift to the family that they had been waiting on. Right. Well, Colleen, Colleen, actually, if you're going to say it. Yeah, true. Colleen.
Okay.
It's true. So, and then I went to college and I met my husband and he loved the Lord deeply. I mean, even as a dumb kid, right? He loved the Lord. And we genuinely used to sit, nobody probably ever believed it, sitting in a fraternity house, but we'd sit for hours and talk about the Lord. And my faith grew it's a true story.
Really?
Even if my kids are watching, it's still a true story.
I hope
right?
they're watching.
Right?
Our family's, hey, listen, my family better be watching. I'm sitting out here cold as it is. Terrence, with his head, he made me turn down the heater.
Sure.
So,
He didn't want to get sunburned.
Yeah, he didn't want to get sunburned, but I'm sitting there freezing a little bit. I want this segment to hurry up so I can turn it right back up. My family knows it.
It is a little chilly. It is a little chilly. So I was blessed with a husband who was raised in the Lord from a family of faith, and that was beautiful. And we got married and started our lives, moved up here to Indianapolis and had our first child, and things could not have been more fantastic, right? And then God needed to start equipping me for some things. And within a very short period of time, literally months, my husband lost his dream job. And about 3 months later, my daddy was diagnosed. Daddy C still. He's been gone for like 30 years. Yeah. But my dad was diagnosed with lung cancer and he passed away within a year and a half. My husband's mom was diagnosed with breast cancer, which thankfully she sailed through. But that was the beginning of a really turbulent time. And within a year after my dad died, John and I lost a daughter. And that was, there's no words for that, right? But we were deeply planted in a church. We were deeply planted with a small group by that time. And they walked alongside us while we walked through nightmares that we didn't feel equipped to walk through. We were young kids. We were 29, 30 when all that happened, maybe 31, but still you get the point, right? And so then we were blessed with our next 3 kids. And when my youngest was 2, I was in my early 30s. I was diagnosed with cancer. And so we spent you didn't know this story probably, huh?
I did not know half of this.
But the beauty of this, and it's the part that I'm skipping, is where God met me in all of those pieces, because I had always taken for granted all the things that you get to take for granted when you have an easy life. And God just is, because he's always been. The sky is blue and God is real, right? But I never had to figure out what that really meant for me until I'm watching my husband sign to turn off the life support for my daughter and holding her in my arms as she passes away, right? And so God took all of that and he showed me things about me that I didn't know. He showed me who he was. He showed me that was what I needed. That was what I was missing. That was what I wanted to tell everybody else about, because I promise you, without Jesus, I'd be rocking in a corner still, right? And I mean, there were some other things that have happened. Our kids had had some challenges. And then 5 years ago, my husband passed away from cancer too. So that was a big deal for my kids. But with all of that and with the family.
You for that next event with John. He did.
Didn't he though? And John again was a beautiful man of faith. And so he was clinging to God till the very last minute. And so I think that one of the things, though, and I mean this with all sincerity, that I love the most about God going through that is that he takes all this stuff and he does it with our guests who become staff. He just does it with all of us. He takes all this stuff that we go through in life and he uses it to help others. Right. I've been able to sit with a mom or a dad who has lost a child and be able to feel some of what they
they're going
feel,
through.
right? We
Or
have
a husband, a spouse.
right. So we have a guest right now who just became staff, and her husband was her father was diagnosed with the same type of cancer that Jonathan had. And so I was able to talk with her in a way. This sounds a little weird, but there's a comfortability with crisis and death after you do that. And so God just used that to make me able to serve in a way that meant something. And that's, right in the time after we had lost Katie and some of those other things is when I came to Wheeler. It was only a few years after that. So he had really done some things in my life to equip me. It was pretty close after the cancer journey, right, too, that he had equipped me to come in and be able to meet people where they are. I think that I just think he's pretty awesome. And I genuinely, I know it sounds cliche. I don't know how people do that stuff without Jesus. I really genuinely don't. And just the meaning and the purpose. And I'm just grateful for him. And I'm grateful for the ways that he continues to show up. And I like sharing that story with others.
Amen. Yeah. Amen. For both of your lives, thank you. I mean, Jeremiah 29:11, for I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. I mean, he definitely had plans for you, and he had plans for you. It's just been, and you bring both of you bring all of that. You meld it all, and you bring it to bear every day because of my 200 plus employees or so, you have the bulk of them. I mean, they are the folks who deal with our guests, and that's what we call them, guests, every night. And Colleen and Terrence lead those teams of people who go through incredible odds and incredible journeys each and every day with the people that we serve. And that's what makes it such an incredible honor to do what we do every day. I say often that we are a ministry of second chances. Amen. God is a Jesus of second chances. Amen. And so that's where we are. And one of the things that I love about our programs, is that we aren't just food, clothing, and shelter. Right. People love. People think that's who we are, but they don't know the half of what we do.
No, they don't.
So tell me either. You told a great story. I want something funny. at 10:20 at night. Give me a laugh. I'm sure you've got some stories, girl.
Okay.
And Terrence, I know you got some stories too. Yeah. So if you've got a funny story that, and there's probably a moral to the story too. Just don't tell me something funny, but tell me something with a moral to it that's funny. Colleen's laughing the most, so I'm gonna let you talk about it, Colleen.
I'm going through my mental Rolodex thinking what the story.
I told you to put you on the spot. That's the spot question.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Well, while you guys are thinking about that, one of the things that Terrence and Colleen were already on the executive team when I got here under Rick Alvis, and so I was the new kid on the block. I was the last member of the executive team at that time, and they helped me so much. And I just want to publicly. I thank you privately, both of you, but thank you so much for what you did to help acclimate but also just especially, as God called me to be the CEO and lead the organization, I told both of you, I would not do it. I was not going to do it if I didn't have you two, as well as another one or two other people with me on the executive team. I was not going to do it. And both of you gave me the confidence and gave me your assurances that you would stick beside me. And that was over 3 years ago. So thank you so much. And they stuck beside me, and I'm not the easiest person in the world, as my family can probably tell you. But we are driven.
You can put that in the comments. We'll read it later.
Okay. Don't do that one. But speaking of comments, we had a question, and I want you to answer it. Right? Let me read the question. So, people could they had the opportunity to email or text us questions, and one of the questions is, what is being done to protect the animals and the humans who are homeless during winter months? So, talk about the animals if you want to first.
Yeah. So there is an organization, SOAR, that works specifically with people.
What's it called?
SOAR, SOAR, for people experiencing homelessness and the animals that they love. So there are some resources out there, but there's probably not enough, and there
Yeah,
probably needs
yeah,
to be more. That is a reason that people choose not to come into
Yeah, they
shelter,
do.
is because they love their animals and they want to take good care of their animals. So I think that's probably an area as a community that we can grow in. I know in some of the talks that the city is doing with some planning, they've mentioned some things that they're considering. So I think that's encouraging.
Yeah.
I have fluffy kids, so I appreciate the need to take care of our animals. In terms of humans, I said when I was first sitting here about how much I appreciate our community for coming together, and over the last couple of years there's been a real intentionality with a collaborative effort to try to have a system with a lot of people involved, a lot of different agencies and entities, to try to serve as many folks as possible during the winter season. Winter contingency, so it's the time when we kind of ramp up our services in Indianapolis.
And what is that going to be this
That
year? It's
begins
changing a little
December.
bit.
Yep, it starts on December 1st and goes through the end of March, and there will be some additional information coming out, but it is just a real intentional effort to make sure that people stay safe during the winter time.
Those are the coldest months here in Indy, right?
Right.
I mean, it's physically not safe to be outside.
Right. Very true. And one of the things that's unique about what we've been able to do at Wheeler, because of our full continuum, is welcome people who come in for winter contingency and then continue to work with them if they choose to do program and continue through our programs to housing and seeing the life change that starts from that very morning, like that very first moment, right? That's a pretty cool piece that feels just as important as the safety piece. It's a pretty fantastic component.
That's great. You answered the question well. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right.
There is a mission, an organization called the Denver Rescue Mission, or maybe is it Springs? I think it's Denver. Maybe Springs Rescue Mission.
That's right. Yes.
They have an animal shelter.
That's Springs.
Springs Rescue Mission in Springs,
Colorado Springs.
Colorado Springs. And so they do a great job. They've been doing that for decades. And so they've got it down to a science. We're not quite there yet, from a
kennels for all the animals right outside.
It's not who we are. It's probably not even a direction we're going to be heading in. But because there's so many other organizations, we could use more, but there's at least one organization that does it in town. And so we're so grateful for them for doing that. But that's some of the stuff that we do during winter contingency, which is a citywide effort with the continuum care community providers who come together, collaborate, so that we make sure that individuals are not exposed to the elements from December the 1st through March the 31st. And so, what haven't I asked you? Well,
that's where my funny stories, I think,
good.
is on
She had a little time to think about it.
But I don't know that there's a moral to any of them. But we just
is it funny though?
People love their animals, right? And so we've had lots of people work to bring their animals into the center because they want
to try to sneak them in.
They do indeed.
And coats and whatever and bags
and whatever. Yes. We had a ferret that lived.
A what? A little rat?
A ferret.
A ferret? I'm not an animal person. I apologize up front. I am not an animal person. Are we taking care of my son's dog? Of course we are, because my wife is an animal person. And you know what? I've been married to her for 39 years, and what she wants, she gets. Okay, tell me about the
which
ferret.
Is smart. So, but the ferret lived undercover for a while because people wanted the ferret to be in the building. So they were trying to work together to protect the ferret.
It's a conspiracy.
Now, it was a conspiracy, but I get it. Like I can relate. That makes sense to me. What was not a conspiracy is that somebody had 2 iguanas, and so right,
lizards.
And so what she was very focused on getting them in. So she would put them under her clothes when she came in, and we'd been hearing stories that there were lizards in the building. But we hadn't seen them, right? And then she was coming through security at one point, and there was one popping out. So
that's funny. That is so funny.
She loved her iguanas. She loved them. It's just the rest of the center didn't quite feel the same way.
No, I mean we're not a place that responds well, works well with ferrets or iguanas.
Yeah. The ferret was cute. The iguanas, no.
And neither one of them got loose, and none of them got loose in the buildings.
Well, we have had other things get loose in the buildings, but like dogs will come in from the neighborhood and
I understand.
Try to run on. We had a pony on the elevator once.
A pony? Yeah, on the elevator.
On the elevator.
How the heck
you talked to
did
Bethany
a pony
LaRocco.
Get on the elevator?
Bethany LaRocco put a pony on the elevator.
We're going to talk to you. I need to understand that story. In full context, right? Colleen told on you. You told us.
I did indeed. We had a pony on the elevator.
Okay, you got any funny
what you
stuff?
got, Terrence?
I can't top that. I really can't. I can't top it.
No, I'm not even gonna ask you to top it. So, but I want to thank you guys for all you do for Wheeler, all the years you worked, and the multiple more years, both of you, that you're going to be working, and helping us, steer the vision and steer the next 10 to 15 years of Wheeler. I'm putting some time frames on it. The next 10 to 15 years here at Wheeler. But we've got a lot of work to do. There's a lot of challenges, but I don't look at them as challenges. I look at them as opportunities. And I think God has brought the team that he needs to bring together. We all have different skill sets. And we just heard from a consultant today or yesterday about our programs and our program effectiveness. We're doing a good job. We're doing a really, really good job. And now it's backed up by empirical data, qualitative and quantitative data that makes my heart sing, because I'm a data nerd, and I know Colleen is a data nerd too. But it makes my heart sing that we have it backed up now. So we have all the evidence we need. But I knew it in my heart that what we're doing is working.
And so much good stuff that came from that. Things we can do to even be better, and things that we can share with the rest of the Citygate network, right? Really good stuff.
I love it.
Good stuff.
Yeah. So I'm going to wrap up this segment. I'm going to let you guys get back home. Colleen, you live down here.
I do.
And like a 10, 15-minute walk. And I know you drove today. So
it's about 3 blocks.
About 3 blocks. Oh, okay. Good
How long you got, Terrence?
25.
Yeah, you got to drive. Terrence has got a kind of a drive in front of him. So, but
at least I get to go. You're still going to be here for a while.
That's true.
Oh yeah, I'm going to be right here on this bench, for I don't know, 12, 14, no, at least 14 hours. And so I'm here.
I'll be in my bed in 10 minutes.
Are you
from
going to
now.
watch me? Yeah, I know you're going to be watching.
On my phone, I'm like, oh, poor Perry.
Yeah. Well, at least in the morning hours at 2, 3, and 4 o'clock in the morning, some other rescue mission CEOs, folks in Dallas. I'm talking to someone in Fresno, the CEO in Fresno, and CEO in Dallas. In Evansville. All around the country, people are we're going to be up. Other 60 to 70 other CEOs just like me. So trying to bring awareness to the issues and barriers that are facing individuals experiencing homelessness, and also in recognition of World Homeless Day. So I want to thank you guys for being here on Facebook Live and YouTube. I don't think I'm going to forget that story about the little rat known as a ferret, or the lizard known as iguanas. Or the pony in the elevator.
I am disappointed, though, that I have not had an opportunity to bring my grandkids into this conversation, Perry. We've sat here for an hour and a half. I haven't mentioned.
Put a shout out to your grandkids. You got to do that. Go ahead.
Grandma Yaya loves you.
Yaya. Yaya. Grandma Yaya. Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Terrence, you don't have any grandkids yet, do you?
Not yet.
Okay. I got 2. Hi, Abigail. Hi, Isaac. Your butts, it's 10:30. Your butt should be in bed right about now. So anyway, they're telling me I got another couple of minutes. So I'm not going to have you guys sit here with me. I'm going to wrap it up. And then I'll just talk to our folks who are braving, staying up at 10:30 and watching us here on Facebook Live or YouTube. So thanks a lot, guys.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks a lot.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, guys. My voice is kind of getting a little hoarse and it's about to go, but I've just enjoyed each and every conversation that I've had. Each one's been different, but you know what? One of the things I love to do is to listen. My family might not think so, but I do love to listen, and that's what I'm here for, to have conversations on the bench, authentic, honest, transparent conversations, so that I can be better informed as a CEO of the largest mission here in Indiana about what to do, to help our brothers and sisters who are experiencing homelessness. And so that's about all I got. I don't have anything else, even though they're not giving me a countdown, but I know it's about time to go. Thanks.
Every woman's journey is different, but at Wheeler Mission, hope begins with a safe place to heal, grow, and dream again. Our women's residential services provide more than just shelter. They offer stability, care, and a path forward, no matter what challenges you're facing. Many women first arrive through our emergency shelter, exhausted, uncertain, and ready for a new chapter. From there, we offer a bridge to something deeper, the opportunity for lasting transformation. For women unable to pursue traditional employment due to physical or mental health challenges, our wellness program offers a place to stabilize and rebuild. Our work readiness program empowers women seeking employment and independence. Over 6 to 9 months, women gain job readiness training, financial literacy, and career support, all in a Christ-centered, trauma-informed community. For women overcoming addiction, Higher Ground offers a long-term, faith-based residential recovery program. With a focus on spiritual growth, accountability, and transformation, guests walk in grace toward lasting freedom. At Wheeler Mission, our goal is not to just meet short-term needs, but to walk with women through life transformation. Step by step, we help them rediscover identity, build confidence, and embrace a hopeful future. Because with the right support, a woman doesn't just survive, she thrives. Wheeler Mission. Help, hope, healing.
So the Wheeler Mission program is a 9-month program that gets guys away from negative environments that they may be in with addiction. It gives them a chance to kind of get away from their past and kind of be in the present with nature and kind of start with their head and go to their heart and then go to their hands. So a typical day here at the Hebron program, their day is structured throughout the day with activities, classes, with group therapy, individual therapy, and then work therapy. On the weekends and the evenings, the guys have time. We have a weight room, we have a gymnasium they can play basketball and volleyball in. Along with the 285 acres, we have hiking trails and we have a lake. We have 9 months of a free program. So we just kind of greet them as they are, accept them for who they are, and we just work with them. So one of the benefits of being director is you get a front row seat to seeing lives transformed. You have families that have been restored, husband and wives are getting back together, the kids are finally talking to their parents. And so you see that, not only the physical transformation, but you see guys coming from jail. And they not only get freedom from the jail cell, but they find freedom in Christ. They also find friends that they may never have had. And you just see this burden lifted off of them. It's incredible.
Since coming to the Hebron program, my life has been completely transformed, and I went from really a hopeless drug addict, not thinking that I would live past 30, to having a very successful life in Christ. It teaches men who have struggled to hold down a job, who don't have much work ethic, who don't have a lot of skills, learn some skills that they can take with them to be successful in the workplace when they leave.
I've been given an opportunity to work a job where I'm doing the exact same thing that was done for me when I first came to Hebron. If you're on the fence about the Wheeler Addiction Recovery Program in Hebron, I would encourage you to reach out for help. Nothing changes if nothing changes. There are things beyond anything you can imagine on the other side of addiction. Don't wait.
Higher Ground is our 6 to 8 month addiction recovery program that's specifically for women who are struggling with life-dominating addictions. Anything from drugs to alcohol, just something that is completely controlling their life. The curriculum that we use in Higher Ground really delves into all of the aspects of addiction. So we look at how it affects our physical, emotional, mental, relational, financial, all of these elements. Using this evidence-based curriculum, we get the opportunity to dive deep to start planning a new way of living, a new way of being. Some reasons that people might be afraid to join the program is fear of the cost or fear that they're going to be sitting in a room just reading a book. We are a 100% free program that has so much life happening. So the ladies are involved in life skills classes and counseling groups. They have the opportunity to work out in the gym. We see so much where they get the opportunity just to walk out what it looks like in a practical day-to-day way to live in recovery. Maybe for a long time it's felt like other people have made choices for them, but when they come here to Wheeler, they're able to decide and to choose, is this the life that they want to live? And they can start making choices that are good for their family and good for themselves.
Wheeler Mission has changed me completely. I was struggling with an addiction that caused me several relationships, my peace, my joy. Wheeler's given me a place that I call home. It's definitely love here, and I love coming here every single day. We believe that relationships are what restores someone back to right standing with God and with others. So working on positive relationships with themselves and each other. Restore Creations is a part of our program that allows our guests to practice transferable job skill training. So they have a resume that they establish and can build while just working in Restore Creations. We also write a reference letter for them. But we are hoping that they will use these skills to take out into the community and get the employment that they desire. We're not just pushing them out the door because their time is up. We're saying, hey, what would you like to do? And how can we help you get there? If you are someone that's struggling with addiction or you are a family member of someone struggling, please give us a call and reach out. We would love to help you transform your life.
I look dark. Do I look dark? I don't know. Rick, can you hear me? I can't hear what he's saying. I can't hear Rick. How you doing, Rick?
I'll keep talking.
Okay, talk. Say something. Hey, Rick, how you doing? What are you doing? Are you dancing?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're live, Rick. I hope you know that. They're hearing you and they're seeing you and me talk, okay?
Well, they've never heard me sing before.
Well, I don't think we want to hear you sing. Can you sing? You got a pretty deep voice.
Bill Gaither once told me he'd rather hear me eat than sing.
Well, I trust Bill Gaither and his ability to assess singing talent. Right? So where are you, Rick? It sounds like are you in Dallas? Is that where you are?
I'm in Dallas, Texas, in a hotel room at the Dallas Fort Worth Airport. Haven't been outside.
What are you doing down
Got
there?
here today. Have a board meeting down here.
Okay. Did Julie go with you, or are you down there by yourself?
I'm down here by myself. I come back tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Well, we're sorry you can't be here on the bench with me, but I'm so happy that you've agreed to join us on Conversations on the Bench. You know, this would not be the same, Rick. We couldn't have this event if we didn't talk to you, right? Ever how we got you, on Zoom, on video, from Texas. We needed to have you and your voice here with us as we do Conversations on the Bench. So
well, thank you. I didn't realize, that they were going to do these Zooms, which works out well because I was just on the Zoom with Bruce Butler down here in Dallas and Charles Wolford, who is the president of the Union Gospel Mission in Fort Worth. And so just got off from talking with those guys, and now I'm here with you.
Yeah.
And it's good to be here.
Yeah, Rick. So for folks who don't know, Rick led our organization for 33 plus years up until 2023. And I came to Wheeler in June 2021 as a chief development officer. Rick hired me, and I worked for Rick. And then one thing led to another. God called me to not only Wheeler, but also when Rick decided to retire, one of the things that God called me to do was to throw my hat in the ring. And next thing you know, God is choosing me and calling me for this ministry. And it sounds like I need to have this microphone. I'm not sure what I'm doing with it, but I need the microphone now, Rick. So, Rick, I just want to thank you for hiring me back in 2021, and that's kind of a funny story. You almost didn't hire me, but for Julie, I wouldn't be here at Wheeler. You want to tell that story a little bit?
Oh, I don't remember that story. I've slept a few nights since that time.
I can tell you because before I came to Wheeler, I was at a school called Covenant Christian High School, where you sent your kids, and you were one of our major donors, right? You remember the story now?
Yeah, I remember that. That's right, that story.
Yeah.
I thought he couldn't be a very good director of development, which is what we were hiring. If I'd never met the guy from Covenant Christian High School, and I said, I've never talked to him, or they've never contacted us. And I said, even the team that interviewed you, when they heard that, said,
Yeah.
I don't think he's a good fit. And then when I told my wife that, she comes back and she says, well, no, it's never him. It's always the CEO of Covenant Christian that calls us.
Yeah.
And so we got a good laugh out of that. And so I went back and told the team, and they said, well, that makes a big difference.
Yeah, it does. It does. If you don't hear from the person, you know, in the organization who you're in their portfolio, because at Covenant Christian, you and Julie, you know, were major donors. And so the CEO always has, you know, a lot of the major donors. And so, hey, Rick, just to, you know, I don't know what your conversations have been like with Bruce and Charles, but, you know, we've been having some really good, authentic and transparent conversations here in Indianapolis. So one of the things I'm jealous of, you're in Texas. We're here in Indiana. You know, we got frost warnings for tonight. So it's been 80s, 70s, and 80s here. But the one night I'm going to spend 24 hours on this bench, we decide to get frost warnings. So I'm sure that's not happening down in Texas, is it?
No, it's pretty warm down here. They're pretty fortunate. But, you know, Harry, this could be in January, too.
Yeah.
So be thankful. It's just frost, not snow.
Yeah, I am thankful it's frost, but you know, I've seen some of the other folks in some of the warmer climates, like in California. You know, some folks out on the southeast, and so it's a different kind of a conversation on a bench that they're having, right?
Yeah. So
hey,
what
Rick,
kind of conversations have you had?
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
What kind of conversations have you had?
I've had some really good ones, and so I had some that were scheduled, right, with some staff members, and there's been several CEOs of other nonprofits here in town, like Adult and Child and Damien Center, and some good conversations, very transparent, very authentic. You know, some Wheeler employees, from our case managers, some of our program graduates, you know, who've gone through our programs and now are on staff here. You know, they've told some really good life transformational kinds of stories. So we, early on, probably the first couple of hours here from 3 to 5 or 6 o'clock, I had several people just walk up, you know, folks who are experiencing homelessness right now. I had them just walk up and talk to me and tell me their stories and how they came to be where they are. And so it's been a smattering. It's been a very a good time on the bench. You know, Rick, do you know anything about this bench? Do you know the special story about this bench?
I'm not sure what bench it is.
Well, it's you never saw it before because they made it for me down at the pallet shop just for this occasion. And so what I've been able to tell that story of what they're doing down in Camp Hunt and at the pallet shop, and the men who are in our program, you know, made this bench for me so I can sit here and have authentic conversations on a bench that they made. So it's pretty special story.
Good. They made that staff that I gave you too when I left.
Yeah, it's sitting in my office right now, and that you handed off to me, and I really appreciate that. That's one of my most cherished items, and every day I see it when I go into the office. So hopefully I'm using it in the right way, metaphorically, if you will.
Exactly.
But one of the things I want to talk to you, Rick, is about some of the stuff we do here at Wheeler. You know, you were here for over 33 years, 33 years, a long time.
Yeah.
33
Who's
years,
counting?
a long time. Yeah. Can you give us your perspective on some of the stuff that you saw, the things that you had to go through, some of the challenges that you went as God really invested in you to help grow this ministry to where it is today?
Well, when I came to Wheeler in 1990, I thought it might be just a temporary gig, maybe 2 or 3 years, because they were struggling a lot, and I wasn't sure I could was able to turn the thing around. And but we laid it in the Lord's hands. And I recall the first day I was there on the job in the chapel. The guy came up and from another agency, and he says, "I don't like you. I don't like Wheeler, and I just want you guys to go away." And that was my greeting on the first day from somebody outside. But, you know, the Lord caused us to do great growth. I think at that time we may have had 50 individuals.
Yeah.
And that was only men. We didn't handle any women. So that it just grew and grew. And how many do you have?
We had about 700 last night.
Yeah. Yeah. And it'll go up higher, right?
Yeah. Because once it gets cold, you know as well as I do, it can swell to 800, 900, and sometimes 1,000 people a night.
Yes. Yeah. And so, you know, the ministry was in the Lord's hands. You know, people said, complimented, say, "Oh, what a great job you've done," and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I thought, no, God just used me. I was at the right place at the right time. And, you know, God could have called somebody else there to have done the very same thing. And I'm just really grateful to the Lord that, you know, Wheeler has grown so much through the last 35, 36 years now.
Yeah.
So it's exciting now with the Center for Women and Children.
Yeah.
And what we're doing out there, and then the camp, you know, with the Hebron program, being there at the camp training center.
Yep.
And seeing men's lives transformed. And that was a vision that I had years ago, actually, right before 2000. And, you know, I just knew that we had to get the men who were in the program downtown Wheeler, there at 245 North Delaware. We had to get them out of the downtown. And because there was a bar across the street, you get the drug of your choice out the front door. And I just knew if men were going to experience true life transformation, I had to get them out of that environment. And so God just happened to provide somebody who could help us launch this program. And wow, has it grown the last 25 years and we've seen many lives changed, families changed, people. I was just thinking the other day about it. That camp has really impacted literally thousands of lives.
Mm-hmm.
There may only be 50 men down there or whatever, however many's down there now, but the ripple effect over the years, for 25 years, for the number of men, for the families impacted, for their families, and all the other connected families, that impact has been huge. Yeah. Absolutely huge.
No doubt about that, Rick. And they're still impacting lives today. Several of the guys who are in our program were once in our program. And now they're employed here at Wheeler. They're telling the stories of camp and how camp really was the right place at the right time for them. You know, and so. You know, thank you for all the hard work that you and Julie, and not only you two, but your entire family over the last 33 years, because you laid the foundation. But, you know, as you and I've talked about many times, we've got some different challenges now, you know, and the landscape is changing. And boy, is it changing rapidly. You know, every day there's something new or new issue coming down the pike. You know, but Rick, one thing remains the same. It remains a constant. You know, as long as we're true to who we are and rooted in Jesus Christ and the life-saving, transformative power of a relationship with Him, we know that's the key. We know that's the key to helping individuals, men, women, and children, go through this period in their life where they are experiencing homelessness. And so you know that is the key. I'm preaching to the choir, but for the people who are listening to us and tuning in on Facebook Live or on YouTube, you know, that's us. That's who we are. You know, we believe that this ministry is a ministry of second chances, because God is a God of second chances. And that's what we believe, and that's how we operate day in and day out. And the foundation that you and even my predecessor CEOs before you have laid for the last 132 years. You know, we will be 132 years, Rick, next Tuesday. Next Tuesday, October 13th is our birthday, and we'll be 132 years. And so I just, it's incredible. It's incredible.
It's on my calendar. I would probably never take that date off my calendar, October 13th.
October 13th. Yeah. Hey, Rick, I know that you are still our president emeritus here at Wheeler, but you also have another role that you're doing as working with Citygate and working with other CEOs like me from across the country. You want to tell us a little bit about that work? And I'm being a little selfish here. Tell me one or two key things you've been learning in the last year or two by working with all these CEOs from around the country.
Well, yeah, I've of course, this whole thing is being, sponsored sort of like from Citygate and Citygate Network. And it's a really about 330 missions across the United States, just like Wheeler. Well, maybe not just like Wheeler, but similar to Wheeler, that we network together and we try to provide services to help missions to grow and to see life transformation, in these missions survive and thrive. And so what I'm doing now, since I'm in my second life, you might say, is I am a regional coordinator for Citygate. Citygate is actually based out of Colorado Springs, but fortunately, I still live in Indianapolis, actually in Greenwood. And so I work out of my home, and I have about 60 missions in the Great Lakes area.
Did you say 60? 60?
60, yes.
Okay.
And that I travel to and that I talk with on the phone or have video meetings or whatever. So it's been an interesting experience because here is a guy like me who's had 45 years experience as a CEO of first Evansville Rescue Mission and then Wheeler Mission. And this expertise that they say that I have can certainly help many of these missions that are out there today that are members of our association. And I'm seeing a lot of younger people come into CEO role, people who didn't come up through the mission like some do. And there's lots of need for counsel, for coaching, for coming alongside and helping people and just being there to mentor them, to help them in any way that I can. Because there's times it's interesting that, I don't know all the answers, honestly. And I keep telling Citygate that, I'm not really a regional coordinator because I don't coordinate squat, but I am a regional connector. And it never fails. I'm meeting with a CEO somewhere, in the Midwest area here, and I'll say to them, as they were sharing their challenge or problem with me, have you talked to so-and-so about this? No. I said, you need to connect with them and help, and they can help you. I don't know the answer to that, but they probably do because they've been through it.
And if anybody knows who to connect them with, Rick, it's you. You've had leadership roles there at Citygate. I think you're a chair of the board for a while.
Yep.
Now you're working with the rescue mission CEOs around the country. And if anybody can connect them with the right person, it's probably someone like you.
Yeah. And that's why Citygate approached me when I stepped down as CEO of Wheeler to take on this role. And I've been doing this role probably for about maybe a year and a half now or so. But it's been ramped up now, and I'm gonna do some other stuff with them. It's been interesting. It's kept me sharp, you might say.
Well,
but
good. Because I know you ain't getting any younger, Rick. You need to remain sharp.
Yeah. You asked, what are some things that missions are looking at. One of the first things I'll ask them is, how are things going financially? And that's always seems to be the key. They're struggling financially for more donor support in order to execute the programs that they want to execute. And so I always try to refer them to another agency that can help do that, because I'm not a pro at that. I mean, yeah, I've raised millions of dollars for Wheeler, but it wasn't me either. It's a team of us doing it. Steve Kerr and me and one of our agencies. But
I tried to get Steve to come and sit with me, and he said no.
Yeah. he's enjoying his life right now.
Yes,
with his
he
grandson.
is.
Yes, he is. And so the other thing is, I think, Perry, you better hang on to your director of development because a lot of missions out there, it seems like every mission I talk to, they're looking for a director of development.
Yeah. You're exactly right. I mean, that's probably one of the most sought after positions, and not only in missions, but also just nonprofits in general. People are struggling, and now with the political shifts and the funding landscape for a lot of organizations that receive government dollars in some way, shape, or form, they are, I don't want to say panicking, but they are gravely concerned. And so we kind of find ourselves in where we're sitting at the table, Rick, with our fellow brethren, here in Indianapolis and in Bloomington. We're in a little different position because we don't accept government funds and very little government funds. So the recent political shifts and the funding cuts really has not impacted us very much at all. We're just kind of sailing right along. And in fact, we're ahead of budget right now, but we always need money. Any funders and donors I'm talking to, we always need more. But right now we're good to go. And we really find ourselves being in the position of being there as a shoulder or a consoler to a lot of the other organizations, and it's kind of an interesting place to be right now for us.
Yeah. And I say the third thing that probably I run into is all the missions are in transition in some way. Either the CEO has retired and moved on, or and the person is new and they're in transition coming in. So there's transition going out, transition coming in, and these new people who have come in as a CEO may not have known that much about how to run a rescue mission because it's not like running the local YGA. So it takes some coaching with these folks, and encouraging them on how mission is different, how the mission is different.
Well, Rick, before we wrap up here, I just want to thank you, for zooming in with me. Although you're an hour earlier in Dallas, right? Down there.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
Are you heading out tomorrow? You said.
Yes, coming back tomorrow afternoon.
Okay. Well, have a good flight and safe travels.
Yep.
But we're going to wrap up here. And, I just want to thank you for coming and having a conversation on a bench with me. It wouldn't have been the same without you, because you and your family have been so instrumental and critical to the success of Wheeler Mission for the past 33 years that you were CEO and president of this organization. So anyway, I know I've told you publicly, privately, but now I'm telling you publicly. I just thank you so much for your friendship, and I thank you for the work that you've done in Wheeler. And I also thank you for the work you're doing now. This next chapter of your life, you're gonna, affect so many more people through your work, doing what you're doing by pouring in to those 60 missions and CEOs around the country. So anyway, thank you, Rick. I really appreciate you.
Well, I wish I could be there sitting on a bench next to you, but this warmth down here seems nice.
I was going to say, you're lying. Don't sit there and lie. You lie like a rug. It's cold up here. We're going to get frost warnings tonight. I doubt you'll have frost warnings in Dallas. Okay.
All right.
Hey, Rick, thanks a lot. And I'm talking to Bruce later tonight. I think Bruce is 2:30 or something like that. So.
Oh.
So I'll be talking to somebody else from Dallas.
All right.
Okay.
Great.
Thanks, Rick. Safe travels.
Yep.
Thank you, brother.
Thanks. Bye.
So the Wheeler Mission Program is a 9-month program that gets guys away from negative environments that they may be in with addiction. It gives them a chance to kind of get away from their past and kind of be in the present with nature and kind of start with their head and go to their heart and then go to their hands. So a typical day here at the Hebron program, their day is structured throughout the day with activities, classes, with group therapy, individual therapy, and then work therapy. On the weekends and the evenings, the guys have time. We have a weight room, we have a gymnasium they can play basketball and volleyball in. Along with the 285 acres, we have hiking trails and we have a lake. We have 9 months of a free program. So we just kind of greet them as they are, accept them for who they are, and we just work with them. So one of the benefits of being director is you get a front row seat to seeing lives transformed. You have families that have been restored. Husband and wives are getting back together. The kids are finally talking to their parents. And so you see that, not only the physical transformation, but you see guys coming from jail. And they not only get freedom from the jail cell, but they find freedom in Christ. They also find friends that they may never have had. And you just see this burden lifted off of them. It's incredible.
Since coming to the Hebron program, my life has been completely transformed, and I went from really a hopeless drug addict, not thinking that I would live past 30, to having a very successful life in Christ. It teaches men who have struggled to hold down a job, who don't have much work ethic, who don't have a lot of skills, learn some skills that they can take with them to be successful in the workplace when they leave.
I've been given an opportunity to work a job where I'm doing the exact same thing that was done for me when I first came to Hebron. If you're on the fence about the Wheeler Addiction Recovery Program in Hebron, I would encourage you to reach out for help. Nothing changes if nothing changes. There are things beyond anything you can imagine on the other side of addiction. Don't wait.
Higher Ground is our 6 to 8 month addiction recovery program that's specifically for women who are struggling with life-dominating addictions. Anything from drugs to alcohol, just something that is completely controlling their life. The curriculum that we use in Higher Ground really delves into all of the aspects of addiction. So we look at how it affects our physical, emotional, mental, relational, financial, all of these elements. Using this evidence-based curriculum, we get the opportunity to dive deep to start planning a new way of living, a new way of being. Some reasons that people might be afraid to join the program is fear of the cost or fear that they're going to be sitting in a room just reading a book. We are a 100% free program that has so much life happening. So the ladies are involved in life skills classes and counseling groups. They have the opportunity to work out in the gym. We see so much where they get the opportunity just to walk out what it looks like in a practical day-to-day way to live in recovery. Maybe for a long time it's felt like other people have made choices for them, but when they come here to Wheeler, they're able to decide and to choose, is this the life that they want to live? And they can start making choices that are good for their family and good for themselves.
Wheeler Mission has changed me completely. I was struggling with an addiction that caused me several relationships, my peace, my joy. Wheeler's given me a place that I call home. It's definitely love here, and I love coming here every single day. We believe that relationships are what restores someone back to right standing with God and with others. So working on positive relationships with themselves and each other. Restore Creations is a part of our program that allows our guests to practice transferable job skill training. So they have a resume that they establish and can build while just working in Restore Creations. We also write a reference letter for them. So we are hoping that they will use these skills to take out into the community and get the employment that they desire. We're not just pushing them out the door because their time is up. We're saying, hey, what would you like to do? And how can we help you get there? If you are someone that's struggling with addiction or you are a family member of someone struggling, please give us a call and reach out. We would love to help you transform your life.
It's critical. That's where we go deeper into the stories, deeper into the trauma. What are the things that led, you here?
Yeah.
Not as a way of criticizing or putting them down, but walking alongside them on this journey and saying, you know what, if he did it for me, he can do it for you.
Yeah. All right, so we have Terrence Harper with us. He's our Chief Program Officer on the men's side.
And so, Terrence, we're glad to have you. I'm personally excited to hear just your perspective of what goes on inside Wheeler Mission's walls, just some of the stories that you get to be a part of that we can unpack today. People love the ministry that you're a part of. There are lives being changed every single day, and you get to see that. So most people don't. So I'm excited to talk with you today, learn a little bit more, but ultimately just hear your story as well. So, but welcome. Glad to have you.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
It's quite an opportunity to be here today and just to share with you about the tradition of Wheeler and what we do on a daily basis. So
Sure.
thank you.
All right. So how long have you been at Wheeler Mission? So Wheeler Mission's 132 years old, right? You're not that. You haven't been here the whole time, but you've been here for a piece of that. How long at Wheeler?
I'm going into my 5th year here at Wheeler. My background includes mental health, behavioral health, as well as substance abuse disorders. So I have a background as a licensed clinical addictions counselor and a certified addiction specialist as well.
Awesome. So what brought you to Wheeler? I mean, what was kind of the open door that happened where you're like, man, that's where I want to be. That's where I want to be a part of.
That's an interesting question because, I had come to a point in my career, like I just said a few minutes ago, that I was in behavioral health already. I was working with young fathers, helping them to reconnect, with their children. But I knew that there was still something missing. I pastored for a number of years, and that was good, and it had its place. But I knew that there was just something more that I needed to be doing, in the kingdom of God. And so it was actually during the COVID era that I began to just look and see what else was out there, praying to God to lead me, where my next step was, where the next season in my life was, and found out about the chief program officer opening here at Wheeler. So I applied for it, and I knew automatically that it was the fit.
Okay, good. So when you first came to Wheeler, that first time that you opened the front door with your own key, right? Like what was different about Wheeler that maybe you didn't know about, that you didn't understand before you were on staff? Like what surprised you there?
Well, that's an interesting question because when I walked in, I really, of course, I didn't know what to expect.
Yeah.
I'd heard some things about Wheeler Mission, but primarily all I knew about was the shelter. And that was it. Food, clothing, lodging.
That's what most people know about, right? Yeah.
So that's all I knew about it. And what I was surprised about, one of the things, I saw a Bible on a desk when I was walking by, and I said, "So we can read our Bibles here?"
Yeah.
And I said, "Sure." Because here's the thing, that a lot of organizations, they may have the Christian name and a moniker, but they don't necessarily live to its value. So it's in name only. So I was pleasantly surprised to find out that not only do we speak of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, but we live out those values. So that was a pleasant, refreshing surprise. And I said, this is the place.
Good.
This is where I
Especially
can make
for a pastor, right? You're like, man, I can open my Bible here. This is great, right?
Sure thing, because at other places that I worked, I had to kind of put Jesus in the background. Not that I'm ashamed of him or anything like that, but again, being in certain social service agencies, you couldn't really put the forefront as far as your faith.
Yeah.
And so it was good for me to be able to say, not only can I share my faith, but I can also live it out in front of those that we serve.
Absolutely. And so, we speak of faith a lot. There's a specific faith that we stand on, right? And that's the faith in Jesus Christ as our personal Savior. And so recently, Wheeler Mission, we did an exercise. We asked staff, you're one of them, I was one of them, of what are the values here at Wheeler Mission, right? So you mentioned kind of what you saw when you first opened the doors, and it was evident to you.
Yeah.
And I think every staff during the process was clear in saying what they thought those values were. And so we unpacked a bunch of them, and we ended up down to 4 that we really see happening inside Wheeler Mission's walls. And so the first one is, right, you mentioned faith, but that's that faith in Christ. So number 1 was Christ-centered purpose, right? And so do you see that as the number 1 value that we have? I mean, it's listed as number 1, but do you think that's number 1 of the list?
Oh, absolutely. That sets the tone for our entire organization, because as go our values, so go our staff, so go the guests that we actually serve. So it's at the foundation. So it's very good that that's actually number 1, first and foremost.
Absolutely. So tell me a little bit about personally, how does that affect you? I mean, I know you mentioned you're a pastor, but how does the Christ-centered value show up with you personally? How does that keep you grounded in your work? I mean, you go through a lot here at Wheeler Mission when it comes to what you see and some of the stories you run into, but how does that keep you personally grounded?
Well, first of all, when I look at serving Christ, and in particular here at Wheeler Mission, one of the things that I continuously say to people, and that is, I don't have to work for Wheeler.
Yeah.
I get to work for Wheeler.
Sure.
And that's critical for me, because it keeps me in mind of how this is an opportunity and it's a blessing and it's an honor. And so not for me to think as though, hey, I'm the only one that can do this job, because there are plenty of people that can do that. But at the same time, I know that God has called me this. There's things that I have doubts about, in my personal life, even at work. But one thing that I have no doubt about, and that is God has called me for such a time as this to work at Wheeler Mission and to be a part of the movement here.
Absolutely.
The great things that we're doing.
And so I think a lot of our staff are motivated just like that, right? And that's why it became the number one value. So when you're at the Shelter for Men, tell us a little bit about what does that look like inside those walls? Tell me about how many people are there, what are they going through, and how does this value show up on a day-to-day basis when it comes to the work that goes on inside the shelter, specifically in the men's shelter?
Well, let me take you back to a little bit about a year or so ago. I was tasked by the executive team to do an entire cultural reset.
Oh, that's
there,
right. Yeah.
At the Shelter for Men. And so I had to dig in there, and I was there 7 days a week, because there were a lot of things that had kind of gone adrift that predated me, but we definitely had to deal with.
Yeah.
And so in doing that, one of the things that I wanted to make sure is that I set 3 priorities. My first one was the gospel of Jesus Christ, that was our first and foremost mission there, that we had to share the gospel of Jesus Christ.
Sure.
And that's for all. That anyone that walks through those doors, sharing Jesus Christ is our ultimate goal. Number 2 is programs, because we have long-term programs, and so we definitely want to get them connected there. And then number 3 is housing. The Bible talks about Matthew 6:33, seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these other things should be added unto you. And so I understand this, and I wanted to get that across to my staff, is that you can do all these other things. You can provide them with housing, you can provide them with food and clothing, and well, we should. But we have to seek Jesus Christ first. Then all these other things shall be added. Housing shall be added. Restored relationships shall be added. Restoration of your finances shall be added. But it all starts with putting Jesus Christ first. And like I said, it's not for just a few. It's for all.
Absolutely. So obviously we believe that, we see that play out, right? Housing certainly is a temporary thing, but it certainly has eternal value as a part of what someone's journey is that comes through Wheeler Mission, that's been saved by grace, that knows Jesus Christ, right? That's just a provision that Jesus provides, right? As we seek him first. But as you start talking about this with guests, right? You have 200 and some odd people inside the Shelter for Men.
Yes.
How does that resonate with the guests? Maybe day one, right? Or does that take a while for them to start to understand that, or how do you unpack that with people?
Well, like you said, we'll serve anywhere. We can serve upwards of 200 during the regular months, and then from November all the way through March, that number will definitely increase by 50 to 100.
It's a lot.
And so in doing that, it's very critical that we represent Christ from the moment that they walk in that front door. So the process actually begins when they actually sign in. A smile. We're glad that you're here.
Yeah.
We're here to serve you. We're here to share the love of Jesus Christ. Not that we're perfect, but the thing about it is that we're seed planters.
Yeah.
And that's what I used to share with the staff there at the Shelter for Men, that one plants the seed, another waters, but we trust God in order to give, the increase. So we look at it from that standpoint, that we won't catch all of the fish that's there, but we will definitely plant the seeds and get them to thinking and invite them to have an experience with Jesus Christ.
Absolutely. Yeah. So you guys are doing amazing work. That's the front lines right there, Shelter for Men. I mean, like you said, hundreds of people every single night. So we only have so many resources to give, right? So we're blessed. Donors certainly make sure our lights are on and our doors are open. And so number one value was Christ-centered purpose, but the other one I want to unpack is this faithful stewardship. So that was our core value number 2, faithful stewardship. A lot of people think about money when it comes to stewarding resources, but you're not a fundraiser. You don't have to worry about the money part, although you have budgets you have to make sure you're taking care of. But Tell me about the resources we have, including facilities, including how you steward those facilities, your staff. You can only hire so many people, right? Like, what does faithful stewardship look like at the Shelter for Men as you're overseeing that?
Well, faithful stewardship actually looks, quite like what you said, in that we have a certain appearance that we want to portray to our guests as well. We want to make sure that we steward their heart.
Yeah.
Not just, the physical needs, but we steward their heart. And what that means is that, a lot of times you hear people talking about the secret sauce, of their organization.
Sure, yeah.
And so for us, it's about relationships.
Okay.
So we want to steward, those relationships. We want to steward the relationship with our volunteers and with the guests, that we serve, on a daily basis. And again, that comes through our one-to-one relationships and getting to know their story.
Yeah. So ultimately, we're teaching some of these guests that we serve on how to be productive citizens enjoying lasting success in Christ. That's our vision, right? So how does that relate to, how do we pass that value on to our guests, right? How do we teach them to live that out on a daily basis, and how that will be a major value for them moving forward, right?
Well,
because I mean, they're stewarding, right? They're getting back into a home. They're getting their families back, right? They're getting paychecks for the first time in a while. Sometimes when they get back, when they leave our facilities, our programs. So I mean, how are we helping them to steward their resources?
That's a very good question. So we steward that through, get this, in our imperfections.
Yeah.
Our flaws. Meaning that we don't do anything perfectly. We all know that. One person said to me, if you ever find the perfect church, marriage, organization, don't be a part of it, because you'll mess it up because you're not perfect.
Yeah.
And so in doing that, we actually model Christ-like behavior on our good days and on our not so good days with them in our relationships and with our interactions with each other, because they are watching how we interact with each other. So we steward that in the sense of, if we blew it, we made a mistake, we'll readily say that, hey, I was off today. I apologize. Again, exercising the fruit of the Spirit and showing them that you don't have to be perfect in order to be a follower of Jesus Christ.
Yep.
But what he does expect from us is honesty, and integrity.
Yeah. It's great that you say that, because that example of how to live in a Christ-like way is something that those individuals will look back on and will play on for years and years. So like, I went through our programs, and so I still today, that was 17, 18, 19 years ago, crazy. But still today, I remember in my day-to-day life with my wife, with my family, look back on how some of those leaders inside of Wheeler Mission acted and treated people in a Christ-like way and acted biblically. And I draw on that still today, right? And so those leaders that are influencing people today, that will last for decades. I mean, that's an impact that will keep moving, right?
Yeah, and that's what we're here for, life transformation.
Yeah,
and
life
so
transformation.
We're still a work in progress ourselves as staff. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we covered two. So we covered Christ-centered purpose. This number 2 value is faithful stewardship, which I believe plays out all over Wheeler Mission. Easy to think about that in fundraising, but certainly at the program level and the shelter level. So number 3 is excellence, right? So some people think of a nonprofit, they think of a Christian organization as well, they're a nonprofit, right? Like they'll do things in a mediocre way. They'll do things however they can, but they're not paying people top level salaries. They're not doing things at the level that a high level corporation would do. We don't believe that, right? Like we want to do things with excellence. So tell me about that. What does that look like in our ministry? And how does that play out at the Shelter for Men when we talk about expecting excellence?
Well, it very simply means bring your best.
Yeah.
Every day. It means leaving it out there on the field, so to speak, to use a sports analogy.
Yeah.
That when I come through those doors, when you walk through the Shelter for Men, our expectation is that whatever is going on outside of walking through those doors, we have an expectation that you're going to serve with excellence. If you're not able to do that, that's okay, because all of us have our challenges in our personal lives and things like that. But we want to minimize and we want to mitigate all that we can, bringing any of the personal issues on the field. And the field is a Shelter for Men when you walk through those doors. So pick them back up.
Yep.
once you get out of here, or we allow for access, to our workforce chaplains and to HR. So we're not cruel, we're not cold about it, but at the same time, we're on a mission and we have a job to do. And they're expecting us, whether they say it or not, they being the guest, they expect us to be on our A game.
Yeah.
The Bible talks about how David had the spirit of excellence. And so that's one of the things that we look for in our employees, and that is attitude.
Yeah.
Charles Swindoll, you've heard this before, that, or I think it was Zig Ziglar that actually said, my altitude is determined by my attitude,
Yeah.
how far I go. And so that's one of the things that we really look, the spirit of excellence has to do with, what is my approach? How do I see the guests that I'm serving, on a daily basis? Because again, they're looking for someone that has hope, someone that has a relationship with Jesus Christ,
Yeah.
and someone that's walking that out.
Yeah. And so our guests deserve that, right? They deserve to experience excellence. And honestly, life transformation can't happen without an excellent service that's provided to them, right? Because it's a complicated, difficult situation that these guys are in. So you're at the men's side, so that includes the shelter for men. You're seeing people day one, right, when they first come in the door. But one thing that Wheeler Mission is known for, at least with people who know us closely, but maybe don't know a lot about, is our long-term and short-term programs that take people not just from that day one journey, but ultimately equip them long-term. So speak to me about how excellence plays itself out in our programs, right? Like when it comes to curriculum, when it comes to training on staff, when it comes to what someone experiences as they get through not just the first day and receive a meal and a bed, but they ultimately get plugged into these life-changing programs.
Yeah, that was a secret to me as well. I had no idea that we specialized, and we do it very well. Like I said, our secret sauce is in our relationships. So the main things that we look at within our long-term programs, one that averages maybe 4 to 6 months, and then the other one is a 9-month program that you were a part of as well. And so pure and simple, we're about discipling.
Yeah, there you go.
We're discipleship makers. That's what we are. And so from day one, we're teaching them about what we call the 5 basics, and that's stewardship, that's gratitude, that's finances, getting your finances, it's quiet time, it's meditation, things of those nature.
Let me ask you this. So Jesus had 12 disciples, right? And that's our discipleship model, is to disciple people as Jesus has called us to do, is to go and make disciples. You get to do that. You have 200 people coming through our doors every day. Do you think Jesus demanded excellence with his disciples?
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
But he did it, and I know we'll be talking about that in a few minutes. He did it under the guise of grace and truth.
Yeah.
But he still demanded excellence because we serve an excellent God.
Yeah.
And so, sometimes I'll refer back to the shelter for men, and that is the gatekeeper. That's the gateway of bringing people in. And so we have to make sure that we're doing what we need to do to advance them over and to show them that there's a better way. So again, speaking of our long-term programs, it's critical. That's where we go deeper into the stories, deeper into the trauma. What are the things that led, you here?
Yeah.
Not as a way of criticizing or putting them down, but walking alongside them on this journey and saying, you know what, if he did it for me, he can do it for you.
Yeah, absolutely. So you led right where I was going, right? So then the 4th value is this grace and truth. And so this is a difficult one, especially in programs. It's certainly our nature a lot of times to let things slide, that, hey man, like we're just trying to help you out, we'll look the other way or whatever it is, especially with guests, but with staff too, right? So, but there's a side where God certainly demanded truth and love, right? He said treat people with truth and love. And so talk to me about that. How does that play itself out inside of the shelter for men, inside of our programs? How do we balance this between grace and truth? And how does that really become what all of our staff has said is our value?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. So, when I look at that, grace and truth is not an either or, but a crucial both and.
Yeah.
Charles Spurgeon, he put it best when he said, build a bridge of grace that can carry the weight of truth.
Yeah.
Build a bridge of grace that can carry the weight of truth. We're experts. Wheeler Mission is experts in building that bridge of grace. We established that. But what we have a tendency to do is not go on like what you were speaking to the truth part of that. So there is a balance to that. Jesus did it all the time. He was the master, at doing that. On one hand, when he said, Peter, upon this rock, I'll build my church. The gates of hell shall not prevail against it. Flesh and blood didn't reveal that to you. Yep. But then that was the grace bridge. And then at a certain point, when Peter said, Lord, certainly this won't happen to you. You're not going to get crucified. No, this can't happen to you. And he said, get behind me, Satan. That was the truth part. Yeah. But he had already established, and that's one of the things that I want us, and that is my hope for us here at Wheeler, that as leaders and as employees, that we're experts in the area of grace. And once we build that grace bridge, through our relationships that we have with each other, then people will take the weight of truth in a different way. Not because we don't care, but because we care. That's why we're sharing that truth with you. And so that trickles down, into our guests as well, because as we establish those relationships and we build that bridge of grace, then now we can tell them the truth and they know that there's no hidden agenda. There's no hidden motive behind it.
So that, you see this play out all day long, right? And so talk to me about an example, just a story, of maybe a situation, a guest where we had to strike this balance between grace and truth. Or maybe it's a staff person where we're addressing a situation and we had to, like you say, follow the example of Jesus, right? Which is really where all these core values come from. We started with Christ Center, but they're all just examples of how Jesus interacted with people and what he demands of us and calls us to do, right? So, but talk to me about just a story where this played out in a way that we balanced that well, and someone ultimately grew from that experience.
Well, like you said, we see those kind of scenarios every day, and as you know, a large number of, especially guests that have come into our program, we end up hiring them, so they end up working, in our long-term programs and at the Shelter for Men as well. And so, I can share with you a compilation, of what happens. In particular, I'm thinking about a guy that he had gone through the program successfully and was given raving reviews, from all the staff. And this is why he needs to be on staff. And he has a heart, for the Lord and, highly committed. And so as his commitment went on, then after the newness and the honeymoon stage was over, started to run through some challenges and difficulties. And so in doing that, because he had relationships with us, he relapsed. Okay.
Yeah.
So, he relapsed. And so we didn't go and pound him over the head. How dare you? I mean, we can't believe that. But no, we undergirded him and said, there's a time for a second chance. And that's it right there. And we're going to allow that for you. So we're not going to terminate you. We're not going to fire you. We're going to come alongside you and we're going to build you up again and meet you where you are, because the 9 months that you spent in our program, that wasn't for nothing. That wasn't in vain. Yeah. So let's go back and let's look at where did this whole process begin in your mind, where whatever was taking place that you began to falter, because it didn't happen that day that you actually realized something was going on prior to that. So let's meet you there and let's see if we can bring you along. So that's what truth will do. And that's what grace will do.
Well, and that goes back to the relationship piece too, right? And obviously that takes a lot of discernment from staff to decide, like, this isn't a playbook where if this happens, right? Like, we've got to discern on what's best for this individual. The relationship plays a huge part in that, what's best for him ultimately. And sometimes that could be, hey man, we got to cut you loose because, like, look, this is what's best for you to experience the consequence, right? And that could happen as well, right? So it's not cookie cutter based on the individual.
You make such a good point, because we have had on the other end, I'm thinking of a particular guy right now that, again, I had all the accolades and was very invested in what we were doing, but one of the things that was going on with him was that he had some severe mental health issues that couldn't be ignored. So we had him change shifts so that he could work closer with the day staff. We did a number of things, got him connected with HR, workforce chaplains. So we did a lot of different interventions in order to try to help him along. But at the end of the day, the truth was he just wasn't ready for this kind of stressful work.
Yeah.
That we actually do on a daily basis.
Man, you guys go through it all, right? I think the guests certainly have over 200 people coming through our front door at the Shelter for Men on a regular basis.
the guys that are in programs for 9 months long, as we're unpacking their stories, the relationships are starting to be developed. I mean, you guys go through a lot. You guys are in the front lines of this. And ultimately, I think people really respect the work that you guys do. And these values, I love how you're quoting scripture. I love how you're leaning on the example of Jesus. I love how we started with Christ-centered, right? And everything is from that cornerstone that Jesus is the example that we use in all of our decisions. And we have the freedom to do that. That's what makes it fun to work here. But now that we've identified these values, I mean, tell me a little bit about how do you hope that identifying these, communicating these values, unpacking these values, how do you hope that will help to reshape Wheeler Mission? Maybe not reshape, but help us to grow and to expand the impact that we have.
Excellent question. So it has to be more than something that we just quote or something that we just recite: Christ-centered purpose, faithful stewardship, excellence, grace, and truth.
Yeah, it's got to play out, right?
It's easy, it's easy to memorize those and walk around and feel proud about that. But how, like you said, do we intertwine that within our day-to-day walk? And one of the things that we're looking at, of course, is with our performance appraisals.
Yeah.
We're looking at incorporating that. Okay, so what have we seen in the individual as far as those 4 values? And we're talking about putting it on the walls. Now, that's not necessarily a new concept or anything like that, but constantly being reminded of that. When you meet with your staff, when you have those all staff meetings, then just review a little bit. Here are our core values. When you have to deal with a person, for example, for a professional improvement plan, then talk about the values there. So it becomes a part of who we are. Some of the greatest corporations, and I'm sure 500 corporations that are out there, it's because they continue to repeat over and over again until it just becomes a part of the fabric of what that company is doing.
Yeah, and we can celebrate these things, right? Like when we see excellence here at Wheeler Mission, we can celebrate that, and they know that that's what we're looking for. We know that that's what we're supposed to be accomplishing, right? And we can celebrate that, or the Christ-centered experiences that we've either offered our guests or shown in our own work, and we can celebrate those things. So when you say evaluation, sometimes people think like, oh, I'm being looked at, like, did I measure up? But sometimes it's like, yes, like you showed this, so let's celebrate that and let's honor that. And I think knowing what we're expected of, or what's expected of us, is important, right? And those 4 values are huge.
That's so true. And it begins with leadership.
Absolutely.
At the top, it begins with the executive team and making sure that we cascade that down with those that report to us.
All right. This has been fun. So our 4 values, can you repeat them? I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
off the top of your head, what do you got?
Christ-centered purpose.
All right.
Faithful stewardship.
Okay.
Excellence, and grace and truth.
How about that, man? You've been studying. All right, good. I think none of those are surprising. So I think everybody sees those play out on a day-to-day basis at Wheeler. I think our guests experience that. And that's why life transformation is happening at a high level. It's not just about getting someone sober. It's not even just about getting them housed, right? Like if that's the culmination of your life, like that's you falling short, right?
And there are
like,
a lot of organizations that do that.
Yeah. So let's take you to another level, right? Because those things are great, but let's take you further. And I think that's what people experience here at Wheeler. So, all right. So I'm going to ask you one quick question here. I'm going to ask you 3 questions. All right. And I'm going to go 3 different directions. All right. So tell me your favorite football team. Cowboys, man.
We're winning this year.
Cowboys.
Yeah, we're winning this year.
Okay.
After 30 years plus, we're still going to win the Super Bowl.
So you love football, right? Okay. All right. Tell me your favorite thing that your kid has done that made you the proudest as a dad.
Well, I have 2 sons, and so one is a private business owner. So he owns a number of Airbnbs here, in the city. So he's doing fantastic. So I'm proud about that. And then my other son, he's a psychologist and very much involved, in ministry.
Yeah.
And so
awesome.
Yeah.
That's something to be really proud of, man. 2 sons.
Yeah.
What's their age?
One is 36 and the other one is 35.
Yeah. Grandkids coming?
Yeah. Hopefully.
Yeah, maybe one day.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
All right. So 2 more quick questions. Tell me something that you know about Wheeler Mission that people even at Wheeler Mission may not know about because they work at the men's shelter, because they work at Camp Hunt, or maybe they're at the women's shelter. But what's something that you learned that maybe you thought you would think other people might think is interesting inside of Wheeler's walls?
Oh, wow. That's an excellent question.
Yeah.
A tough question as well, because, well, it's just interesting that some that are within our very walls, they don't really know the extent of what we do as far as long-term programming and things like that. So, they're in different departments, so they do their part as far as ministry is concerned.
Yep.
But as far as what goes on day to day, and they'll hear some of the testimonials, but what they don't know is how they got from A to B, and what were those steps as far as the discipleship process. So
we need to share those stories more, right?
Within our own walls.
That's one of the things we're gonna do with this podcast is start to unpack some of those stories and hear from staff that get to see that, and hear from guests, hear from alumni, hear from our volunteers that get to see different angles. So we're excited to unpack that as we move forward. All right, last question, and then we're gonna let you go. What is a verse? A verse. You've quoted a lot today, but what is a verse that gives you hope right now?
Wow. That gives me hope. I'd have to say that one of the verses that really comes to mind, it's in Romans. I think it's around the 4th chapter. So I don't know the exact verse, but it talks about, let us come boldly to the throne of grace that we may obtain mercy and find grace to help, in time of need. And so that's one of the ones that I just use as my foundation, that I can always come to the Lord boldly. I don't have to come timidly or anything like that. But I can come boldly, and I can get the help that I need, and the mercy as well, because all of us need mercy.
Absolutely. Well, that's perfect. That's a great way to end it. Terrence, you've been here 5 years. You've made great impact. I've seen your work be tremendous and show all of these values. I couldn't have asked a better person to cover some of these values with us. So keep up the good work.
Thank you.
All right. Cowboys, I don't know about, but
Bengals, I don't know about either.
Yeah, Bengals, who day, right? All right. All right. Thank you, Terrence.
All right. Thank you.
Great having you.
All right. Thank you.
Hey, this is Brian Crispin. Welcome to Voices of Hope podcast. Today, I've got Perry Hines, our CEO here at Wheeler Mission. He's going to share not only some of his experiences here at Wheeler Mission, but also his personal journey on how God prepared him to be here. And he's got some great stories to tell about what he's experienced just in his few short years here at Wheeler Mission. So enjoy the podcast. I think you're going to love this one. Okay, I'm glad to have Perry Hines with us today. So Perry, welcome to the podcast.
Glad to be here, Brian.
Yeah, I'm excited to unpack some of your story today, but also as the CEO of Wheeler Mission, I know you've seen some things and have some insight that most people don't get to hear about normally. So we're going to talk to you a little bit about that today. So thanks for coming.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. So I met you a few years ago, and I know we were just talking about some of your story with your children, but tell us a little bit about you. I mean, what's your family like? Tell us how many kids you have. Tell us about Perry a little bit. What's Perry like?
Perry's a pretty boring story.
Okay.
Frankly. So pretty boring. I grew up in a small town in Kentucky, 900 people, one stoplight, one mailbox, 64 of my graduating class in high school. Grew up in a family of 6 boys, no girls.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Now, try being the mother in that situation. So she tried 6 times to get a girl. She never got one.
Kept going.
And then she stopped after 6.
Oh, wow.
That's the kind of the family joke. And so, but no, I grew up in a real small clustered environment. First in my family to go to college, met my wife in college. And that was over 42 years ago. And so we've been married coming up this September, 39 years.
39 years.
Yeah, we have 2 boys, a 35-year-old neurologist who lives in DC with my only 2 grandkids.
Yeah.
I wish he were here. And my youngest son who just moved to Texas because he's got a girlfriend in Texas. He's a corporate lawyer now for T-Mobile.
Oh, wow. So you got family all the way from DC to Texas and here in Indiana.
Absolutely.
All right. And obviously Kentucky still as well.
Kentucky still. My other brother is in Alabama. So I used to have 5 brothers. Now I've got 2 other brothers. So three of them passed away, unfortunately.
Okay. So you've been in Indiana for how long?
So about 30 years. So
30
people
years.
ask me, am I a Hoosier? And I tend to say yes, because I've been here for 30 years. I might as well be a Hoosier, right? Even though I'm really from Kentucky.
Yeah, that's long enough to claim.
Oh,
it, right?
we're Hoosier. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good. So you've obviously had a long career before you came to Wheeler. You've just been at Wheeler for a couple of years. So tell us a little bit about what prepared you to be here at Wheeler Mission. Kind of what was God's
plan for you in your journey? Has he prepared you for this position that you have here? What did that look like?
I often tell people that I am the most unlikely CEO of a rescue mission that you ever would have imagined.
Yeah.
I'm not a pastor. All of the other Wheeler Mission CEOs have been pastors. And so I come at it from a little different angle. But I really feel that God has called me to this work, called me to this mission. And, we've only been at it 2.5 years as CEO, been here 4. I can't believe I've been here 4 years
Okay.
already.
Yeah.
When I first came here in 2021, right in the middle of the pandemic.
Yeah.
But it's just gone by so fast. But God has truly, truly blessed us in this ministry. But I really feel that all the stuff that God has really prepared me for, whether from a business perspective, working in my church, we were a long time, just recently left, but a long time members of Northview.
Okay.
Almost 30 years at Northview, and all the ministering and pastoring kind of lay ministry I've been doing in my church, all of that stuff. God uses everything, He doesn't waste anything, and He's using all those things to help me help the folks that we see each and every night.
Yeah.
And our 200 plus employees and all of our donors and the volunteers. And so, my journey here is not a straight path.
Yeah.
Like a lot of folks, but it's been pretty circuitous.
Yeah.
But God has really, I think, prepared me for a time such as this.
And I bet as you've been through your time here at Wheeler, just in those 4 years, you probably looked back and be like, man, that's why I went through that situation, or that's what prepared me for this moment right here. Right. Like I know that happens to me a lot. Whether it happens to me when I'm raising my kids too, right? Like that's why God prepared me for this moment. But have you seen situations like that, like in your past, where it's like, man, I went through that and now it's allowing me to take care of this the way that God needs me to do it here at Wheeler Missions?
Oh yeah. It comes up every day. Every day there will be something that we have to deal with, as the CEO. My job is to make sure everybody has the resources that they need, that we're pursuing our strategic and spiritual and operational and financial goals. All those things, that's really what I concentrate on every day.
Yeah.
And some days I might concentrate more on the spiritual goals. Some day I might concentrate more on the strategic goals. It just depends. But every day there's something new and something different.
Yeah.
But there's lots of examples I can point to. But one of the things that recently kind of just impressed upon me, I recently had some health challenges.
Oh yeah.
And so being
just
laid
last
up
couple weeks, right? I mean,
last couple months,
Yeah.
right? And so just laying up in a hospital gives you a lot of time to reflect and basically slow down. God was really telling me to slow down, and I think that's what one of the lessons I'm taking from that is, in our hectic daily lives here in Indianapolis, we're trying to make headway each and every day,
Yeah.
and do what's right for our guests that come through our doors every night. But at the same time, it's like sometimes I just feel like we're like little rats on a treadmill.
Yeah.
It's just we're pedaling so fast. But God allowed me time just to slow down, reflect, and really just get back and center and help me really refocus on what are we trying to do with Wheeler Mission? What are we trying to do in this mission, in the city, in our state, as well as nationally? And so, so one of the things that I've been seeing lately is to slow down and make sure that we are always listening to God.
Yeah. Yeah. And I bet during that time, you've had a chance to really reflect on your time at Wheeler Mission and some of the things that you've seen or been a part of, and just be able to sit in that moment a little bit longer in those memories and those thoughts. Right. So, one of the things I wanted to ask you, because you've only been at Wheeler for 4 years, you've been the CEO for 2 years now.
2.5.
And,
but who's counting?
Yeah, 2.5. And you took over for a 30-year veteran. As Rick Alvis is our
incredible
former
man.
Yeah, and you've done a great job at that. But everything's been moving so fast. But to be able to sit and reflect, I mean, one of the things that people talk about a lot is there's a misconception on what someone who is experiencing homelessness is like, right? Like, what have they been through? What are their challenges? What are they like as a person? What's their story like? How do they get to that point? Is there anything that you've been able to learn just in your time here at Wheeler Mission, obviously reflecting during those moments you mentioned, that people would be interested to know, like, hey, I thought people would be like this, but they're not. They're like this, right? What do you think there?
Well, homelessness is a very complex issue.
Yeah.
There's no one thing that causes someone to become homeless. there are a multitude of reasons. There is usually an addiction of some type involved, either an alcoholic addiction or drug addiction. On top of that, you have usually some mental health challenges that come into play. You have those two kinds of things, and we see 60 to 70% of our folks every night have one or two of those, or if not both of them, that they're dealing with. And that's what we do, is come alongside them. But at the same time, there are other reasons that an individual can become homeless. Most of us, Brian, in this country are 1 or 2 or 3 paychecks away,
absolutely,
from being homeless, or one big medical bill away from becoming homeless, or one nasty protracted divorce, from homelessness. And so there are a lot of reasons that people show up at our door, not one specific reason. But what I found is, one of the biggest misconceptions is there are a couple, but one of the biggest ones is, a lot of people seem to think that homelessness is a result of something that the individual did or did not do.
It's their fault, right?
It's their fault, right? And nothing could be further from the truth. And so, like I said, oftentimes there are other circumstances in life, whether it's personal circumstances, addictions, mental health challenges, or whatever it is, that would cause someone to be homeless. Stats say that an individual can go in and out of homelessness 3 or 4 times in their life. And that's a pretty sobering statistic. It really is. And so, but that's a big misconception, is that they did it to themselves. It's their fault. They're a drug addict, and, they just want money for drugs.
It's not that simple, right?
It's not that simple. It's not a one size fits all. Another big misconception that I find frustrating quite a bit is that homelessness, if you're homeless, then you are more prone to being a criminal or committing crimes. And that the statistics just don't bear that out. I mean, individuals experiencing homelessness are no more prone to committing crimes than the average citizen. But what happens is, individuals who are unsheltered are just more visible. And then when crime occurs or something happens in the community, people tend to point fingers, and they tend to blame those individuals who are experiencing homelessness, and nothing could be further from the truth. Now, don't get me wrong.
There's certainly some
get me wrong.
some issues there that
there are some issues.
Fault, right?
There's some issues. And does
like
crime
all of
happen?
us have fault, right?
Of
In
course,
a lot of situations.
Of course. So those are a couple of the 2 biggest misconceptions that I see. But a third misconception, and it hits home. If you were to go into one of our shelters, say last Christmas, think about a 5, 6, 7-year-old kid, spending Christmas Day homeless, at our children and women's center, sleeping on a mat. Nothing more sobering, more heart-wrenching and gut-wrenching than that. Just knowing that a lot of other kids are waking up warm and snug in their beds, right? Going downstairs and going to their Christmas tree and finding presents from Santa and eating cookies and hot cocoa. But homelessness does not take a vacation. It does not recognize holidays.
And those memories are memories that they'll have their whole life. That they woke up on Christmas morning with no place to call their own, right? Those are stories they'll tell their whole life.
That's right.
And there's trauma there too. That you and I probably can't relate to, but we get to see that every day. I think you're so right that it's not simple, right? And a lot of times people have a simple fix when they are asked about homelessness, like, well, they should just get a job, or they should just be able to, clean up and get off whatever they're on and move on, right? Or just go get a place to live and get a roommate and move on, right? But it's deep, dark trauma in some of these people's lives, and you've seen that. So I mean, there's 700 to 800 people here every single night. And what always strikes me is you sometimes you meet that person in that moment. They're 50, 60 years old, but that person once was a 22-year-old a married man or woman, or they were a 15-year-old kid in high school, right? Like they have a story to tell. And that's when it's fun, is when you get to hear the stories and hear where they're from, and then get to see that life restored, right? Ultimately.
Well, it's when you really get right down to it, it's about relationships.
Absolutely.
It's about stories. Behind every story, there's a person. Behind every person, there is a reason that they find themselves in the situation. And so, and we know,
from our worldview that God cares about every single person and every single story.
Yeah.
And so we're blessed, I'm blessed every day to hear those kinds of stories and hear the impact that we're making. But at the same time, knowing that there's so much more we could do, so much more that is still left to do in this community.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there is. And so that leads into one of the things I want to talk to you about. So we're coming up here in about a few weeks. We're looking at World Homeless Day. Yeah. And something that Wheeler Mission is going to take part in a lot of different activities, raise awareness towards not only the issues here locally, but the issues that are going on nationwide. And people have a lot of questions. They don't really understand, again, what causes homelessness. Like, what is the magnitude? What are the numbers really like when it comes to how many people are experiencing that? And so on October 10th, World Homeless Day will be here. So talk to us a little bit about, like, obviously you've been in this space for a while now. What are some alarming numbers that you've noticed nationwide or locally? And I mean, what are those statistics? What are some statistics that stand out?
Well, World Homeless Day happens every year, right?
Yeah.
Around the same time.
Yeah.
It's an opportunity to really shine a spotlight on the issue of homelessness from a national perspective. And so one of the things that we want to do this year is highlight, not only from a national perspective, but also from a local perspective, the issues dealing with homelessness. So, but nationally, homelessness is on the rise. It's just no question, no getting around that. The numbers are pretty alarming, Brian, frankly, from a national perspective. There's something called a PIT count, PIT, point in time count.
Yeah.
It's really more or less a national census that the government does every year. And it's just a way for them to allocate funds, to the states and the cities to help combat the homeless problem or homeless issue. But, last year, they haven't really released a PIT count for 2025 yet nationally, but we know in 2024, it's one night.
Yeah.
Usually in January, February, they never really tell you too much in advance what the night's going to be, just so that nobody can game the numbers of the system. But they take a census of those individuals who are in shelters like ours, those individuals who are unsheltered, those individuals who are in the nooks and crannies of various parts of our city, and they come up with a number. Last year in 2024, that number was just shy of 700,000.
Oh, wow.
Nationally, 700,000.
Wow.
And then you would have cities like New York City, who is responsible for at least 350,000 of the 700, like half of it.
Yeah.
Right. And then you would have a big drop off with other big cities like Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Los Angeles County. I think they're coming in around 75,000 or so. So a big drop off from 350,000 to 75,000. These are people.
Yeah.
These are not stats. These are not numbers. These are individual people that we're talking about. This year, we know the PIT count for Indianapolis. And we know it's an undercount because if you're homeless and you don't really want to be counted that evening,
you're gonna avoid that, right?
You're not going to be found.
Yeah.
Right. That number for Indianapolis was 1,815 this year. And we're so fixed on that number. We know it's a 7% increase from last year.
Yeah.
And that's on top of, Brian, a 5% increase the year before.
Yeah.
So homelessness is on the rise nationally. It's on the rise here in Indianapolis. But I mean, I have great faith in our citizens of Indianapolis. You know what? We have a great city.
Yeah.
We have people who rise to the occasion. And I know we can meet this challenge together. We can meet this challenge.
Yeah. So Indianapolis, obviously not the scale that we see on some of the big cities, but the trend is the same, right?
Exactly.
That this is a growing issue that is impacting every city around the country, right? So I know there's, talk to us a little bit about the unique aspects of Indianapolis itself, right? Like this 1,800 number is smaller than other big cities, but there are unique challenges here in Indianapolis that other cities don't experience. And there are nonprofits stepping up in places here locally where maybe they don't in other cities. So tell us a little bit about the landscape here in Indianapolis.
Well, Indianapolis, there's a study done several years ago by Baylor University. It showed that Indianapolis is the largest metropolitan area without a city shelter.
Yeah.
And our city has starting to look at that and address that. But up until this point, we've had no city shelter. And you have to ask yourself, why?
Why?
Why? Well, because they've had Wheeler Mission and other service providers.
But that speaks to how much the city loves and relies on
Yeah,
Wheeler Mission
absolutely.
too, right? And the work being done at Wheeler Mission too, right?
Absolutely.
You've seen that.
Now that's unique for Indianapolis, but also unique for us is, and we know that 1815 number is an undercount nationally. There's evidence that number is a 10 to 15% undercount.
Yeah.
So you basically, if you add on another couple hundred people, that's over 2,000 a night that are unhoused. Just point of reference and context. I mean, at the height of the pandemic back in 2020, that number was over 2,200 a night in Indianapolis, and that's when the city and Wheeler partnered up to run hotels. There was just an overflow. We had an unmet need, and we had to rise to the occasion. And so, collaboratively with the city, with funds that were provided by the federal government through the city, we were able to come alongside the city and help them run several hotels as overflow for a year.
These hotels were empty during that time.
They're empty.
Right?
It's pandemic. Nobody's going to the hotels, right?
Yeah. What a unique solution, right?
Yeah. So that's something unique for Indianapolis. I think other cities did it, but we are really proud of Indianapolis, how we stepped up to the plate.
And that shows the collaboration that needs to take place for people experiencing homelessness to be cared for appropriately, right? It can't just take one organization. It certainly can't take the city by itself. There's this nonprofit and the city itself, and even corporations that step up to make sure that people are cared for. And then obviously individuals, which are the backbone of Wheeler Mission, right?
It was a textbook example of how public and private partnership can work together to step up. And we did. We stepped up to the challenge of the pandemic. And so
those numbers dipped from the pandemic, and you've been here since 2020, just after that happened, right?
Yeah.
And so you've seen those numbers dip down, but now it's going back up. That's the landscape we're in now, is that those numbers are rising. Obviously expenses are rising in everyone's home. And so imagine taking care of a family of 5 in your own home. Wheeler Mission serves 700 people every single day. Those same costs that are affecting families of 5, 4, 6 at home.
Yeah.
We're experiencing that on scale here at Wheeler Mission, right?
We are. It's sometimes it seems overwhelming, right? I get asked quite often, why don't more people step up and help? Or why does homelessness, the why questions, the WHY questions, why does homelessness seem so much more of an issue than in past years? There's so many answers to those questions. But the biggest why question is why we do what we do.
Yeah.
Brian, we've been at this over 132 years.
Yeah. 1893.
And we do it because the Bible tells us to do it, right?
Yeah.
It's part of our faith. It's part of who we are. It's part of the Wheeler DNA.
Yeah.
That's what we do. People, ask me can you solve homelessness? And I say that homelessness is biblical from my perspective.
Yep.
The Bible, tells us that the poor and the widows and the orphans will always be among us. The needy will always be among us.
Yeah.
And so what is a more representative of the needy and the poor and the widows and orphans in our community, in modern day community, than those individuals experiencing homelessness? And
absolutely.
But it's important how I don't think it's solvable. I don't think we can end homelessness, but we can solve it. We can solve the problem, and we can solve the problem by how we react and how we respond to the challenge.
Yeah. It's about being realistic with the problem too, right? And so there are tragedies that are going to happen in someone's life. And when that happens and their own personal safety net fails them, right? Their family's not there. There's no more couches to be a part of. Where are they going to go? That situation will always take place. And the poor are waiting for us to act appropriately, right? I was just bringing up the scripture you're talking about. Deuteronomy 15:11 says, "For there will never cease to be poor in the land. Therefore I command you, you shall open wide your hand to your brother, to the needy and to the poor in your land." So there's a commandment from God to take care of these individuals.
That's why we do what we do. That's why we've been doing it for 132 years. And by the generous support of individuals, churches, our fabulously generous foundations, private and public, other foundations, we've been able to meet the challenge, and we're proud of what we do here in the community. But it is something that's going to take everybody.
Sure.
It's not just on an organization like Wheeler or the other service providers in town. This is a community concern. It's
everybody
a
needs to
community
step
issue.
up, and everybody has resources available to them in some way, shape, or form. It could
Absolutely.
be your time, could be financial donations, it could be assets you have here in the community. I know some landlords will step up and say, hey, I'll rent a place to you, even though you may have a background that may not be the best tenant that I'm looking to rent to, but hey, I want to give you a shot. It takes anybody who has resources to step in that space and help individuals.
There's so many ways people can help.
So when we talk about World Homeless Day, we're obviously a national issue. It's touching us right here in Indianapolis. It's a local issue as well. Indianapolis or Wheeler, Michigan is a locally funded and operating nonprofit. So we operate right here in Indianapolis and in Bloomington.
I was going to say, don't forget Bloomington.
Yeah, don't forget Bloomington.
Yeah,
right?
We've been down in Bloomington as a main provider for the last 10 years.
Yeah. And we're the largest service provider.
Day one, when we back 10 years ago, there was an organization that asked us to come into the market and help them. And my predecessors agreed to do that. Right. And from day one, when first day we opened the doors, we were the #1 provider of homeless services in Bloomington, Monroe County.
Because the Lord commands us to help people who are poor. And we saw a need there, right? And we've stepped into that space. Seems like Bloomington's far away, but that's an hour drive. It's not that far.
It's,
right
it's
here.
closer now. It's 69 being finished.
Straight shot.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have some fun with having some conversations just like this here in a couple.
What you call it? Fun?
Yeah, right. It's gonna be fun for me to watch.
You wait till your audience hears what you got in mind for me.
What we're referring to is on October 9th and 10th, Wheeler Mission will take part in an event that's a national event, but it's going to take place here locally called Conversations on a Bench.
Yeah.
And so I've heard that you're going to be outside Wheeler Mission on a bench, as per the name, for how long?
In the cold.
Well, it's October. It could be warm.
In Indianapolis, there can be anything
cold
in October. But
okay.
I'm bracing for the cold.
Yeah.
I'm a naturally cold person, so I'm gonna have tons of stuff on me. So but I'm gonna be out there for 24 hours. It's gonna be live streamed. We're part of
24 hours straight. You're gonna be
24
on
hours
this bench.
straight. 24 hours straight. I mean, I'll be out there.
And you're not sleeping. You're not gonna go home and take a nap. Like this is.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm there. I'm committed to this, and it is all an effort to really showcase not only World Homeless Day that's happening around the same time, but more importantly, really get down to the nuts and bolts, the grassroots part of it.
Yeah.
Conversations on a bench. Jesus had so many conversations, while he was sitting. Jesus was set at the well. He would sit on a hill.
Yeah.
He sat in people's homes having authentic, genuine conversations.
Yeah.
And that's really what we're going to be trying to do, have authentic, genuine conversations. And Brian, conversations take time, right?
Yeah.
It takes time to have conversations. And so part of the
24 hours,
what God was telling me before in the hospital, slow down,
take your time,
slow down. And so for me, this particularly hits home as we're part of this, an effort nationally by our association, our trade association called Citygate Network. All the homeless missions and 300 or so homeless missions around the country are a part of Citygate.
Yeah.
And they're trying to get at least 100 to participate on the same day, same 24-hour period of time, to have these conversations on the bench.
So this is a national movement.
It is.
That is going to have you here as our local representative here in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
So obviously, again, we've talked about this national issue. Those stories will be different all over the country, but here locally, what kind of conversations are you hoping to have? Who are you hoping to talk to? I mean, what kind of are we talking easy conversations? Is it simple discussions about surface issues? Or are you hoping to get deep on this thing and really to figure out what's going on with the issue?
Yes, and yes.
Yes, all of it.
I want all the above, so one of the reasons I want to do this is not only to highlight World Homeless Day, but also just remind people here in Indianapolis that it's about authentic relationships, because without authentic relationships, you really can't have true life transformation.
Yeah.
And we know that if we are going to make a dent in homelessness and individuals experiencing homelessness, we have to have life transformation. And so a precursor to that, quite frankly, are conversations.
Yeah.
And so I want to have conversations with people who just walk up.
Okay.
I want to have conversations with people in our shelters. I want to have conversations with business and civic leaders, faith leaders. I would love if little boys and girls come and talk to me.
Yeah.
I'm going to be there. I'm going to be on a bench for 24 hours.
Kids can be very curious,
Oh, I
right? They
love
can
it.
ask questions that you wouldn't have thought are coming out of their mouth.
I love it. And I do want to have authentic, genuine conversations. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's going to be some surface conversations, but what I'm really been praying about and hoping for is for us to have authentic, genuine conversations that and talk to people who may not agree with our approach to helping, how we approach the unsheltered here in Indianapolis. And we have folks like that in the community. I welcome them, not too many. I welcome them to come and talk to me, right? And I want them to understand where we're coming from, who Wheeler is, if they don't already know. A big misconception, you talked about misconceptions before about homelessness in general. I mean, even though we've been here 132 years, Brian, we have, I say it all the time, we have high brand awareness, but we have low brand knowledge. People don't understand and know all the multitude of services that we have available to us, that we have been providing to this community for years and even decades.
Well, they don't get a chance to come inside our walls very often. Some people, we have lots of volunteers that come in, they serve a meal, they get to see that part of our ministry, but what goes on behind closed doors and the hard conversations and our programs that can go from anywhere from, a few weeks all the way up to months long. Like, you don't get to hear all those stories and see life transformed like our staff does. And certainly you've been able to see throughout your time here at Wheeler Mission. So I'm excited to hear what comes out of that. So so to kind of recap what that is for 24 hours, Perry, as our CEO, is going to be on the bench outside of Wheeler Mission
on October,
not experiencing homelessness in October, not experiencing homelessness or acting as if we're homeless, but standing outside to say, hey, there's an issue in our community. We want to talk about it. And let's just have those hard conversations. Right?
Another thing I'm really hoping comes out of this is some insight for me that I can take back and help inform my decisions when we're working with our folks, our executive teams, as well as our front lines folks. I mean, I'm looking for any and all ideas. This is, we are not, sitting here saying we have all the answers, right? We have a lot of them. We've been at this thing for 132 years, but I am open to any and all solutions that make sense for Wheeler, and I think makes sense for Indianapolis.
No idea is a bad idea, right? When it comes to, hey, let's figure out how we can help these people, right? So that's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be fun for you. I'm gonna watch.
Is a good word.
Yeah, I'll take naps. You won't. But I don't know how you're gonna stay up for 24 hours straight. I'm sure you'll be delusional at one point. But that's
I'll
probably
be talking out of my head and stuff like that. So I mean, God will take care of me.
This whole thing is going to be live streamed on our social media channels, on our Facebook site and our YouTube site. And so people will get to watch it, even if they can't come down and take part in it. But as you said, there's going to be times where we have open slots for people to just stop by and get in line and say, hey, I'd like to talk to Perry for a little while and get your ear for a bit.
I want people to tune in. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun thing. What I'm looking most forward to is there's about 75 other CEOs doing it in other cities. We have 3 here in Indiana. I think my good friend in Evansville, Tracy, is doing it.
Okay.
And my good friend up in Warsaw, Eric is doing it.
Oh, good.
So we're all going to be doing
stories.
We're going to swap stories. And we're going to have, from my understanding, what my folks tell me, marketing communications folks tell me, that I'm going to be able to see what they're doing and maybe even have some live conversations with them.
It'll be interactive for sure. I think we should have a conversation after that too, just to talk about what all happened that day fun. Too, right? And
I'm looking forward.
So World Homeless Day is what day again? October 10th.
October 10th.
And conversations on a bench will take place starting on the 9th at 3:00 p.m.
3
And
p.m.
it's going to go all the way till 3 o'clock.
3 p.m. on October the 10th.
Yeah. Right. And so some great things happening here in Indianapolis. Obviously, again, we're reflective of what's happening nationwide. It's a different story here, but we have people in the trenches that are helping, and we appreciate your leadership here at Wheeler Mission, just for a few short years, but you've made great impact here for sure.
Well, I'm just open to God using me and using and working through me and in me to further this mission that we have here. It's an honor to be here, and it's an honor to serve others.
Yeah, God's definitely using you. He's prepared you for this moment. You're involved in this key issue. We have over 200 staff that are involved in this key issue in ways that they've been called to do so. We have volunteers who come in daily. But if people are listening to this and they want to say, I want to get involved in that, I want to be a part of helping people experiencing homelessness, addiction, poverty, hunger, like what's a first step you would recommend that they would just plug in either today or sometime soon, either with by themselves or with their family or friends? Or
Yeah, I mean, if you know anything about me, I'm a good old country boy from Kentucky, and so I have to use mnemonic devices to help me. So people ask me this quite a bit. What can they do? How can they make an impact right now? And I basically say it's PSS.
Okay.
First of all, pray. Pray for us. Pray for World Homeless Day. Pray for me sitting on a bench.
Yeah.
Really pray for me.
Yeah.
Sitting on a bench in October, but mostly pray for those men, women, and children we see every night.
Yeah.
So come and serve a meal, sort donations at our distribution center or at our thrift store, up in Fishers. Or use your special skills. If you have special skills, use your special skills. I mean, we have people who serve not only meals and sorting donations, but they may have special skills that they provide. Doctors, nurses, hairstylists, right? Barbers, can come in and serve and volunteer. We welcome any and all those kinds of things. I often tell the story of one gentleman. He was retired, but he loved to shine shoes.
Okay.
And so we worked with him, and next thing you know, he's shining shoes that are donated in our thrift store.
Yeah.
That before they go and they're put on sale at our thrift store, he would shine the shoes. And that was what he did, 1 or 2 days a week. He's unfortunately passed, but he did that for a long time. And so that's one way to volunteer. Shine shoes.
Yeah.
There's so many other ways. And the last, the other S is just to share our mission, share our story, share it on your social media pages, share it with your neighbors, your life group.
People need to know.
People need to know.
Yeah.
Last year we had 13,000 about 13,000 volunteers contributing over 30,000 volunteer hours to Wheeler. And so, but there's so many things that they can do, and it's all online. You can go and online and see every single thing that you can do in every time slot, and each of the places in our shelters that you can do it in.
Yeah, there's definitely ways to get plugged in here at Wheeler Mission. Right now, if you go on any of our social media channel, or you just search the hashtag Find Your Place.
Okay.
We're actually doing a campaign where people are going to be posting content online about how they found their place here at Wheeler Mission, and they got plugged in. It's coming up soon. So
I don't know about this.
we're going to get you on video to do the same thing.
It sounds good.
Yeah, because people they want to do something about this, and they see people on the streets that are suffering. They hear the stories on their local news, and I want to do something about this. And when they come in and they get plugged in, they love it. And we're encouraging them to share that story, share that with their friends and family and just people they're connected with, and offer that opportunity for them too. So Find Your Place is a hashtag.
Oh, we have these scheduled tours too, right?
Yeah, you come check out our facilities. Yeah,
check out our facilities, scheduled tours, not only in Bloomington but also here in Indianapolis. And I tell people quite often that, and rather than me telling you what we do, why don't you just come see and experience? We'll set up a tour. And we love to show people what we do each and every day.
Yeah. And so our website's a great resource for that. You can volunteer straight on wheelermission.org. You can see some of these stories, hear stories of life transformation, get plugged in with some of the resources you're talking about.
Our award-winning website.
Website.
Our award-winning, that organization I told you before, Citygate.
Yeah.
They saw fit to award us as the website of the year. Recently. Very proud of that. Very proud of our marketing communication.
Yeah, and it's user-friendly. So we want it to make it easy for people to get plugged in. So I think that's what you'll find when you go to wheelermission.org.
Okay.
Right? And you can even go to some of our events like Drumstick Dash, connect to our golf fundraiser. If you want to get plugged in as a golfer, there's lots of places for people to find their place, right? Find Your Place is the hashtag we're looking at. Well, Perry, thank you. I'm looking forward to hearing more of these conversations on October 10th. Yeah, that's it.
Where'd
It's
the time
easy.
go?
Easy.
I mean, we're just getting,
Hey,
I'm just getting started up.
This has been a while now. I know, right? No, we're going to let you get back to your day, but I think the more we're going to have you on this more, and I'd love to hear some more of your stories. And I want to hear about how Conversations on a Bench went when we're done. But first of all, let's tune in on October 9th and 10th and hear you somehow get through 24 hours being without sleep. So
I'm telling my family from all across the country, tune in, and
yeah,
they can see it, you know, and
yeah,
I'm looking forward to it, but I'm a little scared.
Yeah.
Frankly, I mean, God, it's cold. It's
yeah.
going to be cold.
And there will be times where it's 2 a.m. right? And you're still out
is.
there. This is not just during the day. So
I can talk, but it's gonna stretch me a
Yeah.
bit. Yeah, even for me to talk that much, or even I want to do more listening than talking, frankly.
Sure. Well, I think it's going to be an experience you won't forget, but I think people will really learn more about this issue. They'll learn ways to get plugged in, and they'll have an opportunity to speak to the issue as well and have their voices be heard.
Yeah.
And again, you're looking to hear other people's opinions and their stories as well. So, all right. Well, Perry, thank you. We appreciate your time.
Thanks,
and
Brian.
We'll talk soon. I
Thanks
guess.
for doing this. I
Yeah,
really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Hey, if this podcast episode spoke to you, we'd love for you to dig a little bit deeper. Check out some of our other podcast episodes. We're going to tell lots of great stories that are going to really bless you. You're going to hear more about experiences that people experiencing homelessness have. What is that like for them, right? You're going to hear more about what goes on inside of Wheeler Mission's walls. You're going to hear stories from some of our friends in the community. But check those out. But you can also get plugged in right here at Wheeler Mission. We'd love for you to volunteer. Sometimes that can be just serving a meal, but there's lots of great ways to come and get plugged in here as a volunteer. Also, if you know somebody that needs help, Wheeler Mission is a resource for you. And so point them our direction. You can get all those phone numbers and websites to get plugged in at wheelermission.org. Again, send people our way who need help or get plugged in yourself. But again, we thank you for listening.
Looks like in the wintertime, and how Denver Rescue Mission very much opens up their doors to anybody who needs help, and a warm place to be able to stay in the middle of winter. And it really is great to know that you are one of the largest missions in Citygate Network, and certainly one of the ones that is on the cutting edge of how we serve and how we do best practices, and how we're able to really care for people, and have influenced other missions in our network as they've taken some of those best practices and kind of translated them and transferred them into their communities as well.
Yeah, it's so important, and it's such an honor and a privilege to do this work. You know, one of the threads that I think that have that's been running through many of our conversations is the fact that we get to take our faith to work with us every day, right? And we get to work from that faith, and do that though in extremely practical ways, right? Like if somebody's hungry, we feed them. If somebody is a stranger, we welcome them in. If they need clothes, we give them to them, because we meet them at their point of need, and we see them as God sees them and as Christ sees them. And then we have really the honor and the privilege to build a relationship with them and help them leave homelessness for good, and also help them to grow in their skill set, but also most importantly, their relationship with God. And I think that's why we all do this work, right? Because we get to do those things at the same time.
Yeah, and I think that's been one of the evolutions, even as you talk about a long history with Citygate Network and missions and ministries that have been around for a long time. Certainly a lot of it started with just providing shelter. And now we found that it's so much more than that, that the need is really transitional housing, or residence programs around addiction recovery, or semi-permanent housing, and really helping provide the socialization skills often for people that have been living on the street, sometimes for years, and helping them be able to re-enter into society and into a space where they have shelter, and then they can begin to get a job and create relationships and do all those things. And Denver Rescue Mission does that incredibly well.
Well, and I really appreciate you saying that. So if we think about the Conversations on the Bench event that we're doing right now, from your perspective, what are you hoping the outcomes of this will be?
Yeah, and I think that there's a number of them as we look at it, and in coming out of these conversations. One is that a lot of the conversations that are taking place, the gratitude has been, thanks for providing a venue where oftentimes as you said, the depth of these conversations, or even the people that we're having conversations with, we wouldn't normally speak with, or at this level, or around these kinds of issues. And there's really a sense of opening up a door to further conversation and further discussion moving forward. Sometimes that's going to be with city officials. Sometimes it's going to be with federally elected officials or educators, and recognizing that it does, especially in cities like Denver, it does take all of us. It's not one group that's going to be able to solve the issue of homelessness or help people with addiction recovery, and being able to look and say, you know, we're really not that far apart, or what you do is great and we can add this to that. And as we begin to continue to get closer in our partnerships together, maybe we have a better chance at how to solve this.
Yeah, you know, that's so important. And one of, as you were speaking, I was reminded at one of our guests that was on earlier, you know, she said, I think as a community, we have to stop challenging each other's whys. And we have to say, it's okay that this organization is doing their work because of their faith. And if there's another organization that does work and they're not coming from a faith perspective, it's still okay for us to say there are things that unite us, and how do we work together for those things that unite us. And I thought that was a really powerful statement on her part.
Yeah, I like that, and recognizing that you know, whether there's a faith foundation or the love of Christ that compels us, there's still a need that's there. And for those of us that are people of faith, we recognize that God is going to be able to reach out and draw people to Himself in so many myriad of ways. And this isn't going to be the only way or the only moment. And so being able to, I think, hold that loosely and recognize God's sovereignty in people's lives, to say, yeah, it doesn't have to be this course of action or something that we're going to prescribe, but we can just, again, partner together and recognize the openness that brings, I think, greater impact as it's multiplied through many of us who have a similar vision, which is really helping people.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And, you know, and you and I have talked about this before. We're given this opportunity to work with people that may not believe the same way we do. And sometimes we may be the only experience they've ever had with Christ. And that's actually a blessing for us to be able to do that. So I'm being told that we only have a couple of minutes left. So I do have to say this. I'm sitting on a bench that's really hard, and I'm looking at what you're sitting on, Tom. And like, I didn't get the memo that we should find a comfortable bench.
That's right. So I'm glad that your team really looked out for you well this year. And I think maybe we can help you out for next year. How's that?
That would be good, because I think that this hard bench, that will be coming up in some team members' evaluations this year.
I'm sure it will, and you can just leave it in their office all year long to remind them.
Well, apparently the bench is a rental, so I can't even do that.
Rental.
Yeah.
Let me hit up your donors a little harder to say, could you please buy Dennis a better bench for next year?
There we go. We'll do a fund drive. We'll do a GoFundMe for a better bench.
Right.
Tom, I'm just so grateful for you and for just your friendship and your leadership, and, you know, one West Michigan guy to another, and we're both transplanted out here in Colorado now. Just really grateful that that we get to do part of this journey. And yeah, just thank you for your vision and your leadership and your heart for God and your heart for the people that we serve.
Well, likewise, Dennis, appreciate being able to journey together. Glad you're there in Denver, and know how significant and important that is as Denver Rescue Mission begins this new chapter. And know that God has placed you for a specific purpose there. And know as you walk by faith, we walk together, walk with you, and support you and your team in what you're doing.
Thank you so much. And that couch does not look big enough for you to sleep on, though. So
that is a limitation.
We'll see what happens with that.
Yeah,
thanks, Tom. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Blessings. Bye, Dennis.
Bye. That was awesome. Hi, John. Which side do you want to be on? Wherever. Does it matter? Is it going to look weird if I'm sitting on this high cushion?
Oh, let me look.
Yeah. Why don't you take it? You want to sit on the bench, and then we'll figure out that bottom one. Should I take the cushion out? It looks like I'm sitting kind of.
We're going to take the cushion out. We're actually going to swap you two.
Swap us in
You can
different
have your
sides?
cushion back for the others.
Okay. We're ready to form.
Welcome, my name is Bethany LaRocco. At Wheeler Mission, we believe healing goes beyond just meeting immediate needs. It's about continuing the journey of hope and purpose through comprehensive supportive care. Let's take a look at how we walk alongside those in need on their healing journey. Healing is a lifelong process and supportive care at its core. From the moment someone enters Wheeler Mission, we focus on their physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being. Supportive care continues that journey. Here's how supportive care helps those we serve. Emotional support. Our team provides a safe space to process trauma, rebuild confidence, and promote empowerment. Case management. Each individual is different. We offer personalized plans that ensure guests receive the resources that they need to continue self-sufficiency. Spiritual healing. Through prayer, Bible study, spiritual guidance, and connection with the local church, we walk alongside them as they continue their spiritual journey. Community. Being part of a supportive, understanding group that fosters connection, strength, and hope for the future. Through supportive care, individuals walk out the healing process that they began in their program journey and experience sustained healing. They regain their self-worth, build resilience, and take the necessary steps towards lifelong recovery. At Wheeler Mission, healing is more than recovery. It's about ongoing transformation. Thank you for being a part of this life-changing journey. Together, we bring healing and hope to those who need it most.
My name is Hannah, and I am the program manager of Compass Kids. Compass Kids is an early childhood center serving the 30 families that live at the Center for Women and Children. Our goal is to provide a loving and safe, Christ-centered environment for the children in our care while partnering with families we serve to help foster individual and family-related goals. We are a state licensed site with students from 6 weeks old to age 13. During the school day, we have 4 classrooms, infant to preschool, that focus on developmental milestones, Christ-centered curriculum, and sensory integration. After school, children get off the bus from local elementary schools to come to Compass Kids for REC, our after-school program for release, experience, and connection. Because some of our students have experienced significant trauma, we provide a sensory room for children to use one-on-one with our teachers to encourage the understanding of their body and how to support the sensations they're feeling. Our team of early childhood educators are trained in co-regulation, touch points, and the language of the nervous system to foster an environment of growth for our students. Ultimately, Compass Kids is intentional to offer a Christ-centered and trauma-informed environment to equip students for the next step of their little lives.
Before I got here, I was homeless. I didn't have a place to go. I spent a lot of time in jail. I just got out of prison, so a lot of drug use. I was around it growing up. In my household, my mom and dad were both meth users, so I started manufacturing meth and using meth as an IV drug user when I was 15. I just got out of prison. I was out 3 months, got locked up. Buddy let me use a car, called in stolen on me, just a big old deal. But I was in a mess, so it really, I feel like that was God doing that all because it was for a reason. I was locked up, and Miss Wendy, she works at the Jackson County Jail. She's a wonderful woman. She's been like a mom figure to me, and she helped me come here. She helped me. She's like, I got a place for you to go if you want to try out. And I sat there and waited all night long. I was like, man, should I go? Should I not go? But I prayed about it, and here I am. My first night, it was different. I was like, oh, we're gonna see what's going on here, and I get here and it's like, it ain't that bad. And I'm out here secluded, away from all the earthly desires, so that makes it a lot easier because I can actually focus on my relationship with God. But my first night was like, okay, I can do this. It ain't too bad. Went out in the woods the next day, went fishing, caught me a fish, So all that stuff, playing basketball. They got basketball court, they got a pool table down there. So besides all that, though, it's all right. Before I came to Wheeler Mission, I was lost. I was afraid in the world, just still going down bad path. But I also had this little spark in me that knew that I wanted to come here, and I knew I wanted to change, and it's been fabulous. I'm learning something new every day, so I feel like I will the rest of my life. I don't feel like anybody's ever going to understand the whole Bible, but I got a lot of hope and a lot of faith, and I've been put through trials and tribulations here, that's for sure. I've had days where I've wanted to leave, but staying hopeful and having faith in God, and it's really helped me. My biggest challenge before coming to Wheeler Mission was just loving myself and loving people. It was hard for me to do. So I was always I was grasping on this stuff that I held on to since I was a young kid. I really didn't know how to let go of, and ultimately that's giving it to God. That's something that's helped me in being here. Is just Him giving me the strength to overcome things in my past that I just let go, and I can live. I can live and not have fear. It's hard. We do still have fear, but not as much as what I used to. I've learned to grow a bond with people. I grew up fighting a lot, being locked up, so it was like a thing I had. Like if I was mad at somebody or something, I just start fighting. That's all I knew, and now I can actually. I've had a couple arguments with people here. It's not, we're not perfect here. We're here to learn. And it's just like, man, God's working in my life because I would have never been able to do that. So there's big things like that. It's with loving people unconditionally. That's helped me out a lot here. I'm thankful to Wheeler Mission because they've given me opportunity to basically just turn my life around and be a father to my kids and get out there and be successful in life. I'm just thankful for everybody that works at Wheeler and the founder of Wheeler and all the staff here, and they've helped me come to concepts with myself that I love myself, and that I got to give all the glory to God. I can't take none of it.
But we've been really loving being able to hear people say, we might not have had this conversation without this venue or without this space or this experience. And, having that beef with city officials or, governmental federal officials or other nonprofits that are, working to help and to care for people. So kind of seeing all of those things kind of come online has been really, really awesome. And I think not like you, not fully sure exactly how it was going to be able to play itself out, and being surprised by God, I think in some wonderful ways, and really, really exciting too.
That's awesome. I was going to say we had like one of the things that was good, like that we saw some positive response even outside of our direct ministry is there. There's been some kind of tense public meetings in the county over some permanent supportive housing.
Yep.
There was a camping ban that was instituted, so that's been like a real hot topic.
Yeah. Yes.
And so we had kind of just said like the timing for us couldn't really be better to kind of humanize the story of, these aren't just like kind of people that are out there that don't have names and stories, but like, hey, let's like hear some of the people.
Right.
And so we spent a few days specifically reaching out to be like, hey, we're going to do this. We'd love to tell your story as a part of that, so people understand like what the barriers are that you're facing. Why is it that you choose to sleep outside, so that they have an understanding of kind of what your desires are, that you don't want to sleep outside forever. And
right.
But for whatever trauma you have, maybe congregate living shelter doesn't work for you, and we want to honor that for you, but also think about for our community that it's not just that you're kind of like this renegade. So telling those stories have been helpful for us, and so many of our partner agencies in our community, we're also just sharing it to be like, hey, if you want to know the stories of people that all this local news has been impacting, like here are the people, here are their names, listen to them over 24 hours. So it's been fun to see some of that too, like partner agencies be engaged.
Yeah, that's very, very cool. And knowing that they are willing to support or willing to help, or even kind of journey together in what you're doing has been really, really cool. What's been the response as you look at opening a single women's shelter? What's that process been?
It was funny. I was speaking with Jeff from Long Beach Rescue Mission. He was kind of telling the story of like how they were able to like raise money for a project in like a week, because just like God orchestrated all these crazy things. And I'm like, well, I don't have that we raised it in a week, but we've been only single men for, since our beginning, about 24 years. But for the last 10 years, everybody has always asked like, what about the women? When are you going to do it? Because we have another women's shelter, but it's not faith-based, and so important for what we do. And and so when people had kind of left like, hey, if you do it, call me, and so when we started the silent phase, by the time the silent phase was over, we were already at our goal. And it's like, hey, we have to be able to invite people into this process, because people have been waiting. And so we were able, I was saying it's like one of those experiences where you go to people who were like, yeah, I'll give, 100,000. And then you sit down with them, they're like, oh, I'm in for 200,000. And it was just like over and over that kept happening. And we just were, we're actually, one of our local churches is church partners is having us give the sermon this week for their mission weeks. And we kind of, as we were doing our groundbreaking, we were talking about the kind of context of like that this facility is really an altar to say like, hey, look what God did in this place. It's not really about our organization or, obviously it is about people who are going to use it, but it is mostly our community building stones to say like, hey, look what God did in this place. He still restores people. He still rescues people. We see it every day, so it's easy, but to communicate that to our partners, what we're doing is at our church service, we're going to have a chance for the call to action is to like, hey, come up and grab a stone, write a prayer on this stone, pray over the stone. And when it's time to like pour the foundation, we're going to put stones in the foundation. What happens here? such a great way to engage them and to help them understand, like, it's
Yeah.
never about us
Yes.
or this place. It's everything that happens here. It's about, like, look what God did. Look
Yeah.
what, and let's not forget that when we drive by this and tell our kids, like, hey, God did this for our community
Right.
to offer hope to
Yeah.
people who didn't have it.
Yeah, and I think of First Peter a little bit, how those dead stones really become living stones, and that each of the stories of those women will be living stone kinds of stories that get passed on from generation to generation, and how you're going to be changing a life over the next months and years, but ultimately eternities, and how powerful that is. Thanks, Scott. That's really,
Yeah.
really cool.
It
Really
was
cool.
fun, and it's been so fun to hear, like, the stories, like, because we kind of put it out to people, that haven't been around for a while but came through and received services. So some of them, like, hey, I'm coming down, make sure that you're available. And I'm like, yeah, show up. We want people to hear your stories, that, like, that restoration happens, that people can be made well. And those are the themes we've kind of been hitting on as we've talked with our former residents, current residents, and people that maybe don't even stay in our shelter, but need other services we offer. So
Yeah, that's great.
but yeah, so and thanks for your vision, Tom,
Yeah,
or whoever
yeah.
was behind this idea.
Yeah.
It's just resonate. We just find it resonating kind of across the spectrum with donors, with the people that use our services. Our staff have loved, because they're like, yeah, maybe I'm a finance person, I don't always get to hear the stories, so it's fun to kind of, like,
Right.
hear people tell them, over the course of 24 hours.
Yeah, no, that's great. It's been our whole team, and certainly led by Matt Dildine and his team here at Fresno Mission, and it's been great to see it kind of come alive and really go to scale this year. And we're learning a lot, and out of that, look forward to having even greater impact next year.
Yeah, and I will just say, like, for us, the connection was, and we're probably like a lot of Citygate partners, that I've worked at the refuge for 18 years.
Yeah.
Never had been to a Citygate conference ever.
Yeah.
We had been disengaged, and I came, got a scholarship to come
Yes.
to Phoenix, and just came back and was like,
Uh,
bunch of us have to go, because when I saw this idea, so many of the sessions I sat in on, I was just like, man, we just have dropped the ball on using the resource in the way that it could impact our organization so powerfully. And so, for if there's other organizations, for us, we're just super grateful to be able to go. And then now next year, plan to take 4 or 5 of us
Great.
to really learn together there. Because just ideas like this are like, if I didn't go, we definitely wouldn't be doing this, because we wouldn't know what it was and been like, oh yeah,
Right.
that sounds like it's a little bit of work. We got enough going on here.
Right. Exactly. Well, and next year we're going to be a lot closer. We'll be right up the road in Grand Rapids, Michigan, though I don't know if Buckeyes and Wolverines get together that much.
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
I'm a neutral party. I grew up in Minnesota, so I'm above the fray when it comes to their rivalry.
Those Golden Gophers, exactly.
That's
So,
right. It's like we're totally non-threatening to people.
love it. Well, we'll look forward to having you and your team there.
Yeah, but thanks for doing this. Thanks for taking some time to talk with us. We appreciate it, and it's so, just heartening and inspiring to see it happening across the nation. And we kind of say that in our feed a lot, just like, hey, it's not just happening here in Canton, Ohio. There's people all across the United States who, God's moving here, and we're super excited that. But, like, it's also important to remember, like, he's moving in Fresno and in Long Beach and in Pittsburgh and probably in Michigan, as much as we'd like to think not in Ohio. But just to be like, we want to celebrate all the wins that people are having, and that, just keep coming back to, like, he still heals people. He's still in the business of restoring lives. And we ought to be cheering and celebrating that with our brothers and sisters.
Yeah, that's great. Well, that's a great word, and a great word to end on, Scott, and just really appreciate your willing to have the conversation. So
appreciate it. Thanks, Tom. Hang in there.
You
We
too.
have how many hours left? Like 14?
I know exactly. We're getting closer to halfway. I love it.
All right.
All
Have a
right.
good
Thanks,
night.
Greg. Blessings. Yep. Bye-bye.
Every woman's journey is different, but at Wheeler Mission, hope begins with a safe place to heal, grow, and dream again. Our women's residential services provide more than just shelter. They offer stability, care, and a path forward, no matter what challenges you're facing. Many women first arrive through our emergency shelter, exhausted, uncertain, and ready for a new chapter. From there, we offer a bridge to something deeper, the opportunity for lasting transformation. For women unable to pursue traditional employment due to physical or mental health challenges, our wellness program offers a place to stabilize and rebuild. Our work readiness program empowers women seeking employment and independence. Over 6 to 9 months, women gain job readiness training, financial literacy, and career support, all in a Christ-centered, trauma-informed community. For women overcoming addiction, Higher Ground offers a long-term, faith-based residential recovery program. With a focus on spiritual growth, accountability, and transformation, guests walk in grace toward lasting freedom. At Wheeler Mission, our goal is not to just meet short-term needs, but to walk with women through life transformation. Step by step, we help them rediscover identity, build confidence, and embrace a hopeful future. Because with the right support, a woman doesn't just survive, she thrives. Wheeler Mission. Help, hope, healing.
At Wheeler Mission Center for Women and Children in Indianapolis.
At Wheeler Mission, we believe that true healing takes time, support, and stability. That's why our supportive housing approach is a vital part of the recovery journey. Let's explore how this safe space helps individuals rebuild their lives. Wheeler's housing programs are more than just a place to stay, they are a place to heal. When someone chooses this option, they're offered the opportunity to pursue stability, tackle challenges, and achieve long-term goals. Here's how Wheeler Housing opens the door to healing. Structured shared living, an affordable and supportive environment where residents can focus on their sustained recovery with like-minded individuals. Personalized support. Staff create a plan with each individual to address their unique challenges and work toward their goals. Financial coaching. We offer support for ongoing financial health to help them continue to build the foundations for a sustainable financial future. Emotional and spiritual healing. Residents have access to counseling and spiritual support, allowing them to heal from past trauma and rebuild their sense of self-worth. Through supportive housing, individuals find more than just a place to live. They find hope, community, and a path forward. At Wheeler Mission, we're committed to providing a space for healing, growth, and transformation. Thank you for supporting this life-changing opportunity. Together, we're helping individuals rebuild their lives and create a brighter future.
The Compass Family Program at the Center for Women and Children provides residential support.
My name is Hannah, and I am the program manager of Compass Kids. Compass Kids is an early childhood center serving the 30 families that live at the Center for Women and Children. Our goal is to provide a loving and safe, Christ-centered environment for the children in our care while partnering with families we serve to help foster individual and family-related goals. We are a state licensed site with students from 6 weeks old to age 13. During the school day, we have 4 classrooms, infant to preschool, that focus on developmental milestones, Christ-centered curriculum, and sensory integration. After school, children get off the bus from local elementary schools to come to Compass Kids for REC, our after-school program for release, experience, and connection. Because some of our students have experienced significant trauma, we provide a sensory room for children to use one-on-one with our teachers to encourage the understanding of their body and how to support the sensations they're feeling. Our team of early childhood educators are trained in co-regulation, touch points, and the language of the nervous system to foster an environment of growth for our students. Ultimately, Compass Kids is intentional to offer a Christ-centered and trauma-informed environment to equip students for the next step of their little lives.
At Wheeler Mission Center for Women in
At Wheeler Mission, we believe that true healing takes time, support, and stability. That's why our supportive housing approach is a vital part of the recovery journey. Let's explore how this safe space helps individuals rebuild their lives.
Check, right? Like paying it forward back into the system. So I think that's beautiful. Yeah, and you're building generational wealth if you get into real estate.
Yeah, absolutely. And not all of our, a lot of our folks coming out of the military, they're thinking big box for employment. They don't realize that small business and entrepreneurship is something that can really help them, pay the bills and generate generational wealth if they do well. So that's something that, in addition to the veteran suicide piece, kind of looking at the other side, how do we empower folks to start their own business? So.
Yeah, and especially, first responders love a side gig.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a thing that first responders do. And so if you could channel some of that into housing, boy, that's instead of lawn care, which is like the go-to, that's a game changer by itself.
Yeah, lawn care, bouncy houses, obviously, working at I always feel bad at all of our churches in downtown Greenville on Sundays. They're being protected by off-duty cops. I wish they could go to their own church, but they're also making good money on the side. So, but yeah, that's a compelling argument for those guys.
So before I go to the next guest here, what are you excited for UWS here in the next year?
We're really excited about helping other parts of the state with this model. It's this one-stop shop wraparound service. It's convening all the players in the community to help our veterans. So I'm spending some time in Columbia now trying to work in that market, and it's something that our state really wants to be a more welcoming place for its veterans. So we feel like kind of having our model in place in Columbia and Charleston will be helpful. We're not franchising there, but it's similar to what y'all are doing with your City Gate network. We don't have a network like that across the country for our veterans.
Midlands Warrior Solutions.
I mean, it's like, why is Miracle Hill not in Columbia? There's a good reason for that.
You threw it back on me.
Yeah, so I'm throwing it back on you. But the other piece is we're very excited. We have a chaplain on staff now. We have a spiritual support program, so we're trying to get our vets reconnected to local churches, and we're trying to help our local churches minister to their vets more effectively. A lot of pastors get in counseling situations for their vets that sometimes get over their heads, and they need a higher level of care with psychology, with the VA, with others. So we've got a great chaplain on staff. He's a retired Colonel, Herb Franklin, and I'm really excited about that program and growing that. Great fit with Miracle Hill because of y'all's perspective on the preeminence of that relationship with Christ being the most important thing. Yeah. So that's something that here at our 12-year mark, we're slowly starting to kind of with investing in hiring a chaplain is bringing that faith component into the work as well.
Was he over chaplaincy?
Yeah,
in active duty.
Yeah. Herb was 30 years active duty Army chaplain. Finished up as the chaplain at the Army War College in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. So he knows what he's doing. And he's been developing relationships with local churches all over the upstate now for about a year.
So he was probably baptizing people in the front of a bulldozer in Kuwait at one point in his life.
Possibly. I witnessed a baptism in the Euphrates River, which was interesting on many levels. But yeah, Herb's doing a great job for us, and really need to make sure he gets connected to Miracle Hill on. And hit the ball at some point before it gets too cold.
Yeah, so I've been taking some lessons the past couple weeks, and so I'm all discombobulated. So the chance of hitting someone with a golf ball is at its highest right now.
It's highest,
because now I'm completely confused as to what I'm doing.
Well, I'll just share with your listeners, if you're interested in hearing that, go back into the 2024.
No, it was 2025. It was January.
January 2025. I told the story about getting hit by Ryan Dirk with a golf ball, and I still feel like he owes me something, but I haven't figured out what that is.
I mean, you just let me know, and I'll make sure to accomplish whatever it is.
3 more breakfasts, and we'll be clear.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll do that.
Thanks for the work you're doing, man.
Yeah, man. Back at you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you coming out here tonight.
Yep.
You like the nighttime slots.
I feel bad that you guys are out here at night, so I just sign up for the graveyard shift.
Well, this isn't quite the graveyard shift. Like several more hours, and we're in the graveyard shift. But you can go home and get your little sensible head on the bed.
Yep. I'm going home to sleep, and you're going to be out here still talking to people. So
I'm going to be out here.
God bless you for that.
All right, brother.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
All right. You'll survive. Why do y'all have different cards? Okay, well, you can both come at the same.
Okay. Well,
Four dogs as guests. If
We'll
those
save it.
count towards the total,
We'll save it for
that
later.
ups our total.
There you go. We'll save it for later.
Yep. Who are you?
That's a great
You
question.
have to tell the people who
I
you
have to tell
are.
people. So
You
my
gotta
name.
use this.
So my name is Seth Forrester. I don't know where I'm supposed to look, but I'll look in that
You can
general
look at
vague
me,
area.
You can
I'll
look
look
at
you.
wherever.
So I work with social enterprises, which are external parts of the ministry with employment, workforce solutions. We also have a landscaping company and auto works. And this is my dad.
Who are you?
Well, my name is Ken Forrester, and I get to, I'm a pastor. And so I pastored Poplar Springs and more. But I first met you when I pastored at Rocky Creek.
That's right.
Back in, was it
2007?
Wow.
By the way, y'all are on the national feed right now with Dalta. I don't know why, but they picked up soon.
Okay.
Hey, everybody across the nation.
Welcome.
Wow. Poplar Springs just went national.
It went national.
Wow.
That's our big break. It's our
This is
big
it.
break.
Yeah, Ken, we met in 2007, and I had a specific angle I wanted to cover with this. So I wound up at Rocky Creek because of Larry Wills. Larry Wills, who's this amazing, godly, he's got to be 85, maybe 80 something. Anyways, godly man that started a class rescue mission and invited a few of us random overcomers to come to church, your church. And in a very short period of time, not only were there a handful of us coming to the church, but the church embraced us. We used to go to Stevie B's pizza buffet on, I think it was Sunday nights.
Yeah, on Woodruff Road.
On Woodruff Road. But here's my big theological question to you. How do you build a body of believers that don't want to just insulate amongst themselves, but want to be embedded with people who don't look like them, who don't come from the same world that they come from, and earnestly want those relationships, because that's what you had created at Rocky Creek. That's part of who you are. But how do you build that in a body of believers?
Well, to be honest, I think a lot of that had already been, the foundation was there before I got there. Okay. Rocky Creek's been around a long time, had some great leadership, some godly leadership. And so I felt like I just got to build on top of what some other guys had laid down. But, I think a lot of it is just, sometimes we use these little sayings, these little quips, instead of going to church, be the church, that kind of thing. But truly, that was a lot of what was happening during those years at Rocky Creek. They were looking for opportunities to actually be the church. And so they're willing to be vulnerable, take risks. And it was an absolute gold mine for us. That's what it was. So to watch our people engage.
Okay. Hi, Tom. Can you hear me? I don't think you can hear me, Tom. Yeah. Hi, Tom. It's Perry. I'm here in Indianapolis. That's fine. Okay. Hey, Tom. It's Perry here in Indianapolis. How you doing?
Hey, doing great, Perry. How are you? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine. Yeah, it's a little over 40 degrees here. I'm sure it's just as cold for you.
You're decked out and ready for it. So glad that's the case.
Look at you. You don't have any hat or gloves on. What's wrong with you? You're in Colorado.
I know, right? Not so bad, exactly. So, yeah, we're actually hanging out at Fresno Mission, which is serving as mission control. So a little even warmer than Colorado, which is nice.
Yeah, no wonder you don't have a hat on or gloves. I got you. Right. Yeah. How's it been going tonight? We've been kind of watching you.
Yeah, it's been going really, really well, and likewise, it's been awesome throughout the day. Being able to kind of have these through mission control, being able to have these live look-ins into the 70 or so missions and ministries and communities that and hear how those interviews have been going. And you've been interviewing a lot of folks. It's been really, really great looking in at Wheeler and what's going on in Indy.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic experience for us. This is our first year, as you know, but I know the team's making plans to figure out how we can do a little bit better next year.
Yes.
In October in Indy, the weather's always a dicey thing, so we'll be better prepared next year.
Good. Well, I want you, because we're on the national feed, I want you to share a little bit of the story of how you got your bench, because I think that's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know that you knew that. Yeah, the bench is a pretty special thing. It's not the most comfortable thing there is, as you can see. It's kind of hard. But the story is that we have several social enterprises here at Wheeler. And one of the social enterprises we have is a pallet shop, right?
Yes.
And it's really been a great part of our work therapy program and our long-term drug addiction recovery program, which for us, it's about a 9-month program. They go down to the outskirts of Bloomington, which is about an hour from Indianapolis. We get them out of the cities. For men, we get them out of the city, and they are able to stay down there in a pretty intensive 9-month program that we call Hebron. And part of that therapy is work therapy. And we have a pallet shop. And we do, Tom, we do really well. We do about 1.2, 1.3 million a year in our pallet shop. So those are all men in our program. So we asked them to make a bench for us. They're very good at wood, making things out of wood. So they made the bench for us here. And so I think it's pretty special, sitting on something that our program
men in our program constructed with their own hands. And so that's special for me.
Yeah, I think it's a great illustration of being able to take raw material and leverage it to be useful. And it really is a metaphor for that program and for the men in the program.
Yeah, it's been good for us. And so I don't really know what we're going to do with the bench for next year. I probably won't use the bench next year. They could have put some springs or something in this bench, give it a little give, right?
Exactly. You're going to have to do bench 2.0
That's
and
right.
See what that looks like.
Yeah, but we've had some awesome testimonies, some awesome stories. We've had quite a few people in our programs come through here and, tell their inspiring tales of where they were before Wheeler and going through our program and how God touched them, where he met them exactly where they are. And then now look at them. They are part of 40% of my workforce. I have 210 or so plus employees. 40% of them are former program guests that have come through graduated from our programs. And so we're pretty proud of that number.
Absolutely. What a huge testimony too to the power of God to be able to change hearts and lives and move people again from not only suffering to flourishing, but to a place of contributing and being able to help and serve others. And because of their own experiences and stories, they're able to speak into and influence the lives of other people too.
Yeah. And of course we had our passers-by, people who just wandered up. It's what it's called, right? Conversations on the bench. And so we've had our scheduled people kind of like this, but also I've enjoyed just the individuals coming up and seeing what we're doing, and we invited them over and just had a conversation with them here on the bench. And there's some individuals experiencing homelessness, but did just some passers-by. So we've had a smattering of folks. I've enjoyed some of the experts we've had. Some other heads of other nonprofit organizations here in Indy, partners that we use and assist with things that they do and things that we do. And it's really all about relationships. That's really what the bench is about as well, relationships.
Yeah, that's great. And I appreciate the willingness of folks to come and have those conversations, especially partners that way, and kind of be able to kind of share with Indianapolis how significant that is and how many there are in wanting to actually give back and make a difference in your community around homelessness and job training and addiction recovery and all those things.
As you know, Indianapolis is kind of unique among the Citygate Network folks. We're the largest metropolitan area without a city-run shelter. And people ask me that, well, how does that come to be? Well, next Tuesday, October 13th, Wheeler Mission will be 132 years. And I say it's because they've had Wheeler Mission for 132 years. They really haven't had to have a city shelter. And that's been a blessing for us because that's another way that we can witness here in the city and, to the 750 or 800 men and women, children we see each and every night.
Yes, that's great. And what's cool is you're actually older than Citygate because we're only 1906. So we're going to be 120 years next year. And even though the first shelter was in 1872 in New York, right? Yeah. But you are one of the oldest in the country and have been doing it for a long time. And I think really epitomize what people back then looked and said, how can we serve our community? How can we take a gospel that not just proclaims Jesus Christ, but demonstrates the love of Christ in a significant way as well? And for you to be able to continue to carry on that legacy, Perry, is a wonderful thing too.
Well, Tom, it's a real blessing. As you know, our longtime CEO, who's now President Emeritus, is Rick Alvis. And I did speak to Rick, and he's in Dallas, in warm weather. He's at an ECFA board meeting right now and couldn't be with me on the bench, but we Zoomed with him. And I just told Rick it wouldn't be the same at our inaugural Conversations on the Bench, at least if we didn't talk to him. So, he laid the foundation for 33 years, and the gentleman before him for 30 or 40 years. I mean, so Wheeler has had CEOs that have lasted 30 or 40 years. I personally doubt I can last, 30 or 40 years because I got in this game a little later. And so, it's just all about how God wants to use me.
Yeah, exactly. So no, that's great. And it really does give the example of what long-term leadership really is able to do over a period of time and really see maybe it's not as quick when you're in the middle of it, but as you look back in retrospect and in that rear view mirror, you can see how God was just with you every step of the way and how it just continued to build and the value of that. And no, Perry, you're here with your leadership and your experience for truly at this time, and know that it's going to bring value over the long term too.
So how has this Conversations on the Bench been for you personally? Has it been inspiring? Have you heard things that have really inspired and encouraged you? Because as head of this organization, Citygate, it's a blessing for all 300 plus missions that are part of the network. And so hopefully it's been engaging and inspiring for you as well, Tom.
Yeah, it has been. And I think, there's been everything from the transformation stories, as you were talking about, that I think are so powerful, to even a little bit of what you were talking with too. I just was on, just had a conversation with Scott Schneider's, who's not too far next door to you in Canton, Ohio, and how they are just opening up and beginning to work on a single women's shelter.
Oh, wow.
And as he was out there, they had a fire going. I think it's 35 in Canton tonight. And he just said there were two single women who had no place to go. And because they saw the fire, they walked up and they said, hey, can we just warm ourselves for a little while? And then they began to unpack their story on camera as they began to live stream that there. And Scott was able to say, this is why we are now building this brand new single women's shelter. They've had a men's shelter probably for the last 30 or 40 years. And now they're going to be able to move into a women's shelter and expand that. And it was, again, just a great illustration of God's timing and how things are working and different things like that. To people too, in some of more of the urban areas where they were talking to city officials or elected officials and saying, some of the conversations that we've had, this provided a venue that we might not have had otherwise, right? That we reached out and invited a conversation that we see now as an ongoing conversation, and that we see, again, partners coming together, some faith-based, some not, but still going after the problems and trying to find a solution to homelessness or addiction recovery and some of these kinds of things too. And I think in those ways, everybody's come back and just said it's been more profound and powerful, I think, than they anticipated.
Yeah.
And they've really enjoyed the experience.
Yeah. I mean, this is an incredible setup. You guys do a great job of getting us ready, with the all the Zoom meetings and Zoom logistics calls, getting the CEOs ready. So I props and hands, got to hand it to you guys. You guys have been really inspiring, and I just want to thank you for your leadership and your vision. I'm sure without that, and as well as Matt, and the work that he's doing as your chair, something like this would never have happened. And so I hope only next year we can get more than 70 plus CEOs and cities around the country.
That's the goal. So I don't know, maybe we should put in orders for your pallet people to begin to kind of export some of those benches to some of the other places next year. So.
Well, they're going to have to make them a little bit softer for anybody who wants to lay down
a little more give
and sit down here. And they have to be able to put hydraulic springs, Tom, or something in this thing. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, and if they recline and you could just get 5 minutes of sleep, we'd be great, right?
Who was it? I saw somebody on a feed. I think it's Portland. They had a Lazy Boy couch, and it was sponsored by Lazy Boy. Not only did they have a nice, comfy couch, cushioning, but they got it paid for, by Lazy Boy. Tom, I got to figure out what they're doing, and I'm going to copy it next year.
Yeah, exactly. I know they're setting the bar, so that's
exactly
good.
right.
Learning from each other. Yeah, good. Well, appreciate you, Perry. Appreciate your leadership and partnership for sure, and grateful for what you're doing there at Wheeler Mission and how valuable and important it is in the lives of so many. So thanks for that.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks for your leadership and vision, and we pray all the time for the folks. You've got a slim staff at Citygate, but you're doing yeoman's work. You're doing the work of 10 times more people than you have.
Well, thanks for that. And we'll definitely pass it on to our team. And we're grateful to be able to do it together. So
Great.
Thanks.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, everybody across the country. We're praying for you. And, come on, stay warm, please.
Good. Blessings. We'll see you, Perry. Thanks
Blessings,
so much.
Tom. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
So the Wheeler Mission Program is a 9-month program that gets guys away from negative environments that they may be in with addiction. It gives them a chance to kind of get away from their past and kind of be in the present with nature and kind of start with their head and go to their heart and then go to their hands. So a typical day here at the Hebron program, their day is structured throughout the day with activities, classes, with group therapy, individual therapy, and then work therapy. On the weekends and the evenings, the guys have time. We have a weight room, we have a gymnasium they can play basketball and volleyball in. Along with the 285 acres, we have hiking trails and we have a lake. We have 9 months of a free program. So we just kind of greet them as they are, accept them for who they are, and we just work with them. So one of the benefits of being director is you get a front row seat to seeing lives transformed. You have families that have been restored, husband and wives are getting back together, the kids are finally talking to their parents. And so you see that, not only the physical transformation, but you see guys coming from jail. And they not only get freedom from the jail cell, but they find freedom in Christ. They also find friends that they may never have had. And you just see this burden lifted off of them. It's incredible.
Since coming to the Hebron program, my life has been completely transformed, and I went from really a hopeless drug addict, not thinking that I would live past 30, to having a very successful life in Christ. It teaches men who have struggled to hold down a job, who don't have much work ethic, who don't have a lot of skills, learn some skills that they can take with them to be successful in the workplace when they leave.
I've been given an opportunity to work a job where I'm doing the exact same thing that was done for me when I first came to Hebron. If you're on the fence about the Wheeler Addiction Recovery Program in Hebron, I would encourage you to reach out for help. Nothing changes if nothing changes. There are things beyond anything you can imagine on the other side of addiction. Don't wait.
Higher Ground is our 6 to 8 month addiction recovery program that's specifically for women who are struggling with life-dominating addictions. Anything from drugs to alcohol, just something that is completely controlling their life. The curriculum that we use in Higher Ground really delves into all of the aspects of addiction. So we look at how it affects our physical, emotional, mental, relational, financial, all of these elements. Using this evidence-based curriculum, we get the opportunity to dive deep to start planning a new way of living, a new way of being. Some reasons that people might be afraid to join the program is fear of the cost or fear that they're going to be sitting in a room just reading a book. We are a 100% free program that has so much life happening. So the ladies are involved in life skills classes and counseling groups. They have the opportunity to work out in the gym. We see so much where they get the opportunity just to walk out what it looks like in a practical day-to-day way to live in recovery. Maybe for a long time it's felt like other people have made choices for them, but when they come here to Wheeler, they're able to decide and to choose, is this the life that they want to live? And they can start making choices that are good for their family and good for themselves.
Wheeler Mission has changed me completely. I was struggling with an addiction that caused me several relationships, my peace, my joy. Wheeler's given me a place that I call home. It's definitely love here, and I love coming here every single day. We believe that relationships are what restores someone back to right standing with God and with others. So working on positive relationships with themselves and each other. Restore Creations is a part of our program that allows our guests to practice transferable job skill training. So they have a resume that they establish and can build while just working in Restore Creations. We also write a reference letter for them. So we are hoping that they will use these skills to take out into the community and get the employment that they desire. We're not just pushing them out the door because their time is up. We're saying, hey, what would you like to do? And how can we help you get there? If you are someone that's struggling with addiction or you are a family member of someone struggling, please give us a call and reach out. We would love to help you transform your life.
Hi, I'm Ellen. I work with volunteers here at the Donation Center, and we want to tell you a little bit about the bales that we make here. So we love all the donations we receive. We're so grateful. And what's really cool is the items that are not good enough for our guests in our shelter are still used and still have value here at Wheeler. We actually take those items, we put them in a giant baling machine that mushes them down, and then we create these giant bales. These bales have the weight written on them. They weigh usually over 1,000 pounds. And about twice a month, we fill an entire semi with the bales, and they write us a check to Wheeler Mission. And that money comes right back into feeding and housing our guests. And the clothing is not wasted. It is then upcycled into furniture stuffing, installation, and other similar items.
Wheeler Mission Bloomington exists today because of the great need within our community. Like every other community in our nation today, we are suffering with the long-term effects of homelessness and generational poverty. Today at Wheeler Mission Bloomington, we offer a low-barrier emergency sheltering. So for those who need a place to stay overnight, whether you're suffering with addictions, whether you're suffering with aging, whether you're suffering with a developmental disability, or whatever their need is for tonight, they can find a bed and they can find hope. We offer Christ-centered programs that address the spiritual element in a person, those experiencing not only poverty, but also spiritual poverty. And so that we can introduce them to Christ, giving not only hope for today and the things needed for today, but also hope beyond this. So we've been connected with Wheeler Mission for about 25 years as a church, and we see them as partners in this community. As a church, we want to come alongside of people in our community that are doing good things that Jesus would be doing. And I think that he would be right there serving alongside of Dana and the crew at Wheeler Mission because they're doing such a great job of making an impact with the homeless population here in Bloomington. We've been financial supporters of Wheeler. We have sent volunteers there to serve and to help. And we've actually learned a lot from them. Too, along the way of how we can come alongside of people who are just at risk and hurting and looking for Jesus. And so the partnership, I feel like, has gone both ways. We hopefully have been able to serve them, but in a lot of ways, I think that they have also made us a better church.
You know, we all go about our days and we see people who don't have the privilege and opportunity that we have. And it should demoralize our whole community and our country that we allow this. And so we have loved Wheeler for opening their hearts, because that's the work that is done here. And to let people know that we care. There's people out here who care. And Wheeler also provides an opportunity for the community to step in and be a part of that too. So there's more understanding and just a value add across the board for the community, for people who have lost so much, and for community partners and citizens that want to contribute in a meaningful way.
Yeah, I think that one of the differences that is in Indy, but we live there. There are certainly homeless. And you go downtown to Indianapolis or whatever, you see homeless. But it's much different in a community like Bloomington. Like I said, we moved down here 7 years ago. And here it's because it's a smaller city, it's like, wow, this is really in your face. You just really feel like these are real people with real needs, and they're everywhere.
The effects of homelessness impacts us all. It leads to greater health risks, including disease and behavioral or mental health challenges. Housing provides a safe environment, reduces stress, and better access to health care. At IU Health, we are honored to support Wheeler Mission and other community organizations that are dedicated to helping our unhoused and vulnerable populations. Together, we can provide a healthier and more compassionate community.
I think the urgency in addressing homelessness is that it's very easy for us not to see it and not to take action. When I was growing up, one of the things that my parents used to tell us, if you do nothing, it grows, right? You don't do your yard, it grows. You don't, cultivate the weeds out of your yard, it's going to grow. And so I think when we think about homelessness, if we really want to see a decline in homelessness, we need to address homelessness where it is. It doesn't mean that we're going to have a society that's completely homeless free. I think that we set high expectations, but the reality is some people may not be ready. But for those that are, I think that it's important for us to take every step and every means possible to help them get to a place where they feel whole again, where they are stable, where they feel as though they can contribute back to society.
Through this capital campaign, we'll focus on 4 programs to better serve our guest and community. The Safety and Security Program, Meal Service Program, Community Services and Crisis Support Program, and the Restoring Lives Program to provide resources for lasting change. But the work's not done. We need your help. By providing a 3-year financial pledge, you'll not only help make this vision of a better Bloomington come to life now, but for years to come.
I have rickets. I have reconstructive surgery from my hips to my ankles. My spine broke 3 times. My feet were turned backwards. I'm in a medical history book for the first person in the United States that had a procedure done. I spent a lot of time in body casts. I spent 10 years in the hospital. The first time I was able to play with other kids was in 1971. I never seen the school until I was in the 5th grade. It was hard because all my friends were chronic patients. I lost a lot of friends in the hospital. Car surgeries, cancer, different other things. The only friends I had was in the hospital. I never knew what it was to run, jump, play, meet other kids outside of the hospital that didn't have an illness. And they used to bully me. I'm a recovering addict now. I was a dealing in the drugs. A friend of mine introduced me to it, and I tried it and couldn't stop. I was incarcerated. During my incarceration, me and my wife was separated, but we was trying to get our life back together. My wife passed away September the 16th.
Of 23?
And my kids had to put my wife down. They allowed me to be there in spirit because I was able to talk to my family during the proceedings. But upon my re-entry back into society, I didn't have nowhere to go. My wife is the best thing that ever happened to me. I was married for 32 years. Still to this day, I miss her. I really need her. I'm a father. I'm a grandfather. I had grandkids that never met me because of my addiction. And I've been clean 5 years. I ain't never been homeless. I didn't ever know what it's like to be homeless. I mean, I see them out there in the streets, but now I'm a part of them. It's not a bad thing. Some people won't help, but some people don't. I want the ones to do. My grandkids deserve to know who I am. My grandparents gave me an opportunity to get to know them. My kids need the opportunity to know me. What helps me is that I thought about my death. I had a massive heart attack in 17. I died on the table. I don't know how long I was out or whatever, but God opened my eyes back up. When I left the hospital, I went back to doing the drugs. But God scared me again. But this time I listened. I told him I have an addiction that I didn't have no control over. And I want to help. So I ended up incarcerated. I don't care about what I went incarcerated for, but it gave me an opportunity to get clean. And that's the best thing ever done. I could be dead now. This helped me a whole lot because I see what a lot of guys are going through. I don't want to go back to what I once was. I hope the people support the mission because there's people here that really needs help now. There's guys here that do want to leave here. There's guys that do want to get clean, but they just like me. They're controlled by something that they don't understand.
I got T-boned on my way home from work, and it caused some brain damage, and they said it was like the left side prefrontal cortex or something like that, or prefrontal lobe. I had issues with restraint after that. Yeah, I used to have really good impulse control prior to that, and then after that, I started getting panic attacks and all kinds of stuff I'd never had before. I ended up moving back to Bloomington to help take care of my mom because she was having seizures, and I got caught up with some people from high school and ended up starting to sell drugs. My dad found out, and my girlfriend at the time, we got pulled over. She had put stuff in my bottle, and since it was my bottle, I was responsible for it. And I ended up going to jail, and then that's what started the whole, like, you're, telling me to leave, and ended up homeless for a while, and I didn't know about the mission until like a year later. To be honest, the first time I was here, I was coming down from like a 14-day binge on meth, and I was still kind of disoriented. Eventually, I ended up saved. Things just started becoming easier to understand. After I graduated the program here, I still did end up in jail because I had gone back to my addiction, but I was kind of like, my want to do it was waiting really hard. Like I was over it, and I still kept that Christian faith going into everything, and it kept me from doing a lot of stupid things when I was in my addiction the last time, and I ended up in jail, and I looked at it as God's way of trying to get me and the drugs separated for long enough for it to not have a hold on me. I made the decision while I was in jail to just not worry about when I'm getting out or anything. Just focus on God, focus on the Bible, and me and my bunkie and some other bunkies. But I would opt for like, hey, do you want to do a Bible study with me every day? And so that's what we ended up doing. I am thankful to the mission because if I hadn't come here, I never would have been led to Christ. Before I came to the mission, I was lost. After coming to the mission, I am found. I hope people will support the mission because they do help people in this town greatly.